Chapter 3609. Do you think that Lin Fei guy is really hiding? At this moment, more than 20 experts were searching through a region of the divine demon pool. Of course. I think so too. After killing the God-fiend race's current patriarch, Gong Yangding, if he doesn't hide, is he going to come out and let us capture him? There were more than 20 human experts, and all of them were heavenly gods. They were all here for Lin Fei. The God-fiend race offered a bounty, and the reward was very tempting. In addition, Lin Fei would be weakened for a period of time after using the ancient Heng gauntlets. This became an opportunity for everyone to capture Lin Fei. More than half of the Jade roaming Demon City's experts had entered the God-fiend pool purely to try their luck. Boom! A terrifying aura drilled out from the ground and enveloped everyone. Bang bang bang! More than 20 human experts collapsed to the ground on the spot, almost suffocating. Such a terrifying aura. Who made a move? Before this pressure, they were unable to move. It was as if they were being crushed by a mountain. All of them revealed expressions of shock. With your strength, how dare you come to find trouble with me? Lin Fei came out from underground. With a wave of his hand, the power of celestial deity crushed over their bodies like a violent gale, only leaving behind a fourth firmament celestial deity expert. Don't kill me, Lin Fei heard their words clearly from below. He didn't even need to think to know that it was the God-fiend clan's doing. Try one's luck, what a joke. Tell me what's the situation right now. Lin Fei said lightly. This fourth firmament celestial deity expert had long been scared until his complexion turned pale. More than 20 experts could not block the other party's casual attack and turned to ashes. I'll talk. Soon, Lin Fei learned of the cause and effect. Just as he had imagined, the gods and demons were involved in this matter. The entire Fiend God clan has come out in full force. They're completely against me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, this human expert was reduced to ashes. It's a good opportunity for me to plunder. Now that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly, he was not afraid of anything in the pool of gods and demons. Wait, I forgot to use the myriad essence pool to refine them. After refining the God-fiend, Lin Fei had always had this thought. It's fine. I can sense even more life auras in the distance. Lin Fei was not a native of the Wind Cloud Weave, so he did not feel any pressure when refining the energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The human experts in the pond of gods and demons started to run out of luck. In the first wave, more than 30 experts were sucked into the myriad essence pool by Lin Fei. He didn't even need to make a move. Just the myriad essence pool alone was enough to suppress them. The effect is mediocre. The first time he suppressed and refined it, there were not many heavenly divine pills of 10,000 essence, and the quality was average. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Looks like human celestial deity powerhouses compared to special races are indeed much worse. Lin Fei pondered, should I find a God King expert to test my strength, or a foreign race other than the human race? That's Lin Fei. The Lin Fei being hunted down by the God-fiend race. The ancient Heng glove is in his hands. This Lin Fei is really gutsy to actually dare run out at this time. In the pond of gods and demons, someone saw Lin Fei's traces very quickly and was overjoyed. One figure after another rushed over, hoping to suppress Lin Fei at the first moment and obtain the God-fiend's bounty from there. As for the ancient Heng glove, they did not even dare to think about it. Bush, 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 bush. Above Lin Fei's head, the myriad essence pool opened wide like an endless black hole. Regardless of who rushed up, they were instantly sucked into the myriad essence pool, unable to resist at all. With Lin Fei as the center, there was not a single human powerhouse in the surrounding several dozen miles. How terrifying! Can't block it. What treasure is that? The moment it gets close, it's sucked in. The human powerhouses fled one after another, their faces revealing horrified expressions. Even fifth firmament celestial deities could not withstand that horrifying suction force. A light was sucked in. Such a shocking scene frightened everyone until they did not have the thought of making a move anymore. Lin Fei sprinted all the way toward the pond of gods and demons exit. The human powerhouses who did not know the news during this period were finished in a single encounter. It was just that he did not see any God-fiend experts appear all along. This made Lin Fei rather helpless. Fortunately, outside the exit, the God-fiend race's experts gathered. In Lin Fei's view, if he could fish in a wave, it could absolutely let him increase several hundred to 1,000 strands of celestial deity power, or even more. After the 13 Firmament Golden Body Arts first level was cultivated, that limit disappeared. Lin Fei could absorb and refine without any qualms. Quickly run. Lin Fei, slaying God is here. What's slaying God? Why do we have to run? Are you dumb? That Lin Fei has a powerful treasure. Activating it, it can instantly suppress us. Even 5th Firmament celestial deities can't resist and were absorbed. What? So terrifying? Then hurry up and run. The human experts along the way were very fierce when they saw someone fleeing. But after hearing clearly what was going on, they hurriedly ran without another word. Hence, you run, I run, everybody ran together. Everyone ran toward the Pond of Gods and Demons exit. Such a terrifying existence, who dared to easily go and offend. At the place of the Pond of Gods and Demons exit, there were similarly God-fiends stationed here, a total of several hundred forces. There were even 2 Second Firmament Divine King experts guarding. Once there was any rustle of trouble, they could suppress it at once. Not good, Lin Fei, slaying God is here. When a large group of human experts fled over, the God-fiend race's 2 Divine Kings were alarmed too, rushing out right away. Your Excellency, that Lin Fei who snatched Gu Heng's glove is currently heading in our direction. Looks like he's preparing to break out of the encirclement. A subordinate came over to report. Here. Our chance to render meritorious service is here. A silver-armored Divine King laughed loudly. He was the Sky Travel Divine King among the 2 Divine Kings, excelling in speed the most. You and I join hands to suppress him. The other Divine King, Ancient Firmament, said with a smile, the human experts are weak, exaggerating. Do you really think we'll believe them? The Sky Travel Divine King and the Ancient Firmament Divine King turned into shooting lights, rushing out. The human experts continued to flee, and their numbers were not small. It's that kid. Soon, they saw a black-clothed young man. Above his head, a cauldron furnace appeared, turning into a black hole. Even from a distance, they could feel the terrifying tearing force. That's the Heaven Dance Divine Nation's myriad essence pool. The Sky Travel Divine King was secretly shocked. But the myriad essence pool doesn't seem to be that powerful. No wonder the human experts want to flee. Lin Fei, hand over Gu Heng's glove. The 2 Divine Kings urged their auras, like 2 supreme existences, shouting loudly. Seeing us 2 Divine Kings, let's see where you can run to. As soon as their auras were released, Lin Fei felt it. God King. Although you're only at the 2nd Firmament, you're still a God King. Lin Fei, who had just arrived, his eyes brightened. Swish. The myriad essence pool shuttled through the void, arriving above the 2 Divine Kings. A huge suction force shrouded them. Swish. Chapter 3610. This sudden scene caused the experts of the human race and the god-demon race to be filled with fear. The entire place was silent for a moment. 2 God Kings, Tianheng and Ancient Blue, were suppressed just like that. How is this possible? This is too terrifying. That is a God King expert. Everyone was momentarily unable to digest the scene in front of them. As heaven gods, God King experts were invincible existences in their eyes. In front of them, it was a completely one-sided situation. I seem to have underestimated a God King's strength. Lin Fei knew that he was very strong, but suppressing a God King expert in one move was beyond his imagination. This scene was a terrifying blow to everyone. For a moment, everyone was fleeing towards the exit. Even a God King could not do it, let alone them. Run quickly. If we don't run now, we will die. Someone shouted, and everyone ran away even faster. Under Lin Fei's control, the myriad essence pool went directly to the exit. A huge suction force enveloped them, and all the experts of the god-demon race were sucked into the myriad essence pool. In less than a dozen breaths' time, most of the experts of the god-demon race were sucked in. Apart from a few who ran away, it could be said that they were completely wiped out. Awesome! This one breath had sucked in hundreds of god-demon race experts and 2 god-king experts. It was definitely a huge harvest. At least 1 to 200 strands of God's power could be contributed. I believe that after these people go out, the experts of the god-demon race outside will know about it. I happen to be here. If 1 comes, I will catch 1. If 2 come, I will catch a pair. Lin Fei already knew that the divine demon pool did not allow experts above the god-king realm to enter. It could be said that this place was the safest. Even a god-demon master would not be able to do anything to him. This meant that Lin Fei had a trump card in his hand. Outside the entrance of the divine demon pool, figures ran out one after another. Their faces were all pale, and their eyes were filled with rare fear. The killing god is here. They are finally out. This is great. Lin Fei is here. That fellow suppressed a god-king. The humans and god-fiend experts who ran out looked like they had just survived a disaster. There were so many experts, but in front of Lin Fei, a mere treasure was enough to make them feel the aura of death. There was nothing more terrifying than this. If he hadn't run fast enough, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. What happened? Why did they run out? Could it be that something big has happened? The human experts outside were greatly surprised. It was one thing for the human experts to run out, but the god-fiend experts who had always been arrogant also ran out in a panic. This was too puzzling. What happened? The remaining god-kings of the god-fiend clan also heard the news. They brought their people to the entrance. Your Excellency, it's not good. That Lin Fei showed up and suppressed 2 divine kings the moment he made a move, even a divine fiend disciple. A 5th firmament celestial deity said with a long face. Ancient Blue and Tianxing are both god kings. How could they be suppressed? That brat used the ancient Heng glove. How could he recover so quickly? The few god kings did not believe it. Your Excellency, something really happened. But at this time, a loud and mocking voice suddenly came from above everyone. God-fiend clan, didn't you want my ancient Heng glove? Right now, I'm right in front of you. Rush in if you have the ability. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to get the ancient Heng glove in your entire life. Ha! The loud voice reverberated. It's this voice. That god-fiend expert who escaped trembled in fear. He suppressed 2 god kings. The human experts also heard the voice. Not knowing why, they only felt that this voice was incomparably domineering. This was the rhythm of challenging the god-fiend clan. Good boy, snatching the ancient Heng glove and even daring to suppress my god-fiend clan's god kings. I, Gu Lin, will definitely teach you a lesson. God King Gu Lin laughed coldly. If you have the ability, try suppressing me. God King Gu Lin rushed in. The other god kings did not stop him. They did not believe from the bottom of their hearts that human strength could recover so quickly. God King Gu Lin was also the only remaining 5th firmament god king great expert of the god-fiend clan at present. For him to deal with Lin Fei, in the eyes of the god-fiend clan's experts, it was definitely a matter of capturing him with one hand. My goodness, a 5th firmament god king expert has entered. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The moment the other party rushed in, the myriad essence pool pressed down like a mountain. God King Gu Lin was indeed very confident that he could capture the other party. What is this? Just as a black shadow came crashing down, God King Gu Lin snorted coldly and punched upwards. His god-fiend aura was fully released, and a thick power rushed up. Halfway through, the black shadow's heavy power pressed down. God King Gu Lin only felt that his punch had landed on a hard surface. Endless fist power bombarded the surface, but it was gradually disintegrated by the black shadow's power, becoming weaker and weaker. Boom! God King Gu Lin's aura collapsed. The black shadow pierced through and smashed into his body, smashing him to the ground. God knew how many bones were broken. Good treasure, truly a good treasure. Lin Fei was only testing the power of the myriad essence pool. The power of this smash far exceeded his imagination. It was indeed extraordinary. Myriad Essence Pool. This is the Myriad Essence Pool. How can it be so powerful? God King Gulin rushed out, his face ashen. Just as he finished speaking, the Myriad Essence Pool turned into a black shadow and smashed down again. With a loud boom, it smashed him to the ground again. How dare you! This smash caused half of God King Gulin's face to swell. The God Fiend race is only SOS. Lin Fei laughed. The Myriad Essence Pool left the ground. You can't even withstand my Myriad Essence Pool. Who gave you the courage to deal with me? God King Gulin's face turned cold. I just didn't notice it. Boom! The Myriad Essence Pool smashed down again. Like a black shadow, God King Gulin was smashed to the ground again. If you can't withstand it, then you can't. Don't find excuses for yourself. Boom! Boom! The Myriad Essence Pool kept smashing down. Each time, the power grew stronger. The ground kept rumbling. God King Gulin was a fifth firmament God King, but he was smashed into the ground again and again without any strength to resist. This was the first time a treasure had put him in a predicament. Click. The Myriad Essence Pool came down again. It changed from a bombardment to a collection. With a whoosh, God King Gulin was sucked in. Even a fifth firmament God King can't withstand the power of my Myriad Essence Pool. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Doesn't that mean the God Fiends outside are the same? This fifth firmament God King expert was clearly inferior to Gong Yangding and the others. Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Perhaps the God Kings left behind by the God Fiend race were all weak, except for that God Fiend master. Chapter 3611. Divine King Gulin has been in there for a while. I wonder if he suppressed that guy yet? At the entrance, the 5 Divine Kings had solemn expressions. After 12 top-notch Divine Kings perished in the God Fiend pool, the God Fiend race suffered a huge loss. Now, the only ones they could temporarily take action were them. If not for the God Fiend Lord holding down the fort, the humans would have long taken action. The Jade Turing Divine Kingdom had always been controlled by the God Fiend race. The humans had long been watching from the side. Now that the God Fiend race suffered a huge loss, their top combat power losses were severe. They could not afford any more losses. Someone came out. A 4th Firmament Divine King said in delight. It must be Divine King Gulin. Another Divine King said with a smile. He came out. A figure arrived outside the God Fiend pool's entrance. It was a black figure, but it was not the Divine King Gulin they were hoping for, but a complete stranger. It's him, he's Lin Fei. A God Fiend expert exclaimed. Collect. The moment Lin Fei came outside, he brought out the Myriad Essence Pool without any explanation. A huge vortex enveloped everyone present. Bush, 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 bush. One figure after another screamed as they were sucked in by the Myriad Essence Pool. In a blink of an eye, a large area outside was emptied. Stop! Quickly stop him! The remaining 4 Divine Kings roared angrily and attacked the Myriad Essence Pool in unison. But before their attacks arrived, a figure arrived above the Myriad Essence Pool and slapped down with one hand. Monstrous power surged down, scattering the Divine King's power. What kind of Divine King are you if you hit my treasure? If you want to make a move, do it at me. How could Lin Fei let them stop his grand plan of collecting God Fiends? He raised his left hand and suppressed above their heads. Berserk power surged down. The 4 Divine Kings joined hands to resist but were easily sent flying, falling everywhere. Their blood and energy surged as they vomited blood. 5th Firmament Celestial Deity Realm, how can his power be so terrifying? The 4 Divine Kings could not understand. In front of the other party's power, their attacks were easily scattered. And the power of the other party's palm was something they could not withstand. This was seriously too terrifying. He's too strong. We're not his match. The God Fiend disciples were sucked away one by one. Their eyes were bloodshot. That was the elite force of the God Fiends. Quickly inform the old ancestor. At this moment, only the old ancestor could stop that guy. Otherwise, they would all be wiped out. Is that person Lin Fei? What a terrifying treasure. It can crush our God Fiend experts, but it was taken away so easily. This is too terrifying. If anyone dares to look for trouble with that guy again, I'll be the first to kill him. The expressions of the human race experts in the distance also changed. They finally understood why the human race had run out. Everyone realized that this was a huge trap, and they were almost finished. Brother Lin, you are truly mighty and domineering. Zhan Wudi and the others also gathered together, and there was a hint of joy on their faces. The God-Fiend race is really going to suffer a huge blow. By doing this, I'm afraid that the Fiend Godmaster is about to descend. The talented are truly bold. Further away, the 5 human divine kings also had astonished faces at this time. He's Lin Fei. Divine King Yeqing shook his head. I really didn't expect that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. 5th Firmament Celestial Deity Realm, containing terrifying invincible power. Even I feel a terrifying pressure. Once we fight, I'm absolutely not his match. What's laughable is that we actually still want to capture him. The remaining 4 divine kings all had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. They even blushed a little. He already had such strength, what right did they have to go capture him? The might of the God-Fiend race, as divine kings, they were the clearest. Resisting the God-Fiend race with one person's strength was virtually something impossible. They held down the fort in Jade Roaming Demon City and had never seen such an expert appear before. This guy is indeed powerful, but suppressing God-Fiend experts without any scruples like this, once a God-Fiend master is drawn over, his outcome definitely won't be any good, Divine King Duanfei said with a sneer. He's courting death. Divine King Demon Kill suddenly said, then if Lin Fei survives a God-Fiend master's attack, what should we do? After all, we all agreed to deploy the human race to deal with Lin Fei. Divine King Duanfei's expression flickered incessantly. Once he survived a God-Fiend master's attack, who could stop such a monstrous powerhouse? Patriarch, quickly make a move. Our God-Fiend race's experts are all going to be taken away. Lin Fei had a great time taking them. From hundreds of God-Fiends to thousands, it kept increasing. Lin Fei's smile grew brighter. To be honest, he really had to thank them all for gathering outside the entrance. It saved him a lot of trouble, and he could wipe them all out in one go. Insolence. Boom. A thunderous roar sounded between heaven and earth. Large swathes of the void collapsed. At this moment, the bodies of countless human experts exploded, turning into balls of blood-stained fireworks that bloomed in the sky. Not good, it's a God-Fiend master. Divine King Yeqing's expression changed drastically. He took out a treasure to block in front of him. Ripples appeared, and at the same time, a barrier appeared. He rushed towards the human experts nearby, protecting them one by one. Hurry, leave this place. The other 4 divine kings also took out their treasures to protect the human experts. If they died in the hands of a God-Fiend master like this, it wouldn't be worth it. Divine kings had no choice but to protect them. That was a God-Fiend master powerhouse. To dare suppress my God-Fiend race's experts, you're the first to be so daring. A cold snort followed. A heavenly hand reached out from the void above. The entire hand was faintly discernible, but it wasn't real. But when this hand appeared, everyone was suppressed by a terrifying might. They couldn't even breathe, even if they were far away. The God-Fiend master's strength is even stronger. Even if it's through space, it makes people feel powerless to resist. The 5 human divine kings retreated very far away, but even so, they could still feel the terrifying might within. That guy probably can't take it anymore. It's finally here. Lin Fei raised his head. When he saw the gigantic hand, his blood qi felt as though it was about to leave his body. What a tyrannical aura. It can even cause blood qi to leak out. Those who are weaker would probably die on the spot. With a thought, Lin Fei suppressed the blood and returned to normal. Fortunately, my strength has increased greatly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take it in one move. Lin Fei laughed. So what if I captured your people? Do you really think you can do anything to me with just one hand? Lin Fei gathered all his strength and punched out. Chapter 36:12. Whether it was the experts of the God-Demon clan or the 5 God Kings of the human clan. At this moment, they were all shocked by this punch. How can that kid's punch be so powerful? God King Yeqing drew a cold breath. This punch exceeds the strength of a fifth firmament God King. What a joke. We are still trying to take down that kid. With the augmentation of the ancient Heng glove, Lin Fei's punch was powerful and surging. A phantom walked out and punched straight at the huge hand. Boom! A terrifying force swept out. The God Fiend experts below were not so lucky. Under the terrifying force, they were sent flying while vomiting blood. It's a draw. Someone exclaimed. The God Fiend Master's palm strike was majestic, but when it collided with Lin Fei's punch, most of the power was disintegrated, leaving only 20% to 30%. Lin Fei remained unmoving as his sword intent circulated, dispersing a portion of the force once again, forcefully enduring the 20% power. God Fiend Master, you can't even take down a kid like me. You aren't that strong. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he took out the Myriad Essence Pool and pounced at the injured God Fiends. Click. The Myriad Essence Pool unleashed its might once again, sucking the injured God Fiends into it. That kid is too cunning. He's definitely doing it on purpose. The God Fiend experts turned and ran. The injured God Fiend experts cursed Lin Fei for being shameless as they fled quickly. However, how could they resist the terrifying suction force of the Myriad Essence Pool? You're courting death. The God Fiend Master attacked again. This time, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Mother Kerr, the power of the Divine Demon Master is indeed more tyrannical and terrifying than mine. I have 4,000 strands of God's power after all. Lin Fei punched out again. Ancient Heng's glove exploded with an extremely strong power, and another fist collided in the air. This punch's strength was clearly more terrifying. The God Fiend Master's palm was like a mountain pressing down. Lin Fei only managed to dispel a portion of the force before he was slapped into the ground. After all, the God Fiend Master was a God Lord expert. The power of the Demon God Master has increased again. God King Yeqing shook his head. He was filled with fear towards God Fiend Masters. What a pity for the ancient Heng glove. After the God and Demon Masters had the ancient eternal gloves, they would become even stronger. This was definitely not a good thing for the human race. It was not easy to fight against them in the first place, and they could only watch helplessly from now on. Wait. A figure rushed out from the ground, his body bleeding profusely. God Fiend Master, are you happy? You still can't kill me. Lin Fei laughed heartily as he put away the Myriad Essence Pool. Before anyone could react, he rushed into the Demon God Pool. After Lin Fei charged into the Demon God Pool, a giant hand slammed down furiously, but it was still a step too late. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. That kid actually didn't die. His fleshly body is actually this strong. The God Fiend Master has really made a mistake this time. The 5 God Kings were filled with admiration. No one had ever survived the attack of a God Demon Master. Boom! A terrifying aura descended, and a figure walked out. It was the God Fiend Master. God King Yeqing, you guys can go in and chase after that kid. If you don't bring him out, this Demon Master will immediately kill you all. The God Fiend Master's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yeqing's position. A deafening voice exploded in their hearts. The 5 God Kings' expressions changed drastically. Lord God Fiend, what do you mean by this? God King Yeqing circulated his divine power to resist the God Fiend Master's pressure. If you don't obey, you will be killed without mercy. The God Fiend Master's voice was cold and emotionless. Following that, a killing intent locked onto them. In front of this aura, the 5 God Kings' bodies turned cold. What a great harvest, what a great harvest. After escaping into the Demon God Pool, Lin Fei sensed the number of gods and demons in the Myriad Essence Pool and was overjoyed. He felt that the injuries on his body were nothing and it was worth it. There are more than 10,000 gods and demons. The Myriad Essence Pool is mighty and domineering. Cracks appeared on Lin Fei's body. It was a ghastly sight, but to him, it was all worth it. The God Fiend Master is indeed powerful. He can attack from a distance. Even with the primordial eternal glove, I'm still lacking. Lin Fei thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. As long as I refine the gods and demons in the myriad essence pool, my sky god power will have a huge breakthrough. After all, these gods and demons are all elites. I've really picked up a huge bargain this time. Lin Fei rushed towards the depths of the demon god pool. Even after consuming large amounts of elixirs, he could only prevent his body from collapsing. The other party's power contained a higher level of power that constantly destroyed his sky god power. Someone is chasing us. Lin Fei frowned slightly when he sensed 5 powerful auras rushing in. 5 people with powerful vitality. Although they aren't comparable to gods and demons, they are still experts. Could it be, God Fiend Master, you are going too far? God King Duan Fei was enraged. Under the threat of the God Fiend Master, the 5 human god kings had no choice but to enter. In the roving Jade Divine Kingdom, the God Fiend Master was the #1 expert. He wasn't someone they could go against. Are we really going to look for that kid? God King Demonic Kill smiled bitterly. That person has ancient Heng's gauntlets and is at the Sky God realm. His physical body is unimaginably strong. I'm worried that even if we join forces, we might not be able to capture that Lin Fei. The 5 god kings fell silent. In the short confrontation, the 5 god kings had seen everything clearly. Lin Fei was indeed terrifying. Even when he was heavily injured, he had no confidence. Who said we are going to capture that Lin Fei? God King Yeqing laughed. God Fiend Master wants us to capture him? Do we have to capture him? The demon god pool is so huge. It won't be easy to find him. But God King Demonic Kill frowned. No buts. God King Yeqing said, that kid has the myriad essence pool. If I'm not wrong, he should be constantly unlocking the myriad essence pool's effects. He must be absorbing those gods and demons to increase his strength. I believe that it won't be long before that Lin Fei's strength will break through again and reach an extremely high realm. The God Kings weren't stupid. They immediately understood what God King Yeqing meant. Right. The demon god pool is so huge. It's indeed not easy to find him. Once that Lin Fei's strength increases greatly, it will be difficult for the God Fiend Master to capture him. As for those gods and demons experts, they might even help Lin Fei increase his strength. It's no wonder that the Heavenly Dance Divine Kingdom had the #1 expert holding down the fort back then. It might even be the help of the Myriad Essence Pool. However, no matter how powerful the Myriad Essence Pool is, not everyone can withstand it. Let's just watch the show. Lin Fei thought that they would catch up, but he sensed that they had all stopped. They're all smart people. Lin Fei knew very well who these 5 auras belonged to. They were the 5 god kings of the human race. Chapter 36:13. Haha, my strength has skyrocketed again. Loud laughter came from somewhere in the God Fiend pool. Breaking through 6,000 strands of Empyrean power in one go. That feeling of limit has appeared again. The cultivation technique of the God Fiend race is indeed amazing. A figure walked out of the temporary underground cave abode. Gong Yangding is really a good person. This person was naturally Lin Fei. After refining those elite God Fiends, Lin Fei condensed 2,000 strands of Empyrean power in one go, totaling 6,000 strands of Empyrean power. The power in his body surged, and every move he made was filled with endless power. Lin Fei was very satisfied with increasing 2,000 strands of Empyrean power in one go. At the same time, he thanked Gong Yangding for the big gift. The first level was already so powerful, the second level and beyond? Lin Fei looked forward to it more and more. My body is almost at its limit. I have to break through to the second level. Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee that 6,000 strands of Empyrean power could reach the second level. It was very dangerous. Even Lin Fei himself did not dare to guarantee it. However, with 6,000 strands of Empyrean power, even if that God Fiend Master attacks again, I can still face him head-on. Lin Fei waved his hand, and his power swept out. A loud rumbling sound reverberated. The void in front of him completely collapsed, and endless astral winds poured down in a majestic manner. My power is even more condensed, and its power is greater. With the increase of 2,000 strands of Empyrean power, Lin Fei could feel the changes in his own power. Let's go out and test it out first. 5 human god fiends. Lin Fei was near the exit, and he could not feel any powerful life aura. After thinking about it, it was obvious who these 5 were. He reached out and grabbed, and his 5 fingers spread out, covering the sky and piercing through the void, coming down above them. The 5 human god fiends did not look for Lin Fei. With that level of strength, going up was courting death. Even if they did not die, they would be in a heavily injured state. Who is it? The moment the giant hand appeared, its power crushed down. The 5 god fiends' expressions changed drastically, and the ground where they stood sank. They could not circulate their power, and the boundless power pressed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. They fell into the opponent's palm, and the tyrannical power made them unable to move. As expected of a god king, it's just that his strength isn't very strong. Several hundred kilometers away, Lin Fei shook his head slightly. Originally, he wanted to test the strength of the 5 god monarchs. However, he was disappointed. The strength of 6,000 strands of deity power was unimaginable. Lin Fei, we have no ill intentions. This is a misunderstanding. Nie Qing and the others were brought through the void. When they saw the attacker, they found it hard to believe that it was Lin Fei. His strength seemed to have increased. God King Nie Qing hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei dispersed his power, and the 5 god kings fell to the ground. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. It looks more like you guys are here to ambush me. God King Nie Qing and the other 4 god kings were filled with fear. To be able to capture all 5 of them in one move, this strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. There's a mistake. We aren't thinking of ambushing Brother Lin, but waiting for Brother Lin Fei. God King Nie Qing was afraid that the other party would kill them. In a short time, his strength skyrocketed again. Yet, it was still at the 5th firmament celestial deity realm. This accumulation was too deep. The divine fiend master made us come and capture Brother Lin Fei. That divine fiend master also didn't think about it. Why would we attack Brother Lin Fei? You are now the role model and pride of our human race's powerhouses. God King Nie Qing had never been so eager to explain something. In fact, the guy in front of him was terrifying until he did not dare to underestimate him. Lin Fei was indeed rather disappointed in the God Kings. No wonder the human race could not withstand the divine fiend master. Her. Lin Fei sneered. The 5 God Kings trembled all over. Although they knew that Lin Fei was very formidable, only after experiencing it personally did they realize the other party's terror. Brother Lin Fei, we really aren't here to ambush you. God King Duanfei hurriedly said, I know that Brother Lin Fei is currently increasing his strength. I believe that the things on me are sufficient to let Brother reach another level. The treasures that God King Duanfei took out were all heaven and earth spiritual items. There were a total of 6 items, all priceless. Right, we have some here too. God King Demon Kill also took out his treasures at the first moment. Facing such a ferocious lord, the 5 human god kings were indeed at a loss for words. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he said with a satisfied smile, You guys are seriously too polite, huh? Don't stand on ceremony, take it all. The 5 god kings did not dare to have any thoughts. Who asked them to be in the wrong? After all, they were discovered by the other party after they chased in. This was all the divine fiend master's fault. Who among you can tell me the exact situation of the divine fiend master? This matter, Lin Fei had always wanted to know. Brother Lin Fei, I'm the clearest in this aspect. God King Nie Qing hurriedly said, Currently, the divine fiend master's projection is holding down the fort outside. It is said that his main body is breaking through seclusion. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will definitely not come out of seclusion. The more times the divine fiend master makes a move, the greater the impact. God King Duanfei added, Back then, we were also suppressed by their projections. Until now, their main bodies have not come out. This was definitely what Lin Fei liked to hear the most. his main body has never appeared? Lin Fei really wanted to thank the 5 God Kings for delivering such important information. The reason why Lin Fei was afraid of the Divine Fiend Master was not because of the other party's strength. If the main body could not make a move, and it was purely the power of the projections, the current Lin Fei had the confidence to resist. 6,000 strands of celestial god power was enough to resist everything. As the celestial god power increased, his strength also increased. There seemed to be a quantitative change. This was something that had not happened before. He has never appeared. It has been thousands of years. God King Yeqing said, the Divine Fiend Master is trying to break through to the God the Arch realm. He wants to become the 10th God the Arch in the Wind Cloud Weave. The temptation of becoming a God the Arch was indeed very great. The Wind Cloud Weave had a total of 9 God Thearchs. Each God the Arch controlled a part of the Wind Cloud Weave and became the strongest existence in the weave. The 10th God the Arch. Everyone wanted this position. As the human God King spoke, Lin Fei was also silently observing them. He was sure that they did not dare to lie. They were only worried, and he would know what the situation was. I'll believe you this once. If I find out that you are hiding anything, I will kill you no matter what. Lin Fei said indifferently and rushed towards the God Fiend pool. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. How long has it been? What terrifying strength! The Divine Fiend Master is in trouble, huh? We couldn't beat the projections back then, but we don't have to worry this time. Let's hurry over. The show is about to start. The 5 God Kings had bled a lot, but they did not have much hatred. It would be best if they could see the Divine Fiend Master suffer. Chapter 36:14. At the entrance of the Divine Demon Pool. The phantom of the Divine Demon Master, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed as an aura appeared. You still dare to come out? You're courting death. With a loud rumble, a palm slapped through the air with the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down. Lin Fei rushed out of the Divine Demon Pool at this moment. The sky suddenly darkened. It turned out that the Divine Demon Master's attack had arrived. Divine Demon Master, you're really willing to guard me. Lin Fei laughed and raised his hand to slap out. His divine power surged. However, guarding someone depends on whether you have the strength to do so. With a loud laugh, his palm collided with the Divine Demon Master. 6,000 rays of power surged up majestically, especially with the support of the ancient Heng Gauntlet. This time, Lin Fei was very confident. Moreover, it was just a phantom. There was really nothing to worry about. Boom! The Divine Demon Master's palm slapped down. After colliding with the power of Lin Fei's palm, it was actually unable to do so. The collision set off a shocking wave of power that spread in all directions. Some of the power hit Lin Fei's body, leaving only a faint white mark. 6,000 rays of power is indeed able to withstand the attack of the Divine Demon Master. Even though it was only an increase of 2,000 rays, the power had changed dramatically. Lin Fei suddenly became very confident. It turned out that the strength of the Divine Demon Master was not that terrifying. It seems that you also don't have the strength to guard someone. After the clash of palms, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Then I'm sorry. I'm going to make my move. Lin Fei took out the Myriad Essence Pool and plundered it towards the Divine Demon Masters. The terrifying suction force was even more terrifying than the previous time. The Divine Demon Masters could not resist at all and were all sucked into the Myriad Essence Pool. Oh no, leave quickly. I can't leave. I can't move at all. Damn it. The Divine Demon Masters cursed, but still could not escape the suction force of the Myriad Essence Pool. Human brat, you're too impudent. The phantom of the God Fiend Master stepped out and punched out. You're courting death. Lin Fei laughed heartily as he welcomed him. I've long wanted to fight a God Fiend Master. After all, you're the #1 expert of the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. Boom! He met it with a punch as well, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. In this short exchange, Lin Fei had closed the distance between them. He was infinitely close to the illusory figure of the divine demon master. The sword will that filled the sky surged out, and the sword rain was densely packed. 3 strikes of the gods and demons. The phantom of the god-fiend master was furious. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei activated ancient Heng's gloves, and an unparalleled power surged out. An illusory figure appeared in the sky, descending to the ground. The power of this punch went straight for the yellow dragon, blasting open the void, and bombarded the divine demon master's shadow domineeringly. The god-fiend master's defenses were instantly shattered, and a huge force pierced through the god-fiend master's illusory figure, causing the god-fiend master's illusory figure to sway continuously, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Another punch! With the power of this punch, Lin Fei could send out 10 punches, and the power of one punch could kill a 5th Firmament God King expert countless times. The second punch was as domineering as the first, causing the god-fiend master's illusory figure to retreat, and the void behind him also shattered. Why is it so difficult for you to increase your strength? The eyes of the god-fiend master's illusory figure also revealed a solemn expression. This is all thanks to the contributions of the god-fiend race. Lin Fei laughed loudly and sent out a third punch. It pierced through the void again, and the god-fiend master's illusory figure didn't dare to take it head-on. God-fiend master, aren't you very awesome? Do you have to dodge? Lin Fei laughed loudly, and this time he could finally hold his head high. Guess how many more times I can send out? The myriad essence pool below continuously plundered and absorbed, and the scene was completely one-sided. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, and he wasn't just ordinarily happy. Since coming to the 13 God Nations, today was the day Lin Fei was in the best mood. The god-fiend master's illusory figure couldn't do anything to him. Myriad essence pool, heaven dance God Nation. The god-fiend master's illusory figure clenched his teeth. His opponent's strength had increased greatly, and with the ancient eternal gloves, it would be very difficult to take him down. The might of the strongest gloves was something that his illusory figure couldn't withstand. If he were to receive a few more punches, his illusory figure would also collapse. You guessed it. Lin Fei stood. Are you still going to attack me now? The god-fiend master's illusory figure stared at Lin Fei. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Isn't it just being chased by you? Lin Fei said indifferently, but can you chase me now? Oh, I almost forgot, this is an illusory figure that is similar to an avatar, and not the main body. As for me, if I were to attack a few more times, who knows if this avatar of yours would die? Lin Fei caressed the gloves. The #1 God Emperor's treasure is indeed good. The god-fiend master's illusory figure couldn't wait to attack, but he knew that once he attacked, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Right now, he could only maintain a stalemate. He didn't dare to attack. The other party didn't dare to continue attacking either. But to the god-fiend race, it would definitely be a heavy loss, especially with the elites they had pulled out. It would definitely be a huge blow to the god-fiend race's vitality. But the god-fiend master's illusory figure had no choice but to watch helplessly. You will regret what happened today. The god-fiend master's illusory figure waved his hand, and a wave of energy swept up the remaining god-fiend experts into the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Fei watched as the god-fiend master's illusory figure left. The human god monarchs really didn't lie to me. The god-fiend master is indeed in seclusion with the support of the ancient eternal gloves. Putting away the myriad essence pool, he swept a glance at it. In a short period of time, he had plundered more than 3,000 god-fiend experts. This was quite unexpected. Unfortunately, my strength is limited. Lin Fei felt a little regretful. However, the situation now is much better than I imagined. At least I can finally come out. The god-fiend pool's aura was oppressive, and Lin Fei didn't like it. But the roving Jade Divine Kingdom outside was different. Brother Lin actually won. The human experts outside the god-fiend pool had not left, such as Zhang Wudi and the other experts from major factions. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other in dismay. Everyone knew how powerful the god-fiend master was. Now that he had taken the initiative to retreat, it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is about to produce a top expert. Xiahu's expression changed. However, the human race and the God-fiend race are probably going to fall out completely. That Lin Fei's accumulation is too deep. The human experts couldn't imagine how he cultivated. By the time the 5 human god monarchs came out, the God-fiend master's illusory figure had vanished, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. It ended just like that? God King Yeqing looked outside. Not only was the God-fiend master's illusory figure gone, but even that Lin Fei was gone. I never expected that the God-fiend master would have such a day. God King Duanfei laughed. The God-fiend race is going to suffer heavy losses this time. Chapter 36:15. After this battle, Jade Turing Divine Nation's God-fiend clans suffered heavy losses. Their vitality was greatly damaged. At the same time, it also helped to establish Lin Fei's supreme prestige. Not falling into a disadvantageous position when confronting God-fiend masters, his valiant strength shocked countless human experts. At the same time, there was also a deep fear. Not long ago, they were still planning to capture Lin Fei. Now that the other party flew into the sky and could fight equally with God-fiend master phantoms, who still dared to have that kind of thought? Moreover, the other party still had Ancient Heng's glove. With a deep accumulation, and then activating this glove, his strength skyrocketed. The target of everyone's discussion, Lin Fei, was currently hiding in a mountain range in Jade Turing Divine Nation. 8,000 strands of celestial deity power. In an underground cave abode in the mountain range, Lin Fei increased his strength again. After adding 1,000 strands of celestial deity power, he finally reached the limits of his physical body and could not accumulate anymore. My physical body has also reached the limits. Lin Fei sighed lightly. I can try to impact the second level, 8,000 strands of celestial deity power, 5th firmament celestial deity realm. Not everyone could do it. Before that, I have to first refine Ancient Heng's glove. Before this, Lin Fei had never gone to refine it. As a part of the arch armor left behind by the number 1 Divine Emperor, he did not dare to be careless. Now, he had 8,000 strands of celestial deity power, and his strength increased greatly again. Lin Fei had the confidence to face the invisible danger brought by Ancient Heng's glove. Refine for me. A drop of fresh blood landed on Ancient Heng's glove and began to be refined. Boom! When the fresh blood landed on Ancient Heng's glove, a supreme thought of overlooking the world suppressed down. Lin Fei's vital energy and blood surged on the spot, practically gushing out uncontrollably. Celestial deity power, counterattack for me. Lin Fei shouted, mobilizing all his celestial deity power to attack. 8,000 strands of celestial deity power bombarded the supreme thought. It kept colliding and grinding. Lin Fei also quickly suppressed his surging vital energy and blood. Fortunately, I was prepared. 8,000 strands of celestial deity power is not to be trifled with. The thought of a monarch descending upon the world was very strong. It was as if an emperor was constantly pressing down. Lin Fei channeled the heavenly god's power to resist this supreme thought. The invisible confrontation continued to collide. This was an invisible attack. As time passed, the invisible pressure began to weaken. Lin Fei no longer felt the enormous pressure he had at the beginning. Break for me! The power of the god of heaven surged up and charged into Gu Heng's glove, sweeping away the supreme thoughts of the number 1 god emperor. After a long period of time, the consciousness of Emperor God Gu Heng had become extremely weak. Now that Lin Fei had forcefully killed his way in, coupled with the fact that there was no one to control him, he was forced to retreat step by step and was completely wiped out. Success! Yi Xiaolong was glad that he did not recklessly refine it back then. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The supreme thoughts of the number 1 god emperor were indeed terrifying. It took 8,000 strands of heavenly god's power to block this supreme thought attack. Lin Fei conveniently left a strand of his divine sense on the Ancient Heng glove and turned into a supreme expert sitting in the depths. A vast and mighty aura penetrated the Ancient Heng glove. Wait, this is... The moment he completely refined it, a message was sent over. God-killing fist, used together with the ancient Heng glove, power amplification? Is there such a fist technique? Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The amount of information was too much. It could even be said to be extremely terrifying. Lin Fei suppressed his joy and checked the message. When he finished reading it, he was abnormally excited. Ah, the number 1 God Emperor lives up to his name. No wonder he could suppress an era and establish a supreme empire. Lin Fei took a deep breath. He is indeed amazing. This message was about the God-killing fist. The God-killing fist was created by Emperor God Gu Heng. It was a fist technique that could amplify power. However, it had to be used together with the ancient Heng glove. It was extremely powerful and was the strongest fist technique of Emperor God Gu Heng. The core of this fist technique was power. The stronger the power, the more terrifying the explosive power. It was because of Emperor God Gu Heng's deep accumulation and the first Emperor armor that he possessed the supreme power to suppress an era. Lin Fei believed that Emperor God Gu Heng definitely had the power to reach the Immortal realm. Only an Immortal realm expert could suppress an era and create an era. Originally, my 8,000 traces of Heaven God's power was considered powerful. If I could master the God-killing fist and use it with the ancient Heng glove, I would have the real power to protect myself. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, picked up the ancient Heng glove and put it on his hand. He gently stroked it. When he put on the ancient Heng glove, a faintly discernible aura appeared. Just as I guessed. Lin Fei smiled proudly. This aura should be the remaining 7 parts. This feeling was very illusory. The strongest part is indeed unimaginable. It can sense the whereabouts of the other parts. It's a pity that there isn't a second part in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. No, there seems to be. Lin Fei carefully sensed again, and one of the aura was magnified infinitely. This aura was in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. Could it be that the Divine Demon Master also has a part? Lin Fei was shocked. If that's the case, then everything can be explained. The appearance of a second part in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. After I master the God-killing fist, my strength will be amplified. Even if it's the most basic first stage, my strength will be amplified by 10 times. He had 8,000 traces of Heaven God's power. After the amplification, it would be 80,000 traces of Heaven God's power. Lin Fei was horrified just thinking about it. The first stage of the God-killing fist was extremely difficult. Lin Fei began to concentrate and began to break through the first stage of the God-killing fist. In the roving Jade Divine Kingdom, when everyone thought that Lin Fei would appear again, Lin Fei seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. He disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. This surprised countless people. The 5 human race God Kings were also puzzled. They hoped that Lin Fei would come out, but he disappeared just like that. Some people thought that he had left. Others thought that Lin Fei had gone into hiding. There were all kinds of discussions. Time flew by and 5 years passed. These 5 years in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom could be said to be peaceful. The only major difference was that the human race could explore some mystic realms. After the God-Fiend race lost a large number of elites, their vitality was greatly damaged. They also chose to give up all the territories that they had previously occupied. The human race was naturally overjoyed. Countless people secretly thanked Lin Fei. If not for him, the God-Fiends would not have given up the ownership of these mystic realms. The God-Fiend race was also surprisingly low-key. Everyone knew that the God-Fiend race was recuperating and accumulating strength again. On this day, in the mountain range, loud laughter reverberated. A figure rushed out of the underground cave abode. 5 years, I finally learned the first stage of the God-killing fist. Lin Fei cried tears of joy. It could be said that it exceeded Lin Fei's expectations to use 5 years to reach the first stage of a fist technique's first stage. Destruction. Lin Fei punched out. Vast power swept out. Chapter 36:16. What happened? How did the mountain range turn into ruins? Who made a move? Could it be a God King? Ever since the God-Demon clan rested, human experts began to explore the outside world. When the mountain range was destroyed and turned into ruins, countless experts were scared out of their wits. They looked at each other in dismay, then fear took over as they fled in all directions, not daring to stay. Lin Fei was quite shocked by the power of the god-slaying fist. I only used 1,000 strands of God's power, and I already caused such damage. This is terrifying. The mountain range in front of him had been reduced to ruins. Lin Fei was dazed for a few seconds before he finally recovered. There is a reason why God Emperor Gu Heng is so powerful. Lin Fei turned and left. The first stage of destruction was already so terrifying. He didn't dare to imagine the later stages because the god-slaying fist had a total of 5 stages. After leaving, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. God-slaying fist's first stage was completed, and his strength soared again. Lin Fei pondered how to increase his body's limit. He wasn't sure if he could open the second stage with 8,000 strands of God's power. Therefore, Lin Fei needed to find the 5 human god kings to understand. As the last of the 13 god nations, Jade Roving Divine Nation wasn't as simple as he imagined. Lin Fei believed that there was a way to break through his current body's limit and break through the second stage of the 13-stage golden body technique. He didn't believe that the god-demon clan could be as monstrous as him. After all, this was their clan's cornerstone technique. Since it was created by someone, there must be a cultivation method. If it wasn't for the god-demon clan being in danger, Lin Fei really wanted to understand it. But now wasn't the time. He wanted to find out from the 5 human god kings first. Jade Roving Demonic City. Lin Fei arrived above Jade Roaming Demon City and scanned the area. He confirmed the residence of the strongest of the 5 godly monarchs. God King Yeqing's residence. In the past 5 years, this god king had gained quite a lot. He had explored many secret realms, so he was very grateful for Lin Fei's contributions. A few months ago, he had even obtained a supreme treasure that he had been eyeing for a very long time. What kind of person is he? He's giving me goosebumps. God King Yeqing sat in his study. Suddenly, his body turned cold as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He had not felt this for a long time. The only person in the entire Jade Roving Divine Kingdom that could make him feel this way was the God-Fiend Lord. Could it be that the God-Demon Master is here? Boom! A ripple came from the void and a figure walked out. Long time no see, Divine King Yeqing. You look great, said Lin Fei with a smile. God King Yeqing's expression changed slightly as he cupped his hands and said, So it's Brother Lin. I thought it was a God-Fiend Lord. You really scared me to death. Lin Fei could tell that Divine King Yeqing was trembling in fear. Haha, are you curious if I'm that terrifying? Didn't I just come out of seclusion? I wanted to come over for a cup of water. Indeed, God King Yeqing did not expect Lin Fei to look for him. He immediately said happily, It's my honor to have Brother Lin visit my humble abode. Brother Lin, please take a seat. For this, God King Yeqing personally brewed tea as though he was a distinguished guest. This tea is not bad. Lin Fei sipped a few mouthfuls. It's all thanks to Brother Lin. I gathered this in a mystic realm. Said God King Yeqing. There aren't many in the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom, but there are countless mystic realms of various sizes. Previously, they were all in the hands of the God-Fiends. Now that the God-Fiends have given up on them, it has benefited us humans. I thank you on behalf of the humans in Jade Roving Demonic City. God King Yeqing stood up and bowed towards Lin Fei. As a God King, I've let down the human race. I haven't done anything great all these years. Instead, it was Brother Lin's arrival that changed the situation of the human race and suppressed the God-Fiends. You are a great contributor to the human race. Lin Fei waved his hand and laughed out loud. After some idle chatter, I came here today to understand something. After all, you are a veteran here. I'm a newcomer and I'm definitely inferior to you. Lin Fei went straight to the point. God King Yeqing said respectfully, Brother Lin, feel free to ask if you need any help. I want to know if there are any worldly treasures in the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom that can allow one to break through the limits of the physical body. Lin Fei did not mention the God-Fiend cultivation technique. Lin Fei did not wish to tell anyone about the 13-stage golden body art. If news of this spread, the God-Fiend race might attack him, such as the God-Fiend Lord. It was better to be safe than sorry. He could not afford to be careless. Worldly treasures that can allow one to break through the limits of the physical body. Let me think. God King Yeqing did not reply immediately. Instead, he searched through his memories and suddenly took out a manual. I nearly forgot about this. Lin Fei did not speak. Brother Lin, there are many good things in the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom, but they are guarded by powerful special creatures. These are the worldly treasures that the 5 God Kings have recorded. They are all top-notch existences. God King Yeqing handed it over. Lin Fei was rather surprised. He never expected God King Yeqing to have such items. Then I really want to see what's in there. Lin Fei took the book and began flipping through it. The moment he flipped open the first page, the treasures inside immediately made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Eye of Truth. Legend has it that it was refined by an ancient expert. It can see through all things in the world. It is a top-notch treasure and is guarded by God Lord Colossal Eyes. Undying God Flower can withstand death once. At the same time, it can also be consumed. No matter how serious the injuries are, it can be instantly healed. Currently guarded by Huofeng Phoenix. Lin Fei read very carefully as a smile constantly appeared on his face. If he had not come to find God King Yeqing, he would not have believed that the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom had such good things. They were all top-notch, and any one of them was worth coveting. However, the top-notch treasures were guarded by powerful existences. At a glance, they were almost all God Lord experts. There were even experts that were infinitely close to becoming God Emperors. Everything was clearly recorded on it. This was absolutely terrifying. As he continued reading, Lin Fei's heart sank when he did not see the treasures he wanted. There must be something. It's impossible that there isn't. When he flipped to the last page, just as Lin Fei was about to despair, a few words entered his eyes, and his eyes lit up. Heavenly Mystic Divine Blood. A special type of divine blood. No one knows what it is, but it is guarded by the God-Fiend race. It is said that it can break through the limits of the physical body. This must be what the God-Fiend race uses to break through the limits of the physical body. Lin Fei believed that it would be useful for him as well. Even if he could only break through once, he was confident that he could cultivate it to the 2nd level and improve his strength greatly. The Heavenly Mystic Divine Blood is guarded by the God-Fiend race? Chapter 36:17. Lin Fei left after understanding the situation. Only after asking did he realize that the Azure Divine Kingdom was more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Fei hoped that the Azure Divine Kingdom had as many good things as possible. Before leaving, he specially obtained a map of the Azure Divine Kingdom from God King Yeqing. It marked out the size of the mystic realms in great detail. As a member of the human race, Lin Fei was honored as the #1 expert of the Azure Divine Kingdom after his battle with the Master God-Fiend projection. Everyone was convinced of the title of #1 expert. It was precisely because of Lin Fei's appearance that the situation changed. In the past 5 years, everyone had benefited greatly, especially the 5 God Kings. When God King Yeqing took it out, he did so willingly. A few days later, Lin Fei quietly came to the depths of the mountain range. Unlike other places, the Azure Divine Kingdom's mountain range was crisscrossed, with no end in sight. Without a map, it would be difficult to find the corresponding place, and one might even get lost in the mountain range. It should be a few dozen miles ahead. I can sense a powerful life aura, like the moon in the night sky. In the forest, a figure rushed out and landed on the crown of a towering tree in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and sensed the powerful life aura in the distance. Apart from that, there were also a dozen or so weaker auras. The Azure Divine Kingdom seems to be the world of the God-Fiend race, but in reality, it is not. The powerful existence in this mountain range is not something they can suppress. Even if the Master God-Fiend makes a move, the result will be the same. Lin Fei finally understood why the human race had not dared to step into the mountain range previously. Danger lurked everywhere. He gently stroked Gu Heng's gloves. Heavenly profound divine blood, here I come. Yi Xiaolong rushed down and strode over. When he was 50 miles away, the aura of powerful ferocious beasts overwhelmed him, and glowing eyes appeared in front of him. Wow, this aura is at the God King realm. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He took out the myriad essence pool and enveloped the incoming ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were strong, and with a swing, they shook the powerful suction of the myriad essence pool. Now that Lin Fei had 8,000 strands of heavenly god power, the power of the myriad essence pool was extremely terrifying. The fact that these beasts could shake a person for a short period of time was also very terrifying. If a human expert encountered them, they could only turn around and run. Return. As soon as Lin Fei's power increased, the beasts couldn't resist and were sucked in one after another. 5, 10, 20. Along the way, ferocious beasts constantly surrounded them. Under the power of the myriad origin pool, not a single ferocious beast could withstand it and was easily sucked into it. That powerful aura also began to envelop the area in front of them. With these powerful beasts guarding this place, it is indeed difficult for humans to enter. Lin Fei walked leisurely. Not a single beast could get close to him. When it was close to 10 li, a terrifying pressure came crashing down. The violent and ferocious aura constantly collided with everything in the surroundings. As soon as Lin Fei entered this area, there was a pressure on him from all directions. Now that he had reached the first level of the 13-fold golden body technique, the pressure only made his blood and qi churn slightly when it hit him. As he continued to go deeper, the pressure was like a mountain, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Lin Fei's speed was not very fast. As he moved forward, he observed his surroundings. Apart from the pressure, there was no other existence. Even the ferocious beasts had disappeared. Here we are. In the last 10 li, Lin Fei began to use the heavenly god power to resist. A hillside appeared in front of him. This hillside was very ordinary and very inconspicuous. However, on this hillside, there was a 10-meter tall tree. This tree was bare, and no leaves could be seen. However, at this time, there were several blood-colored fruits hanging on this strange tree, exuding a strange aura. Heavenly profound blood fruit. Lin Fei was overjoyed. According to the information, the heavenly profound divine blood comes from this strange fruit. He did not go closer. The special feeling brought by the heavenly profound divine fruit made Lin Fei's body throb. It was a very strange feeling. This fruit must be useful for breaking through the limits of the body. Lin Fei could faintly feel a trace of joy coming from his body, which only a physical body like his could sense. 5 heavenly profound divine fruits. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I only need one. No matter who it is, they can only take it once in their lifetime. It will not work the second time. Go. The myriad essence pool flew above the heavenly profound divine tree, and a terrifying suction force instantly enveloped the divine tree. It started to take action on a heavenly profound divine fruit. Who dares to touch my treasure? Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly descended, and the originally empty space was suddenly filled with a black fog. As soon as the black fog appeared, it covered the entire area. The black fog instantly enveloped the heavenly profound divine tree. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly profound divine tree and the fruit disappeared without a trace. It has been hidden. The myriad essence pool did not absorb the black fog, and Lin Fei knew that he was in trouble. He originally wanted to sneak around, but it turned out that he was overthinking. Human, I found you. A murderous intent came from the black fog. Suddenly, it looked in the direction of Lin Fei, and a large amount of black fog rushed over. Annoying human, you can go to hell now. The black fog turned into several ferocious beasts, and instantly pounced on Lin Fei. Swoosh! The ferocious beasts turned into black fog again, and swept at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already prepared, but he still could not keep up with the speed of the opponent's attack. His whole body was swept away, and at the same time, the black fog raged on his skin, trying to penetrate into his body, leaving a small wound. Just the attack of the black fog has injured me. Lin Fei looked down at the wound, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. No wonder the divine demon clan wants to cooperate. The ferocious beasts were indeed terrifying. Ordinary human experts, even if they were at the God King level, would probably be killed by the black fog in a single move. I only want a sky-profound divine fruit. Don't force me to use my killing move. Lin Fei shouted. You also saw it. You can't kill me with your means. Human, you actually did not die. The terrifying ferocious beast wrapped in black fog said, No wonder you have the courage to snatch my treasure. You should know that even the divine demon clan does not dare to make a move. Lin Fei raised the ancient Heng gloves. Divine demon clan, that is the divine demon clan, I am me. Do you see this? This is the ancient Heng gloves, the treasure of the #1 divine emperor. Once I make a move, I wonder if you can withstand it. After a short probing, Lin Fei did not dare to hold back. He must use the ancient Heng gloves. Only by using the ancient Heng gloves together with the god-killing fist could he suppress the opponent. As for whether he could kill it, that was another matter. Ancient Heng gloves, you are a human, how can you have this thing? The ferocious beast in the black fog obviously recognized it and exclaimed, You are a human, and you dare to use the ancient Heng gloves to deal with me, you are too arrogant, this kind of good thing should belong to me. Boom! The sky was filled with black fog, and a bloody mouth came whistling over. The heaven and earth turned dark. God-killing fist. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the heavenly god's power in his body surged, instantly consuming 5,000 strands. Chapter 36:18. Lin Fei had planned to talk nicely with the other party. But this guy didn't like it, so he couldn't blame him for attacking. Lin Fei also wanted to know how powerful this terrifying beast in the black fog was. Boom! The surging power was extremely condensed, and it instantly pierced through the bloody mouth. The powerful force went straight into the black fog, and a large area of the black fog collapsed. How dare you hurt me? With a roar, a figure rushed out. It was an orc covered in scales, and it was full of hostility like smoke. At this time, half of its body was covered in wounds. But even so, its life aura was still strong. So fast, not good. Lin Fei was targeted by a terrifying aura. A figure came in front of him, pushed his hands flat, and power surged. Boom! He flew backward. Lin Fei smashed into a forest, and the flesh on his chest cracked and caved in. Damn, it's so strong. Lin Fei thought that with the god-killing fist he would be able to seriously injure the other party, but now he realized that it was far from enough. However, the other party didn't seem to have it easy. After all, it was the power of 50,000 heavenly gods. You're dead, I'll definitely kill you. The orc pounced again, punching with his bare hands. The void was collapsing, and before the fist arrived, the wind from the fist bombarded Lin Fei's body. Again! Lin Fei also went all out, and this time, he mobilized 8,000 heavenly gods' power. How dare you look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson later. Boom! When the fists collided, 80,000 heavenly gods' power surged out, transforming into the god-killing fist. A monstrous phantom appeared, and a punch landed on the orc's fist. With a loud crack, the power was like the sea, directly crushing the orc's arm, and the terrible power hit the orc's body. This time, it was the other party's turn to be sent flying. This is not enough. Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool and smashed it down with a loud bang. The beastman raised his hand to block, shaking off the 10,000 origin pool. However, he was not much better off. He kept vomiting blood. Lin Fei caught up to him and punched him. A rumbling power surged into his opponent's body, causing him to continuously cough up blood and his aura to weaken. However, the Beastman powerhouse's counterattack sent Lin Fei flying with a single punch. The Beastman powerhouse's every move was filled with power. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and it was almost impossible to block. Crack, crack, crack. Too strong. My body can withstand the attack of a 5th Sky of King God Realm expert, but this Beastman expert's casual attack almost broke my body. Lin Fei also vomited blood. He was quite shocked. If a Fiend God Master of the Fiend God race were to fight the opponent head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Lin Fei was very clear about this. It's a pity that you ran into me. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and pounced forward again. Once again he mobilized all the strength in his body to attack his opponent with all his might. The Beastman powerhouse was also very shocked. A human's strength was so ferocious that even his body could not withstand it. It was simply inconceivable. Even if the fiend god race was famous for their strength, he did not take the other party seriously. The other party was indeed a surprise. No matter how strong the human's body is, it's not as strong as us beastmen. He won't last long. The Beastman powerhouse pounced forward. Human, you have successfully angered me. I will break all the bones in your body. That may not be so. Lin Fei and the Beastman powerhouse clashed. His punch pierced through the other party, but he himself was also beaten into a bloody mess. This was the only thing he could do. Let's see how many punches you can withstand. The Beastman powerhouse reached out and grabbed. His strength was like a ball, smashing down violently. Lin Fei's god-killing fist also hit the other party's body. Just like that, one punch after another, they set off terrifying waves. Boom! Lin Fei punched 9 times in a row. This was the last punch. There was no longer a trace of heavenly god's power in his body. The other party's attack also landed on his body. Lin Fei flew backward like a meteor, blood gushing out continuously. His vision became blurry, and he gasped for breath. I didn't expect that there would be a day where I would be beaten to the point of fainting. Who knows how many bones in my body are broken? That guy is even worse off than me. Lin Fei didn't even move as waves of intense pain swept over him. This was Lin Fei's most tragic fight. The most straightforward way of fighting without any tricks, straight to the point. I wonder if he's dead. Lin Fei's body was tattered from head to toe, and it was on the verge of collapse. If he's dead, that would be the best. Human brat, you still lost. The Beastman powerhouse climbed up with difficulty. There was a shocking bloody hole in the center of his body, but he still stood up, revealing a sinister smile. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Unfortunately, we primordial beastmen have always been famous for our strong vitality. Primordial beastmen? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had really underestimated these powerful existences guarding this place. It turned out that they all had powerful backgrounds. No wonder. Am I going to lose? Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He had indeed underestimated the power of these existences. Even the demon masters could only choose to cooperate. He had indeed been a little too conceited when he had charged over alone. He deserved to be unlucky. I originally planned to kill you, but I think it's better to eat you. The Beastman powerhouse walked over. After all, a powerful human like you is a great tonic for us. A great tonic. Lin Fei was speechless. Eat me? Wait for your next life. Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool and suppressed it. It's all up to you. A huge suction force enveloped the Beastman powerhouse. Damn it, how can you still activate it? The Beastman powerhouse was furious. He slapped out with his palm, but the myriad essence pool only shook a little. With this slap, the Beastman powerhouse lost his last bit of strength and fell into the myriad essence pool with a whoosh. Cough, 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 I finally won. Lin Fei spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, I kept the heavenly god's power as a trump card. Otherwise, I would really be finished. Streams of heavenly god's power flowed into Lin Fei's body and quickly healed his injuries. In the blink of an eye, he had almost used up all of his power. I have to be careful in the future. The Divine Demon Master's projection was very strong, but compared to this primordial beastman, there was a huge gap. At least, the Divine Demon Master's projection could not injure his body. This round beastman could do it. After resting for half a day, Lin Fei could finally stand up. The wounds on his body were still shocking. It's worth it to get the heavenly profound divine fruit. This is related to breaking the limits of my body. Lin Fei looked at the tree again. The black mist had disappeared, but he could still feel the residual power. They're all mine now. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle and put away all 5 fruits. In the mountains there are many dangers. If I go out now, I might be in danger. It's better to recover my strength here. With such a primordial beastman, he believed that this area belonged to him. No outsider would dare to intrude. Chapter 36:19. He rested for more than half a month. Lin Fei had underestimated the damage inflicted by the mixed-element beastmen. Even though his body had become very strong, he was still severely injured. Lin Fei opened his eyes. The last of his injuries had been healed. The mixed-element beastmen are indeed powerful. It took me half a month to suppress and expel the injuries left behind after their death. Lin Fei felt the vigorous power in his body again and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to improve the second level of the 13 levels of Golden Body Incantation. After fighting with the mixed-element beastmen, Lin Fei understood the gap between him and the mixed-element beastmen. The Azure Divine Nation belonged to the Divine Demon Clan, but in fact, these mixed-element beastmen might be the strongest existence. Lin Fei flipped his hand and a heavenly profound divine fruit appeared in his hand. Break the limit of my body, starting now. The remaining power of the mixed-element beastmen did not dissipate. Without any worries, Lin Fei swallowed the heavenly profound divine fruit, and a wave of heat instantly spread through his body. Boom! A ball of purple fire appeared around Lin Fei's body. It's so hot! The heat was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. It seemed that his whole body was going to burn. Hold on, I have to hold on. The blazing aura burned his body. Lin Fei could feel the changes in his body. The original limit had changed slightly. It was not very obvious, but he could feel it. Lin Fei used the first level of the 13 levels of Golden Body Incantation to resist the waves of burning. 5 minutes. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Half a day, 1 day. The powerful effect of the heavenly profound divine fruit lasted for 7 days. I broke through. It's indeed a spirit treasure. The moment he broke through the limit, Lin Fei was ecstatic. This meant that he could continue to absorb the power of the divine god and successfully break through the second level. As soon as the limit disappeared, Lin Fei felt like a fish returning to the sea. 10,000 Essence Divine King Pill. The 10,000 Essence pool flew out, and a large number of 10,000 Essence Heavenly Divine Pills came down. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed. The Myriad Origin God King Pill exploded and a black current surged over. He opened his mouth and swallowed, all of it surging into his body. In that instant, he turned into a giant, expanding and expanding until he was on the verge of exploding. Boom boom boom. The aura on his body began to break through. The heaven god's power was also increasing. 8,500. 9,000. 10,000, 11,000, 13,000, 15,000. The torrent of Myriad Origin God King Pills in the Myriad Origin pool was completely absorbed and refined by Lin Fei. With just a few thoughts, he easily refined these things completely. This was something he couldn't do before. Now, when Lin Fei did it, there was no difficulty at all. It was as easy as floating clouds and flowing water. 16,000 wisps of heavenly god power. That was a total of 8,000 streams of heavenly god's power. 13-fold golden body incantation, disperse. Boom! Lin Fei's body decomposed and began to break through to the second level of the 13-fold golden body incantation. As for the second level, it took him a whole year. Under Lin Fei's reasonable use of the 16,000 streams of heavenly god power, he finally broke through to the second level. There should be no difference between my physical body and that of the mixed origin beastmen now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. At that moment, his body was filled with a domineering aura. Boom! With a punch, the void in front of him was pierced. The power did not spread at all. It was like a beam of light, and the surrounding void did not collapse because of it. This is true power. Perfect, flawless, and extremely powerful. This trip was worth it. After the second level of the 13-fold golden body incantation, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his body had broken through the level of a river, as if he had stepped into the level of an ocean. The heavenly god power did not cover everything. Now, I want to condense more heavenly god power. Ordinary god fiends probably won't feel much, But the mixed origin beastmen here contain a large amount of heaven and earth energy. They are the best targets for me to refine. Lin Fei was not satisfied with 16,000 streams of heavenly god power. Sir God Myriad Flow was a powerful mixed origin beastman from the Jade Turing mountain range of the Jade Turing divine nation. He was at the peak of the first heaven of the divine lord realm. Your Majesty, bad news. Someone has barged in. Sir God Myriad Flow was entertaining a few good friends, all of whom were mixed origin beastmen from the Jade Turing mountain range. In the Jade Turing mountain range, those who could become mixed origin beastmen were all divine lords. Those who were not divine lords could not be called mixed origin beastmen at all. As soon as he said that, the door outside rumbled loudly and thousands of fragments flew in. Who's causing trouble? Sir God Myriad Flow waved his hand. Thick power like a mountain blocked in front of him. Layers of flowing water swept away all the attacks. Mixed origin beastmen are indeed mixed origin beastmen. A figure rushed to the front of the barrier. With a rumble, the barrier shattered, and a figure like a stream of light punched Sir God Myriad Flow's face. Sir God Myriad Flow smashed into the palace wall behind him. The expressions of the other three mixed origin beastmen changed suddenly. As mixed origin beastmen, even divine lords of the human clan or godfiend clan did not dare to attack them. Human. This is a human expert. How is this possible? There doesn't seem to be any human in the Jade Turing Divine Kingdom who has broken through to the God King realm. I was punched by a human expert. The punch landed on his face, and half of his face caved in. Fortunately, he was a mixed origin beastman, or he would have been killed by this punch. Mixed origin beastmen are indeed mixed origin beastmen. I admire this strength. A figure pounced at Sir God Myriad Flow again. This person was Lin Fei, who had been searching along the way. After killing some foreign experts in the mountain range, he had obtained quite a lot of information, including information about mixed origin beastmen. Human, you're courting death. Sir God Myriad Flow roared angrily and broke free from the wall. His eyes were spewing fire, and he punched out with an overbearing and invincible punch. The void in front of him collapsed. This punch contained a terrifying tearing force, like thousands of swords. It was extremely mighty. With this kind of power, even a fifth sky of King God Realm expert would be smashed into pieces with just one strike. The collapse of the void did not stop the figure from approaching. The punch collided with the opponent's fist. A torrent of energy burst out, and a phantom appeared. An unparalleled punch with an unstoppable momentum landed on Sir God Myriad Flow's body. You still dare to injure? Sir God Myriad Flow did not care about this punch, but when this punch completely burst out, his expression changed drastically. Impossible, how can you're human? The phantom's punch penetrated Sir God Myriad Flow's body, and he was smashed into the wall again. Thousands of energy ravaged his body, and Sir God Myriad Flow was on the verge of death. Withdraw! The Myriad Essence pool flew out, and Sir God Myriad Flow was sucked in with a swoosh. One down. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Now it's your turn. Boom! Lin Fei punched out, and once the phantom appeared, it was unparalleled and invincible. Run! The torrent swept out, and the three mixed origin beastmen were smashed out like sandbags, crashing through the cave abode. The Myriad Essence pool followed up, enveloped them, and sucked them in. In the blink of an eye, they were refined. The black torrent flowed into Lin Fei's body, and his aura rose again. Chapter 3620. Inside yet another cave abode. There was a loud rumbling sound. A figure was smashed out, a large hole in his chest. That was the result of someone's fist piercing through his body, the power surging violently. No, how can a human injure a mixed element beastman? The mixed element beastman lying on the ground looked terrified. He was injured by a human expert, and the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. There's no why. I can only say that I'm stronger than you. A figure rushed out like a stream of light and punched the mixed element beastman, sending him flying again. A cauldron appeared in midair and sucked the mixed element beastman in with a whoosh. The last weak mixed element beastman in this mountain range. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and allowed the torrent to enter his body. If I go in again, those mixed element beastmen are powerful, at least in the 4th or 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. The higher the realm of these mixed element beastmen, the stronger they are. Their physical strength is terrifying. Lin Fei's strength had a great breakthrough, but he did not dare to fight them now. 20,000 streams of heavenly god's power. This was Lin Fei's current limit. After consuming the heavenly arcane divine fruit and breaking through the limits of his physical body, the 13-stage golden body technique had also successfully reached the 2nd level, increasing his heavenly god's power by more than 10,000 streams. It's time to meet the divine demon master. With a smile, Lin Fei's body tore through the air like a beam of light. The void rolled to the sides like flowing water, but it did not collapse. At this moment, Lin Fei's control of power had reached an extreme. It could be said that he could move at will, hard or soft, all in an instant. Divine Demon City. This was another big city in Jade Roving Divine Kingdom, and it was also the only big city apart from Jade Roving Demonic City. The Divine Demon City occupied a huge area. This fiend god city wasn't built on a plain, but on a mountain, surrounding a huge mountain heavily. And on the peak of the mountain was the most influential Divine Demon Palace. The Divine Demon Master was in the Divine Demon Palace. The Celestial Demonic City is filled with experts. Unfortunately, they pose no threat to me now. Lin Fei came out of the void and looked at the palaces of various sizes, as well as the God-Fiend experts who emitted powerful life auras. He had to admit that the God-Fiend race was indeed powerful. That should be the God-Demon Palace. I can feel a very obscure aura emerging from the underground of the mountain. It should be the God-Demon Lord. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, arriving in the sky above Fiend God City. God-Fiend Master, I'm coming. Boom! His fist blasted downwards. The power was like a black torrent, crashing into the sky above the demonic god city. A wave of ripples appeared, and then more and more of them appeared. With a crack, the defenses of the demonic god city, which they were so proud of, were easily broken. Lin Fei swaggered in. A human expert is here. Our demonic god city's defenses have been breached. Oh no, that's Lin Fei. How is this possible? How dare he come? A deafening sound rang out, and powerful auras rushed out. However, when they saw Lin Fei, they all felt unwell, and fear filled their hearts. The God-Fiend experts suffered heavy casualties, all because of one person. Even the God-Fiend Master had no choice but to retreat. That scene was unforgettable for the God-Fiend experts. When the other party's fist broke through the God-Fiend's defenses, the supreme power seemed to bombard the hearts of the God-Fiend experts. Fear surfaced in their hearts. None of the God-Fiend experts dared to make a move. Human Lin Fei, how dare you come? An angry roar sounded above the demonic god palace. You're dead this time. The divine power palm pressed down, its might even greater than before. Lin Fei didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and met it with a palm. With a loud boom, a shockwave soared into the sky and swept in all directions. God-Fiend Master, you really can't do anything to me if you don't come in person. Lin Fei walked towards the demonic god palace. Wherever he passed, the God-Fiend experts pushed him away. Little God-Fiend, who had been undercover in the God-Fiend palace, reported the news immediately. The 5 godly monarchs also received the news immediately. What? He went to the God-Fiend city? He even broke through the city's defenses with a single punch. This strength. It's a draw after exchanging blows? The 5 godly monarchs rushed out of Jade Wandering Demon City and rushed to the God-Fiend city. One thing they couldn't adapt to was how Lin Fei's strength increased so quickly. Even with the myriad essence pool, it might not be that fast. God-Fiend Master, I'm here personally. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me? You have to know that it's very rude. Lin Fei came to a spot not far from the God-Fiend Palace. He reached out and slapped the God-Fiend Palace. Terrifying power poured down and struck the God-Fiend Palace. Similarly, the faint ripples on the God-Fiend Palace's defenses instantly shattered. Boom! Boom. The God-fiend palace was instantly destroyed. A terrifying force permeated the mountain, and the God-fiend experts could only hear cracking sounds. Not good, something happened. The mountain collapsed. How is that possible? The God-fiend experts were horrified. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Rumble. The cracks grew larger and larger, covering the entire mountain. After a loud boom, a heart-palpitating aura erupted from the depths of the mountain. But under Lin Fei's palm, that power collapsed silently. The God-fiend mountain collapsed with a rumble. The mountain cracked and flew in all directions. The entire God-fiend city was filled with earth-shattering rocks. Each piece contained tremendous power, smashing the God-fiends in the city into a sorry state. The original location of the God-fiend mountain was replaced by ruins. Countless God-fiends wept. That was where their faith was. Now, everything was gone. No one had ever been able to collapse the God-fiend mountain with the power of a palm. But today, someone did it. Furthermore, it was a human. He subverted the God-fiend race's understanding. But they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. Why aren't you coming out yet? Lin Fei stood in midair. Then I can only visit you personally. Deep underground, an aura rushed out and condensed into a figure. It was the mighty God-fiend Phantom. Human, if you leave now, I won't pursue this matter. The God-fiend master's words shocked countless God-fiend experts. Phantom, you have no right to speak to me. Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, power surged and violently lashed at the Phantom. With a crack, it shattered into pieces. This scene dumbfounded countless people on the spot. The powerful God-fiend Phantom was destroyed just like that? Lin Fei casually destroyed the projection of the demonic God Master. The opponent's strength was simply too weak. Not everyone could withstand the power of 26,000 strands of heavenly God power. God-fiend Master, I'm coming down. Lin Fei rushed down and punched the ground. The entire earth shook, and the God-fiend experts couldn't stand steadily. Impudent. Chapter 36:21. That Lin Fei is even more powerful. Even the projection of a God-fiend master can't withstand the power of a casual strike. Outside the God-fiend city. When the 5 human godly kings saw this scene, they gasped. Then they were filled with joy. The human race had finally produced a powerful expert. An existence that could fight against a God-fiend master. In fact, they felt that Lin Fei's strength was above that of a God-fiend master. The human race is lucky. Godly King Yeqing's gaze flickered. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei rushed underground. The black energy crashed against the pressure below, collapsing along the way. God-fiend master, I'm here. Lin Fei charged straight into the ground. He thought that the God-fiend master projection would come out to stop him, but it didn't. He was somewhat disappointed. Was this God-fiend master afraid? Boom! Lin Fei landed on the ground, thousands of feet above the ground. The sound of his landing was amplified infinitely, spreading all the way. In the silent underground, it was very loud. Lin Fei of the human race, you're courting death. A beam of light flashed in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even look at it. He punched out directly. The light flashed for a moment, then dimmed. Projection, you are not qualified to speak. Every time you appear, I will destroy you. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked around. He realized that this underground place was filled with intersecting passageways, and cold winds blew. Maze array? Lin Fei shook his head. It can stop others, but not me. With the ancient Heng Glove's senses, he faced one of the passageways and strode in. Hua! A terrifying white cold wind came crushing over. Lin Fei couldn't react in time and was sealed by the white cold light, turning into an ice sculpture. With a crack, the ice shattered. Lin Fei's lips curled up, and the cold intent was shattered, unable to approach his body. What a good setup. Lin Fei smiled as he walked forward. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. This cold chi could kill a 5th sky of King God Realm warrior in just a blink of an eye. Even if it was a divine monarch realm warrior, if he didn't have an extraordinary body, he would be hurt badly. On the other hand, Lin Fei's strength was immense, And he cultivated the fiend god race's top cultivation technique, so he was naturally unable to kill him. God Fiend Master, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. In the depths of the tunnel, the phantom of the God Fiend Master had an ugly look on his face. That damned human brat. How did his strength rise so quickly? And that fleshly body of his is even stronger than that of a God Fiend's. Even the heaven's frigid ice can't harm him at all. That's a top-grade ice attribute treasure. Human brat, you win. The illusory figure of the demonic God Master disappeared and reappeared in the depths of the passageway. I don't think you want both sides to suffer. Even though you are very strong, if the Lord is angered, you bastard, how dare you? A flow of energy came, smashing the phantom of the demonic God Master again. I'm in here, and you're still talking nonsense. Doesn't it mean that you, the demonic God Master, are cultivating in seclusion? Ha! Lin Fei leisurely stormed in. All the attacks in front of him were smashed. Turns out it's here. Lin Fei walked out of the passageway and came to the end. A cave mansion appeared. Inside the cave mansion, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. Besides, he could feel the parts of the Emperor armor, which were just a few feet away. Human brat, if you dare to act recklessly, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. The phantom of the demonic God Master appeared at the entrance of the cave mansion. At that time, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Eternal damnation? I'm not afraid of that. Lin Fei shook his head. He took one step forward and punched the cave mansion. 10 times his strength exploded. The phantom of the demonic God Master suddenly screamed. No! The black flood current hit the cave mansion. The phantom of the demonic God Master was smashed into pieces, turning into nothingness. The cave mansion also collapsed. The light cage couldn't hold on for more than 3 breaths before collapsing. A tremor came from the entire underground. Human, how dare you spoil my plans? In the ruins, an angry roar was heard. It was filled with hatred. A figure rushed out, followed by an overwhelming pressure. His blood-red eyes looked at Lin Fei. Nirvana hand. A palm smashed down violently. Endless power gathered. Divine monarch expert. Lin Fei laughed. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A punch met. God-slaying fist, 10 times the strength. When the fist and palm collided, a loud rumbling sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The walls around the two began to collapse. Then, a sinkhole appeared. Demonic God Master, your strength isn't enough. Did you go into seclusion for too long and didn't recover? Lin Fei pounced forward and smashed his palm. Use your strongest move, or you're dead. Impudent. The aura around the demonic God Master surged. A black shadow smashed down. It was the myriad essence pool. The demonic God Master screamed and was smashed into the ground. You're dead. Underground, a power bombarded the myriad essence pool and sent it flying. The demonic God Master rushed out and smashed the myriad essence pool with a punch. Shameless guy. As his voice landed, Lin Fei broke through the distance and punched the demonic God Master's left cheek. Half of his face caved in and he was smashed into the wall. You're too weak, too weak. With the support of the ancient Heng Glove and the God-slaying fist, Lin Fei's strength was domineering and invincible. One had to admit that the demonic God Master's body was really tough. One punch was enough to kill a 5th Heaven God King. But when it hit the other party, it was like hitting a mountain. That was the truth. The domineering punch only left the demonic God Master with a bruised face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Ancient Heng Glove, God-slaying fist. The demonic God Master broke free from the wall, his blood and chi in a mess. You do have the capital to be impudent. You spoiled my plans, so I'll use my strongest killing move to kill you in one blow. With the ancient Heng Glove, I can more or less make up for my losses. Lin Fei also wanted to see the demonic God Master's power. The other party's strength was inferior to his, and he did not have much of an advantage in terms of physical strength. Space-time chaos. A necklace around the demonic God Master's neck suddenly flew out. A pearl on the pendant emitted a terrifying aura, and the surroundings instantly changed. A transparent river descended soundlessly. It was mysterious, strange, and mighty. The demonic god master was like an emperor. He stood above the river and looked down at Lin Fei, who was entangled by the torrential water. Human, although you have the ancient Heng glove and have mastered the god-slaying fist, you don't know that I have the ancient Heng god pendant. It can activate the river of space-time. No one can stop me within the river. The chaotic aura crushed Lin Fei's body. He realized that his strength was starting to weaken. He could not resist at all, but he did not panic at all. So the number 1, the arch armor, has so many uses. I'm really equipped with a full body of divine artifacts. Sorry, you've underestimated me. Lin Fei shouted, my strength is not limited to this. Boom. 10 times the strength exploded. Chapter 36:22. The ancient eternal god pendant was extraordinarily powerful. It could cast the river of space-time, making it impossible for others to resist. Unfortunately, the god-fiend master underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He had condensed 26,000 heavenly god powers. With the increase in strength, a black torrent appeared and struck the river of space-time. The river collapsed continuously, and large pieces flew out, giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. The second punch followed closely, followed by the third. Lin Fei threw out 3 punches in a row. The power of all 3 punches was exactly the same. The river of space-time shattered chaotically. The god-fiend master's mind was severely injured. The power of the second punch swept across his opponent's body, causing a large area of light to appear. This is impossible. You're just a human. The god-fiend master roared angrily, activating the ancient eternal god pendant in an attempt to maintain the river of space-time. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's power was too powerful and domineering. It was not something the god-fiend master could resist. Boom! The myriad essence pool descended from the sky and smashed into the god-fiend master. Lin Fei's third punch followed up. The majestic and domineering power penetrated the god-fiend master's body. The violent power exploded in his body, wreaking havoc in the god-fiend master's body. After 3 punches, the god-fiend master vomited blood, and his powerful body became tattered. You won, but you also offended the god-fiend race. You will soon taste the pain. The god-fiend master's body shattered. Lin Fei panted heavily. After 3 punches, his heavenly god powers were almost completely exhausted. The myriad essence pool flew out, and large amounts of heavenly god powers poured into his body. He recovered a lot of his energy. I've finally killed the god-fiend master. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. A pendant flew over. It was the ancient eternal god pendant. The second, the arch armor part. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he was powerful. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly from that wave. Chaotic space-time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I really wonder what killing moves the other 6 parts have. Under the trap, God Emperor Ancient Eternal must be an immortal expert. Outside the God-Fiend city, the 5 human god kings were trembling in fear. That terrifying aura even made them feel like they were invincible. Too scary. Divine King Yeqing's face was slightly pale. He did not participate in the battle, but from afar, he could sense that the threatening aura could easily kill them. I wonder who won. In this kind of battle, they didn't dare to rashly go up to take a look. Just the aftershock alone was enough to seriously injure them. I hope Lin Fei can win. The 5 godly monarchs thought to themselves. If the God-Fiend Master were to win, then from this day forth, the Jade Turing Divine Kingdom would be ruled by the God-Fiends. The human race would have to retreat completely. An ancient eternal gauntlet could allow a God-Fiend Master's strength to reach a state of invincibility in the roving Jade Divine Nation. They're out. A figure rushed out. It's a human expert. Where are the God-Fiend Masters? Impossible. The God-Fiends of God-Fiend City couldn't accept this scene. In their eyes, the God-Fiend Lord was the strongest, someone that humans couldn't defeat. I'm sorry, your God-Fiend Master has been killed by me. Lin Fei stood in the sky and took out the Myriad Essence Pool. Clicked. The Myriad Essence Pool kept expanding, covering the sky and enveloping the God-fiend city. All the God-fiends that reached the heaven god level were sucked into the myriad essence pool. In less than a dozen breaths, all the experts of God-fiend city were wiped out. Godly monarch Niaqing, God-fiend city has no experts. You can do whatever you want with them. Lin Fei left a sentence and entered the void, vanishing. After a long time, only then did the 5 godly monarchs react. I didn't expect that the God-fiend city that we couldn't defeat would suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Fei. Godly monarch Niaqing returned to his senses. Lin Fei is such a good man. There's no time to lose. Let's work together to suppress the God-fiend city. The 5 godly monarchs reached a rare consensus. They would first suppress the God-fiends in the God-fiend city. After this battle, the God-fiend city completely lost its position as the overlord and was suppressed by the 5 godly monarchs. All the God-fiends were captured, and the God-fiend city was occupied. The news of Lin Fei defeating the God-fiend lord spread among the upper echelons of the Jade Turing Divine Kingdom and the major factions outside. When everyone wanted to find Lin Fei, they realized that Lin Fei had long vanished. No one knew where he was. At that moment, Lin Fei was cultivating in seclusion. First, he refined the primordial divine pendant and obtained the ability to drive the river of spacetime. He had to admit that this treasure and the primordial divine gauntlet allowed Lin Fei's strength to increase exponentially once again. The only thing that Lin Fei couldn't bear was the expenditure of the power of celestial gods. When these 2 items augmented him, it resulted in a huge expenditure. I have 30,000 wisps of the power of celestial gods. Lin Fei sensed the power of celestial gods in his body. There's quite a lot of power of celestial gods, but it's a pity that using the necklace and gauntlet consumes it even faster. I can only maintain it for 10 breaths at most before all the power of celestial gods in my body is drained. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he came up with this number. If an ordinary celestial god or godly monarch obtained it, they would probably be drained dry in an instant. When that happened, they could only wait for death. 10 breaths is not bad. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, but he was still very satisfied. At the very least, no one can withstand such an attack. To withstand the attack of the river of spacetime, one has to be strong enough. No one below the Divine Lord level can withstand it. Even Divine Lords can't withstand it. Now that he had obtained 2 out of the 8 parts, Lin Fei was looking forward to the remaining 6. I should take this time to study the arch armor's effects and absorb some power of celestial gods. I'll try to break through to the 3rd stage of the 13-stage golden body art. Die. Deep in the mountain range, a dangerous and terrifying aura was punched through the chest by Lin Fei. The mixed element beastman is only SOSO. The myriad essence pool descended from the sky and sucked the heavily injured mixed element beastman into it. The last mixed element beastman. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He could no longer sense the mixed element beastman's aura. My trip to the 13 godly nations is finally over. After obtaining 2 parts of the arch armor, especially after activating the primordial godly pendant, the mixed element beastman was almost unable to resist and was quickly injured. It's time to prepare to leave the 13 godly nations. 5 months later, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. He had cultivated the 13-stage golden body art to the 3rd stage as he wished. During this period, it was also thanks to the primordial godly pendant that he could control his cultivation, which allowed Lin Fei to break through easily. The 2 parts of the arch armor had become more sensitive. There were no more parts of the arch armor in the 13 godly nations. With the 3rd stage of the 13-stage golden body art, my body's defense has become very strong, and my power of celestial gods has broken through to 31,000. It's extremely difficult to condense each strand, but I'm still improving. Now, it's time to go out and find the other 6 parts. I can even sense the existence of that arm and verify my thoughts. Chapter 36-23. Inside a forest. A figure fell out of the void. A different aura rushed towards him. I'm finally out. The black figure looked around and couldn't help but smile. He lifted his head to look at the faintly discernible divine nation. This person was naturally Lin Fei. I don't seem to be in the Li-Fire Empire anymore. Lin Fei released his divine will. The surroundings were very unfamiliar. That's good too. After all, there's no point in returning to the Li-Fire Empire. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was a place for transition. Now that his strength had grown, he could roam anywhere in the wind cloud weave. With my current strength, I can even put up a fight against a Sir God expert. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of. As for those God Emperors, they probably don't have the mood to deal with me. No, perhaps, those God Emperors have their eyes on me. After displaying the ancient eternal glove in front of the Sky Temple and the Zhan family, Lin Fei absolutely believed that they would have designs on him. After all, they were top-notch forces. Let me sense where the remaining 6 parts of the arch armor are. Lin Fei's mind was immersed in the treasures. In his mind, light spots appeared one by one. Compared to before, the 2 parts of the arch armor seemed to be more useful. It strengthened Lin Fei's senses. As expected, the remaining 6 parts are already taken. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I can sense the general direction. As for who it is, I'll have to spend some time. The parts existed. Lin Fei's next task was to obtain the remaining 6 parts. As for the arm, Lin Fei couldn't sense it for now. He guessed that the arm should be sealed in an extremely special place. With his strength, he should be able to sense it. The complete set of the arch armor became Lin Fei's hope. Gathering the remaining parts temporarily became Lin Fei's first task. As for his second task, it was to increase his strength. Through the Fiend God race, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the myriad essence pool's refinement function. The stronger the race, the greater the amount of heavenly God energy they could refine. I'm alone now. Although my strength is amazing, I lack information. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's time to build my own force. Once the news of the ancient Heng glove spread, Lin Fei believed that the wind cloud weave would be thrown into chaos for a period of time. What Lin Fei could do was to lie low for now. Go, you ants! Trash! Darkness suddenly appeared in front of him. The darkness was completely black. The entire world seemed to have been dyed black. Other than black, there was no other black. Lin Fei's figure unknowingly arrived at such a place. He didn't think about where to go, he just followed fate. He had never expected that darkness would appear in the world. There was a terrifying aura hidden in the darkness. The end of the wind cloud weave. As he stood in the void, Lin Fei looked ahead. His ears kept ringing with shouts. Along the way into the darkness, there were constant roars. To the current Lin Fei, these sounds were extremely sensitive. So they're escorting captives. Lin Fei looked down and quickly understood what was going on. This was a caravan. They were escorting captives to the world inside the darkness to be sold. These captives were humans, demons, and even alien races. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. The wind cloud weave was indeed extraordinary. Of course, this only made his eyes light up for a moment. It seems like the world ahead is very interesting. Lin Fei traversed the void and arrived in front of the darkness at the end of the world. What an interesting place. Lin Fei glanced at it and flew into the darkness with a whoosh. Traces of a different kind of power reverberated in the surroundings. There were no restrictions in the world inside the darkness. Apart from the constant blowing of the black wind, nothing else affected him. Lin Fei flew for more than half a month and landed on a plane. At the same time, he did not see anyone. This made him feel rather regretful. Why didn't he go down and capture a few people to interrogate? There's a life aura. After almost a month, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a life aura heading in his direction. No, it's not one life aura, but 6. Although it was a life aura, Lin Fei could sense that it was extremely weak. It was so weak that he could almost ignore it. I'll capture it and interrogate it first. Lin Fei went in search of it. You're dead. How dare you kill me? When my father comes out of seclusion, all of you will die. At this moment, a wretched figure was fleeing. His body was covered in wounds and blood flowed continuously. Behind the young man were 5 fellows with powerful auras. They were following behind him unhurriedly with evil smiles on their faces. There was even a hint of disdain on their faces. "Young Master Gu, you're really naive." As the person in charge, Wen Guan laughed disdainfully. "Your father was killed by the joint forces of several lords. Otherwise, why would we chase after you?" Gu Tianming roared angrily. "Impossible! My father can't be dead." As the young master of the Darkness Judgment Center, Gu Tianming had a powerful father who was a god monarch expert. In the wind cloud weave, he was a reputable person. Gu Tianming's life had been smooth sailing since he was young. However, he did not expect to be ambushed by these 5 god monarchs when he came out of the mystic realm. All the people he brought with him were killed, and even he was severely injured. Gu Tianming still could not accept this news. Although the possibility of the other party's words being true was very high, he still could not accept the fact that his father was killed. Escape strike. Wen Guan suddenly laughed sinisterly. Taking advantage of Gu Tianming's mental shock, he executed a killer move. His entire body disappeared with a swoosh. When he reappeared, he slammed his palm on Gu Tianming's chest. God Monarch energy surged. Gu Tianming vomited blood and was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. "Young Master Gu, you are still too inexperienced." Wen Guan laughed. "This place is not bad. What do you think about using it to bury you?" Wen Guan and the other 4 were here to deal with Gu Tianming. As long as this young master died, those stubborn old fools of the Darkness Judgment Center would completely accept their fate. "You guys are finally willing to stop. Just nice. I want to ask you a few things." Just as Wen Guan was about to kill Gu Tianming, a figure walked out from the darkness in front of them, smiling at both sides. "Oh right, you can put aside the matter of killing for a while." Such a person appeared quietly, giving everyone quite a fright. "Courting death." A figure behind Wen Guan whizzed forward, swinging the long saber in his hand. The sharp saber radiance slashed down, landing on Lin Fei's shoulder. Sparks flew everywhere. "Killing? That's so boring," the person said indifferently, grabbing the long saber on his shoulder. With a twirl, the treasured saber was twisted into a dough twist. Then, a hand reached out and easily grabbed this god monarch expert. With a snap, he died and his corpse was casually thrown to the side. Chapter 36-24. The expressions of Wen Guan and the others changed drastically. It should be known that those who came to hunt Gu Tianming were all at the God King realm. It was because of this that they sent God King experts. But the current situation was completely out of their expectations. A God King expert couldn't even last one round in front of the other party and was directly killed? "Who the hell are you?" Wen Guan was fearful. "We are from the Darkness Judgment Office. He is a fugitive that we are chasing. We hope that you can leave." To be able to kill a God King expert in one move, he was at least a 5th Sky God King expert, even if the other party only revealed the aura of a 5th Sky God. "Seems like you are the leader." Lin Fei didn't care about the fugitive at all. He just wanted to know where this place was. In layman's terms, Lin Fei lacked a guide. "Senior, I am Gu Tianming of the Darkness Judgment Office. As long as you can save my life, the entire land of darkness will become Senior's friend." Gu Tianming pleaded for help. This was the only chance at present. Darkness Judgment Office, Land of Darkness. Lin Fei looked over. "Seems like you don't know a lot of information about yourself." Gu Tianming nodded repeatedly. The person in front of him was so powerful and could kill a God King expert casually. He would definitely be able to save him. In the entire wind cloud territory, no matter how big or secret it is, there is nothing that our Darkness Judgment Office doesn't know. Gu Tianming said loudly. "And I am the young lord of the Darkness Judgment Office." Lin Fei smiled. His status isn't low. Wen Guan heard this and realized that he should let Gu Tianming continue. "This brother," Lin Fei waved his hand, and his strength came crashing down, crushing them. "Brother, you are not qualified." Gu Tianming was shrouded by a great terror. Wen Guan and his group, who were chasing him, were actually killed just like that without any ability to resist. Only a god sovereign could do this. "You are safe now." Lin Fei really didn't care about these god kings. With his current strength, he could easily kill a god king, especially after refining Gu Heng's glove. However, you better behave. If you have any ideas, I don't mind killing you. Gu Tianming nodded his head repeatedly. Senior is my benefactor. If Senior has any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't blink. How could Gu Tianming dare to have any other thoughts after being able to easily kill Wen Guan and a few other god kings? This was a divine lord powerhouse. In the wind cloud weave, the number of divine monarchs could be counted on one's fingers. Only when one reached the divine monarch realm could one be considered a true figure. It's good that you know. Lin Fei said, tell me what this place is and what the Dark Adjudicator is. Gu Tianming suspected that he had misheard. Was there anyone who didn't know about the Dark Judgment Hall? After witnessing the other party's prowess, Gu Tianming did not dare to show any hostility. He explained in a low voice. In order to let the other party feel his sincerity, he deliberately explained in detail. Senior Lin, if we go any further, we will reach the Dark Judgment Center. I reckon that their people have already sealed off the perimeter. Gu Tianming stood behind Senior Lin. His emotions were very complicated, but he quickly steeled himself. You asked for it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fei's face was calm. From Gu Tianming's words, he knew that the waters in the wind cloud weave were very deep. The Dark Judgment Center was a first-rate faction in the wind cloud weave. They were still very far from being a top-notch faction. However, they controlled the Land of Darkness and were very famous in the wind cloud weave. Compared to the top 10 factions, they were actually not much different. Now that the Dark Judgment Center was in chaos, Lin Fei realized that this was an opportunity. His luck was not bad at all, especially with the existence of the Dark Judgment Center's young lord. Lin Fei planned to go to the Dark Judgment Center to take a look and see if it was worth his time. It's the young lord, Gu Tianming. Our luck is too good. Quickly take him down. What bullsh**, young lord, he's just a fugitive now. Just as they approached the periphery of the Dark Judgment Center, more than 10 auras rushed over with arrogant words. They planned to capture Gu Tianming and earn a great merit. Gu Tianming was just about to get rid of these trash. After all, he was also a God King expert. If he had not been injured by Wen Guan and the others, he would not be in such a sorry state. There are quite a number of experts in the Dark Judgment Center. Lin Fei said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a tyrannical force swept over. It was like a violent gale crushing over their bodies. Only a series of explosions could be heard. The Dark Judgment Center was a large city. The entire city was shrouded in darkness, exuding a solemn aura. At this moment, the Dark Judgment Center's internal strife had just ended. In a large palace. The atmosphere was oppressive. Elders, do you really want to accompany the young lord to death? At the highest position of the hall stood a valiant aura expert. He was the number 2 figure of the Dark Judgment Center, Su Quan. He was currently in charge of the Dark Judgment Center. Su Quan, you have the ambition of a wolf. As long as the young lord is still alive, we will not recognize your identity in the Dark Judgment Center. You want to order us around? Don't even think about it. If you have the ability, then kill us. Su Quan was dressed in black armor, his eyes cold. A bunch of old things. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? I might as well tell you that I have arranged for someone to go over to Gu Tianming. If nothing goes wrong, you will see Gu Tianming's corpse very soon. Su Quan, you will die a horrible death. How could you do that? Su Quan really couldn't bear to kill these old things. Once they were killed, the strength of the entire Dark Judgment Center would plummet. That was the reason why he didn't want to kill them. After all, a Sir God had died, including some of the Sir God's trusted aides. If he were to kill them, Sun Shu would be too arrogant. What's that sound? Suddenly, messy noises could be heard from outside. Bang bang bang. A few figures smashed in. Sir, it's bad. Gu Tianming has brought an expert in. Even our experts can't stop them. That person is too scary. The 3 people who smashed and spat out blood, their faces were filled with fear. Expert. Su Quan was stunned, then his gaze turned cold. I have really underestimated you. You actually left an expert to protect Gu Tianming. It's a pity that your son doesn't live up to expectations. If Gu Tianming ran away, Su Quan really couldn't do anything. But he shouldn't have brought an expert back to the Dark Judgment Center. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted with the backup he left behind? Su Quan, I am back. Gu Tianming rushed in, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stared at Su Quan. Gu Tianming, you are really stupid. Su Quan laughed. Do you really think that the expert your father left behind can help you turn the tables? Gu Tianming took a deep breath and said to his back, Senior, as long as you help me kill Su Quan, I am willing to be your servant. The entire Dark Judgment Center will be handed over to you. His voice was sonorous and powerful, abnormally firm. Senior? Su Quan looked outside the door. At this moment, a figure walked in unhurriedly. It was actually a young man. Are you sure? Gu Tianming knew how terrifying this Senior Lin was along the way. The experts of the Dark Judgment Center were like ants in front of him, completely crushed. Even God Kings were the same. I am sure. Gu Tianming knelt on one knee. As long as I kill Su Quan, all right, I understand. Lin Fei had a calm expression on his face as he looked at Su Quan. I heard that you are a Sir God expert. I hope you won't let me down. Hua. Chapter 36-25. The terrifying suction force of the 10,000 essence pool enveloped Su Quan's entire body. As a god lord, in front of this treasure, there were faint signs that he could not withstand it. This was just a treasure. Su Quan could not believe it. Open! Su Quan's aura surged as he roared. His punch was like a beam of light, crashing onto the 10,000 essence pool. The 10,000 essence pool merely shook and continued to envelop Su Quan. It seems like the 10,000 essence pool is still too weak against God Lord experts. A voice suddenly appeared beside Su Quan. A huge fist landed on Su Quan's body. Boundless power exploded in Su Quan's body, blasting him out of the hall. God Lord Su Quan can't even withstand one punch. The experts in the hall all sucked in a cold breath. They did not dare to move at all. Gu Tianming revealed a look of delight. He had guessed correctly. This Senior Lin's strength was unfathomable. Cough, cough, cough. Su Quan lay in the ruins, vomiting blood. I'm a God Lord expert. In front of that power, he could not resist at all. In front of that fist, his spirit collapsed instantly. The 10,000 essence pool broke through the void and arrived in front of Su Quan. You can't kill me. Once the suction force came, Su Quan, a God Lord expert, could not even struggle as he was sucked into the 10,000 essence pool. After Lin Fei threw another punch, he did not throw a second punch. One god-killing fist was enough to kill the opponent. Moreover, he realized that with the help of the 10,000 essence pool, a God Lord expert was not as strong as he imagined. Pada! The 10,000 essence pool flew back and Su Quan fell down. At this moment, Su Quan was on the verge of death. His strength had disappeared without a trace. He was no different from an ordinary person. I'm giving him to you. Lin Fei said indifferently. Do whatever you want to do. All right, arrange a quiet room for me. 3 days later, come and find me. I will arrange something for you. Gu Tianming lowered his head. Senior Lin, don't worry. Within 3 days I will definitely settle today's matter. Moreover, today's matter will not be spread out. After Sir God Su Quan had fallen into Gu Tianming's hands, he had been executed on the spot. The expressions of the people in the Dark Judgment Institute changed. Then, with the help of the elders, the internal strife was quickly quelled. Everyone thought that young Lord Gu Tianming had a great master behind him, so everyone gave up and became well-behaved. In just 3 days, the Dark Judgment Center returned to normal. Gu Tianming also became the new ruling master. Senior Lin, I'm here. Gu Tianming walked out of the courtyard and retracted his aura. Come in. Lin Fei rested well for 3 days. His nerves had been stretched taut in the 13 divine nations, but now he could finally relax. Looks like you've regained control of the Dark Judgment Court. Lin Fei laughed. Gu Tianming cupped his hands and said, This is all thanks to Senior Lin. If it wasn't for you suppressing Su Quan and deterring those guys, this kid wouldn't have been able to turn the tables so easily. I'm not interested in the Dark Adjudicator, Lin Fei said. However, I need you to do something. Once you're done, you'll still be the master of the Dark Judgment Court. Senior Lin. Gu Tianming hurriedly tried to explain. There's no need to explain. Lin Fei said, your current task is to collect all the information about the top forces in the Wind Cloud Weave, including the first-rate forces. At the same time, information about the number 1 Emperor God Gu Heng. Besides that, the whereabouts of the arch armor parts. I want them all. Gu Tianming's expression changed slightly, especially the information about Emperor God Gu Heng. However, he quickly regained his composure. Senior Lin, I'll arrange to collect it immediately, but it'll take some time. No problem. Lin Fei stayed in the Dark Judgment Court just like that. Gu Tianming immediately activated the Dark Judgment Court. Now that the Dark Judgment Court had lost its top experts, Gu Tianming could only count on Senior Lin. He didn't dare to be negligent in his request. The first thing that was sent was information about the top forces in the Wind Cloud Weave. In order to become a top force in the Wind Cloud Weave, it must have a God Emperor expert. Without a God Emperor expert, it could only be called a first-rate force at most. There are a total of 9 God Emperor experts in the Wind Cloud Weave. The number 1 God Emperor Tianfeng, is from the Sky Palace. He is a perfected 5th Heaven God Emperor. He is the strongest. The number 2 is Zhan Tianjue of the Zhan clan. He is at the 4th Heaven God Emperor realm. The information collected by the Dark Judgment Court was very detailed. Lin Fei read it very seriously. The remaining 6 parts were most likely in the hands of a God Emperor. Of course, they could also be in the hands of a 5th Heaven God Monarch. Lin Fei had to understand it clearly first. He had obtained 2 parts of the arch armor left behind by the number 1 God Emperor. If he could collect the remaining 6 parts, not only would his strength skyrocket, he could even complete the task and leave the Wind Cloud Weave. After obtaining the complete star chart from Tianji Hall, Lin Fei hoped that he could step into the Immortal realm. At that time, he would have the strength to cross the Real Starry Sky world and return to Earth. Lin Fei had never forgotten his dream of returning to Earth. Now that he had the complete star chart, all that was left was to increase his strength. The arch armor left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng was the best way to increase his strength. From Lin Fei's perspective, God Emperor Gu Heng was able to dominate the Wind Cloud Weave back then because he had relied on the power of this set of the arch armor. This set of the arch armor should be an immortal realm treasure. With a glove and a necklace, Lin Fei had seen how terrifying it was. This time, no one could stop him from snatching the remaining 6 parts. After Lin Fei digested the information about the forces in the Wind Cloud Weave, the information about the 6th arch armor parts was presented to Lin Fei. He had to admit that Lin Fei had made the right move. Without needing to do it himself, he had obtained the information he wanted. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Gu Tianming's ability to handle matters. It was not in vain that he had made a move. Let me see where the remaining 6 parts are. Lin Fei was looking forward to the information that was delivered to him. Only by knowing the specific information could he have the confidence to break through them one by one. After all, he had 2 the arch armor parts, which were his trump card. Sky Palace, God Emperor Tianfeng, had one of the arch armor parts, Gu Heng's armor, which could reduce damage by 70. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. In fact, he was shocked. It is indeed a good item. Reduce damage by 70. Where did God Emperor Gu Heng get such a good item? Lin Fei was shocked himself. Terrifying, it was really terrifying. With this armor, there is no doubt that God Emperor Tianfeng will be the number 1 God Emperor. Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. Chapter 36-26. All 6 pieces of the arch armor were in the hands of the God Emperors. The first piece was on God Emperor Tianfeng, a perfected 5th Heaven God Emperor, the strongest expert in the Wind Cloud Weave. The second piece was on God Emperor Zhan Tianju, a peak 4th Heaven God Emperor. The third piece was on God Emperor Yuan Heng, a 4th Heaven God Emperor. The fourth piece was on God Emperor Gong Tianya, a 4th Heaven God Emperor. The fifth piece was on God Emperor Fangju, a fourth heaven God Emperor. The sixth piece was on God Emperor's six paths, a fourth heaven God Emperor. Lin Fei could not help but sigh at the strength of these six God Emperors. Each of them had one piece, and they could unleash the full power of the piece, becoming the six strongest God Emperors in the Wind Cloud Weave. Only the three God Emperors ranked behind them had advanced in the past few thousand years. Be it strength or influence, they could not compare to the six veteran God Emperors. Looks like I have to take them down one by one. Lin Fei squinted. He was not surprised by this news. God Emperor Tianfeng is the last one. What I need to pay attention to now is God Emperor Six Paths, a fourth heaven God Emperor. Even though the other party was a fourth heaven God Emperor, he was not too nervous. With my current strength, it is not a problem to fight against a God Monarch expert. After all, as long as I use the God-killing fist, coupled with the spatial chaos, a God Monarch expert will definitely die. As for a God Emperor, it might be difficult. The most important thing now is to break through the limits of the corporeal body. After Lin Fei had a rough understanding, the key was how to quickly improve his strength. To snatch the arch armor piece from God Emperor Six Paths, Lin Fei felt that he had to have the strength of a God Emperor. Little Gu, come here. The 13-stage golden body technique was a top corporeal body cultivation technique of the God Fiend race. It was difficult to cultivate. Lin Fei knew that this body cultivation technique was extraordinary, so he did not plan on changing it. Gu Tianming was constantly on tenterhooks. After all, the other party was terrifyingly strong. If he had any ideas, the entire Darkness Judgment Institution would not be his match. Gu Tianming had been passing the days between happiness and pain. Senior, what is it? Just tell me. Gu Tianming came to the yard. Help me gather all the treasures in the Wind Cloud Weave that can allow one to break through the limits of one's body. I want the top-grade ones, said Lin Fei. Also, get me information on the top-grade races in the Wind Cloud Weave. Gu Tianming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I'll arrange it immediately. As long as it was information gathering, Gu Tianming wasn't that worried. Not long after, Lin Fei saw the information about treasures that could help him break through his body's limits. The Dark Adjudicator's intelligence network was very powerful. Where did you get all this information from? Lin Fei was quite curious. To be able to gather so much information in such a short period of time was not something an ordinary force could do. Gu Tianming explained, Senior, this information was actually bought by us. In the Wind Cloud Weave, there is a special organization called Dark Star. This special organization has all the information in the Wind Cloud Weave. As long as you can afford it, they can obtain any information you want. They can even help you collect the weaknesses of any expert, even if it's a God Emperor. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There's actually such a special organization? Gu Tianming nodded. They are indeed very special. The higher the level of the secret, the more expensive it is. Fortunately, we can use natural treasures to trade for it. The existence of such an organization had both advantages and disadvantages. There are 3 types of treasures in the entire Wind Cloud Weave that Senior wants to break through his physical limits, Gu Tianming said. The first is the Infinite Gold Pill, which is specially used to break through the physical limit. The second is the Profound Origin Divine Grass, and the third is the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame. Lin Fei saw these 3 items that could break through the physical limit. In the 13 God Nations, he had used these treasures to break through once. Now, the only things that Lin Fei cared about were top-grade treasures. Ordinary treasures that could break through the physical limit were basically useless. The Infinite Gold Pill exists in the legends. It hasn't appeared in the Wind Cloud Weave for a very long time. Gu Tianming said, The Profound Origin Divine Grass grows in a place of extreme yang. Only God Emperor experts can go there. As for the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame, it's in the hands of the Skirich God Emperor. He's a newly ascended God Emperor and is ranked 9th. Gu Tianming explained in detail. Be it the Infinite Gold Pill or the Profound Origin Divine Grass, there was nothing they could do for now. It seemed like only the Heaven-Breaking Divine Flame could break through the physical limit. The number 1 heavenly flame. It can refine everything, including the physical body. Lin Fei looked at the information. This heaven-breaking divine emperor's strongest technique should be the heaven-breaking divine flame. Gu Tianming nodded. That's right, senior. Only god emperors can withstand his heaven-breaking divine flame. It's famous in the entire Windcloud Weave. If senior wants to obtain the heaven-breaking divine flame, there will be a chance in the near future. The heaven-breaking divine emperor's heaven-breaking city will give out a quota every 100 years. What do you mean? If he wanted to obtain the heaven-breaking divine flame, Lin Fei couldn't use force. He had to take a shortcut. After Gu Tianming finished speaking, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. This was really good news. What about the peak-level races? Lin Fei asked about another matter. Breaking through the physical limit was the key. Similarly, he needed a large number of peak-level experts to refine. Forget about the human race. They were too weak. He had to look for some powerful races. Lin Fei believed that the powerful races in the Windcloud Weave would not disappoint him. The first race, the Dragon race. The second race, the Heaven Devil race. The third race, the Azura race. The number of peak-level races had exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. There were more than 10 of them. These races had never produced a god emperor before. Although they didn't have the battle power of a god emperor, they were extremely close to it. Even a true god emperor would not dare to offend these peak-level races. It seems like my luck is not bad. Lin Fei was in a good mood. That's all for now. Later, send me a map of the Windcloud Weave. If there's nothing else, don't come. With the relevant information in hand, it was time for Lin Fei to take action. He wouldn't give those fellows any chance. Gu Tianming didn't dare to ask anything and left. Then I'll start with the Fiend race. The Fiend race was formed from the Undying race and had innate spiritual bodies. They didn't have a good reputation in the Windcloud Weave and could be said to have done all sorts of bad things. It was perfect to start with them. Moreover, the Fiend race had more than 10 divine monarchs and at least 100 god kings. He wasn't afraid that news would spread if he killed them. They simply had too many enemies. With such strength, he would definitely be able to contribute a large amount of heavenly god power to him. Lin Fei had to continuously accumulate and improve his strength. The stronger he was, the more powerful the arch armor parts would be. Chapter 36-27. The Fiends. They were a special race. They didn't cultivate their fleshly bodies, but rather their spirit bodies. Therefore, they were very special. However, the Fiends were very powerful. Even though many people cared about their spirit bodies, no one dared to hunt them. Years ago, a divine sovereign had tried to kidnap a Fiend disciple, but the Fiends had retaliated. Not only had the divine sovereign been killed, but his entire clan had been buried with him. In the end, a god emperor had intervened to stop the Fiends. The Fiends lived in the Great Dark Swamp. It was a place that exuded a cold and gloomy aura. That was because there was a special earth vein under the ground, where endless yin qi gathered. Only Fiends would be able to live here. In the dark night, a figure walked out of the void. In a little more than a month, Lin Fei had arrived at the Fiends' outskirts. He didn't alert anyone when he left the Dark Judgment Center. Over the past month, Lin Fei had heard quite a bit of news. For example, the news of the 13 godly kingdoms had spread like wildfire. As the one who had gained the most, his name had spread throughout the entire domain of wind and cloud. Fortunately, not many people had seen him, and Lin Fei had been very careful. However, the news that he had obtained the primordial gauntlet, which had been left behind by the strongest god emperor, had spread like wildfire. No matter who it was, they were all looking for him. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Such rich yin qi. And there's a special substance in it that can destroy heaven god's power. No wonder only Fiends can live here. As the black wind landed on Lin Fei's skin, it started to corrode. However, that was all. The special substance that could destroy heaven god's power was instantly destroyed. I can sense that there are more than a dozen powerful auras among the Fiends. They must all be divine emperor experts. Lin Fei took a step forward and charged into the Great Dark Swamp. In the next moment, An overwhelming wave of nether wind blew towards him. When the Yin winds were a few dozen feet away from Lin Fei, they were blown apart like a tidal wave. Not a single one of them could get close to Lin Fei. Who's there? Someone's intruding. It wasn't long before a fiend patrol discovered Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as soon as he laid eyes on the fiend. It's indeed a spirit body. Such pure power. The myriad essence pool appeared in the sky and sucked them in. I'll wipe them out tonight. My long journey won't be in vain. After being discovered by the fiends, Lin Fei didn't plan to hide anymore. He picked up his speed and charged into the depths of the fiends' headquarters. In the depths of the swamp, there was a huge city called U City. A human expert has broken in. In the depths of U City, 12 strong auras suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. When they opened their eyes, their auras became one. They surpassed Sir God Realm and stepped into Emperor God Realm. The 12 figures all revealed disdainful expressions. Once we master the cultivation technique, all the humans will have to step aside. That's right, when the time comes, we'll sweep through their great human cities, devour them, completely refine them. This is U City. The myriad essence pool kept sucking in fiends as Lin Fei rushed over. When he saw U City, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place. The outer perimeter of U City was filled with mountains of bones, which were very eye-catching in the dark of night. According to the information, the fiends often attack large cities and steal humans for food. I didn't expect them to stay after eating them. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time talking. He controlled the myriad essence pool and flew over U City. A black vortex enveloped the city. Spell formation. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He took a step forward and punched out with his god-slaying fist, which bombarded the spell formation like a pillar of light. Bush, bush, bush. The spell formation shook violently, alarming countless fiend experts. Again! Lin Fei wasn't surprised that his punch hadn't broken the fiend's protective spell formation. The fact that they could survive for so long meant that they had their own strengths. Boom, boom, boom. 3 pillars of light bombarded the spell formation. After that, a large gap appeared in the spell formation. Lin Fei morphed into a streak of light and dashed in, followed by the myriad essence pool. Bush, 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 bush. The myriad essence pool unleashed a terrifying suction force that sucked the fiends into it. In the blink of an eye, one black figure after another was sucked into the vortex, unable to break free. The fiends suffered heavy losses. Let's go. That treasure is too terrifying. Even the God King can't stop it. Go get the patriarch. Lin Fei stood there and didn't move. He controlled the myriad essence pool to draw in the fiend experts in the city. None of the heavenly gods or god kings were able to resist the myriad essence pool's suction force and fell into it. This was why Lin Fei had considered attacking the fiends. From weak to strong. By the time everyone realized what was going on, Lin Fei had already collected enough heavenly god power. Facing these powerful races, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack the dragons. That would be foolish. Besides, the dragon's appeal was unquestionable. The fiends had never thought that they would encounter such a terrifying scene. A human expert had wiped out all of their experts with a single treasure. Even the god kings were powerless against the suction force, not to mention attacking. Impudent! Impudent! Boom! Boom! Loud, furious roars echoed out from underground. Every shockwave struck the myriad origin pool. After 12 consecutive shockwaves, the whirlpool formed by the myriad origin pool shattered, finally coming to a stop. You're dead meat, human. Let the god king out of there. The fiends were overjoyed. Their patriarchs had joined the fray, and they were the 12 patriarchs. They were the fiends' strongest fighting force, a force that could shake the entire human race. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. 12 divine sovereigns. Boom! A powerful aura soared into the sky, tearing through the dark night and piercing through the heavens. 12 figures walked out of the ground. The moment they walked out, Lin Fei sensed that they were extraordinary and even threatened his life. Space-time chaos. Lin Fei felt that they were a whole. One of them could mobilize the power of 12 people, so he decided to strike first and destroy their formation. The pendant was activated. The river of space-time descended, passing through the entire fiend race. The 12 fiend patriarchs instantly encountered a terrifying aura and fell into the river of space-time. Their auras kept weakening. Not good. This is an attack left by God Emperor Gu Heng. Break the river of space-time, or we'll all die. But before they could rejoice, the scene in front of them made their expressions change drastically. God-slaying fist. Lin Fei rushed into the river of space-time and punched out with his Gu Heng glove. He infused his power into it, and a phantom appeared. It reached out and grabbed the river of space-time. Bang. Chapter 36:28. As soon as the river of time and space appeared, it suppressed the 12 fiend patriarchs, causing their power to drain rapidly. What shocked them even more was the killing move that followed. The pure power contained a supreme will that impacted their souls and increased the power of the river of time and space. Bang, bang, bang. The 12 fiend patriarchs were sent flying. The fragments of the river of time and space also pierced into their bodies, causing their power to continuously drain, causing them to drop from the Divine Lord realm to the God King realm. I didn't expect the combined power of the arch armor parts to be so great. It's just that it consumes a lot of power. This was the most domineering punch in history. Your Lin Fei. The 12 fiend patriarchs' auras weakened, and they were filled with fear and uneasiness. As a fiend race that had been passed down for generations, they had records of God Emperor Gu Heng, especially his the arch armor, which was considered a top treasure. Because of this, the competition for the arch armor parts was extremely fierce. You also got 2 the arch armor parts. The fiend patriarchs were terrified. The river of time and space and Gu Heng's gloves had always been regarded as the 2 most powerful treasures. One was the river of time and space, the other was Gu Heng's gloves. One was a support, while the other was an attack. Their strength was greatly affected by the river of time and space, and they couldn't withstand a blow from Gu Heng's gloves. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The myriad origin pool reappeared and sucked the 12 fiend patriarchs in. I still underestimated the power of the 2 the arch armor parts. Lin Fei had thought that it would be a fierce battle. He hadn't expected it to end so quickly. It's just that it consumed a lot of power. However, I have the myriad origin pool to support me. If I use it 3 times in a row, no Divine Lord expert will be able to withstand it. Without the 12 fiend patriarchs, Lin Fei controlled the myriad origin pool to sweep across the entire fiend race. He didn't let go of any god kings or heavenly gods. He sucked them all into the myriad origin pool and turned them into pure power. Lin Fei casually entered the fiend race's treasure vault and took away all the treasures of heaven and earth, as well as the other items. He also obtained a large number of books and records, which he took away as well. At that moment, Lin Fei was very sure that the arm that Kong Lin had asked him to bring back was definitely Emperor God Gu Heng's. It was extremely likely that this Emperor God Gu Heng was a top-notch expert from the territory he was from. Even though it seemed like he had been suppressed in Wind Cloud territory, he had not actually died. That God Emperor Gu Heng was an immortal rank expert. Even if he wasn't far from it. Facing such a top-notch existence, Lin Fei naturally had to be careful. At that moment, he had to raise his abilities to the limit. The arch armor that Emperor God Gu Heng had left behind was one of the best shortcuts. The next race will be the bone race. This was also a special race. In any case, Lin Fei wasn't someone from the Windcloud Weave, so he wasn't afraid of anything. After Lin Fei left, a strand of consciousness emerged from the ground of the fiend race, twisting and struggling. My fiend race, Lin Fei, you will definitely pay a heavy price for your actions this time. You have 2 parts of the arch armor, and they are the strongest. You will soon become the target of the entire Windcloud Weave, and all 9 God Emperors will attack you. This strand of consciousness was filled with monstrous hatred as it rushed into the void with a whoosh. Lin Fei didn't know that the fiend race had left behind a trump card. After leaving the fiend race, Lin Fei first took elixirs to replenish 1/3 of the energy he had consumed. It took him more than 10 days to do so. Under normal circumstances, he would have no problem using the myriad essence pool to deal with heavenly gods and god kings. It could be said that he had wiped out all of them. The ones that really consumed the most energy were divine sovereigns. Have you heard? The fiend race has been annihilated. Yeah, I know. It was Lin Fei who rose to fame. It is said that he has 2 parts of the arch armor of the arch armor. I really don't know how he got them. It doesn't matter how he got them. In any case, everyone is heading for the fiend race now. They are looking for Lin Fei everywhere. A few figures turned into streaks of light and flew across the sky. After they left, Lin Fei walked out of the void, frowning slightly. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion that blotted out the sky. Oh no! They were all God King experts. In the blink of an eye, they were grabbed by a hand, and their energy was suppressed to the point that they couldn't move at all. Lin Fei! You are Lin Fei! The God Kings exclaimed in shock. Lin Fei grabbed them and flew away. He landed in a forest and casually threw them to the ground. If you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly. Lin Fei said indifferently. A boundless pressure crushed down on them, making them pale with fright. Don't kill us, Senior Lin. We'll tell you everything. We won't dare to hide anything. Lin Fei asked about himself first. After hearing their answers, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. It seems that I've underestimated the fiends. I can't believe they actually have such a trump card. But the fiends are also very cunning. They didn't tell me about the pendant. Did they set each other up? After relaxing his eyebrows, Lin Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. None of these special races are easy to deal with. Afterwards, Lin Fei went on to learn more about the situation. Who would have thought that I would attract the attention of all the major forces and sects in this domain just because I killed the fiends? Lin Fei's fighting spirit soared. Even if I become a wanted criminal, it doesn't matter. No one can do anything to me unless a god emperor makes a move. After killing the 12 fiend patriarchs, Lin Fei had a much deeper understanding of his own strength. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to contend against him. Now, Lin Fei had the confidence to shout such a slogan. In the entire Windcloud Weave, there were 9 god emperors. 6 of them were veteran god emperors, while the other 3 were new god emperors. Pulling one hair could affect the rest. In Lin Fei's opinion, only the 3 new god emperors would make a move. The 6 veteran god emperors wouldn't allow each other to make a move. Whoever obtained ancient Heng's gauntlets, with their own the arch armor, would be like adding wings to a tiger. As long as the 6 veteran god emperors weren't out of their minds, they wouldn't allow any of them to make a move. But it was different for the 3 new god emperors. Even if they obtained the gauntlet, they would at most have the ability to fight against them. It was impossible for them to surpass them. Lin Fei was very reassured. Those ants would come if they wanted to. They would become nourishment for him anyway. You can go down and join me now. The myriad origin pool flew out and sucked them in. I still have to go to the bone race. Lin Fei continued forward. No one knows my goal. I just want to attack them head-on and waste a little more time. When they get here, I'll kill them. Lin Fei wasn't frightened by this news. Chapter 36-29. The news of the fiend race being wiped out spread like wildfire. The experts of the Windcloud Dominion all took action. All kinds of searching treasures emerged one after another, all searching for Lin Fei's whereabouts. The arch armor part left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng appeared again. Whether one snatched it themselves or gave it to a God Emperor powerhouse or a major faction, one could obtain unimaginable benefits. Those peak 5th-layered heaven god lords were the most active. To be able to wipe out 12 fiend race god lord powerhouses, one could imagine the strength of this Lin Fei. Even though Lin Fei was powerful, the god lord powerhouses still thought that they could take down Lin Fei. The arch armor part left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng was not what anyone could activate. Once or twice was normal, but what about 3 to 5 times or more than 10 times? And this was the chance for the God Lord powerhouses. The bone race is ahead. Over the past few days, Lin Feijian had sensed the presence of many experts. Every time, Lin Fei would avoid in advance. The bone race had not been wiped out yet, and he did not want to alert the enemy so early. A vast white bone mountain appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. This was the famous Bone Mountain. The bone race lived in the Bone Mountain, and this Bone Mountain spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was a supreme treasure. Even god emperors had to be wary of it. The Bone race is much stronger than the Fiend race. Under his perception, Lin Fei sensed more than 20 tyrannical auras. Currently, only God Lord powerhouses were qualified to be recognized by him. Divine kings could only stand aside. In the central region of the Bone Mountain, a group of experts was eating and drinking to their heart's content. Don't be fooled by the Bone race's horrifying name. In fact, they also had flesh and blood. Do you think that Lin Fei will come to our Bone Mountain? In the main hall, more than 10 experts were sitting, streams of tyrannical aura flowing. If Lin Fei dares to come to our Bone Mountain, we will make him unable to return. The Fiend race was unprepared. Our Bone race is different. That's right. Even if he has Gu Heng's glove and another one, he also wants to be impudent in the Bone Mountain. The expert from Bone Mountain said disdainfully. In terms of strength, the Bone race was far stronger than the Fiends. Even the Fiends had to bow their heads in front of the Bone race, not daring to act presumptuously. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force appeared above the palace. The palace began to crack and crack. Then, with a cracking sound, the roof was broken and the weak people around were pulled out on the spot. A vast river of aura rushed over and crushed the Bone race master. His strength dropped drastically on the spot. Not good. The Bone race experts were shocked. In front of the space-time river, their strength continued to fade away. It was so terrifying that their expressions changed again and again as they struggled to break free. A figure walked out of the void and quickly punched out 3 times. The first punch caused them to vomit blood. The second punch greatly damaged his vitality. The third punch caused his strength to plummet and he was heavily injured. The moment the river of space-time collapsed, the Bone race experts were sucked away by the suction force. All in one go, not bad. Lin Fei turned around and left, not planning to stay for long. He would leave after making a fortune. This was what he had analyzed on the way here. This was the only way to avoid being entangled. The arch armor parts left by God Emperor Gu Heng consumed a lot of energy, so Lin Fei had to be careful. Lin Fei, let go of our Bone race experts. 3 tyrannical auras rushed out from the depths of the Bone race. Terrifying killing intent filled the sky above the Bone land. Let go or not, you have no right to say that. Lin Fei laughed loudly, put away the myriad essence pool, rushed into the void and left. Chase. The faces of the 3 Bone race experts darkened when they saw more than half of the Bone race's members had disappeared. How long had it been, and they actually dared to act presumptuously in the Bone race? The human Lin Fei was too crazy. At this time, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Bone race, the aura of the ancient Heng gloves left by God Emperor Gu Heng has appeared. This was an inconspicuous place. But at this time, the 6 human experts all stared at one person with joy. Brother Gao, where is it? The human expert called Brother Gao was a 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. He was currently controlling a compass treasure in his hand. An aura condensed on the compass. Gauda said proudly that Lin Fei would never have thought that I would have this kind of treasure to lock onto his position. According to the information on the compass, the current Lin Fei should be in that region of the Bone race. Great. Let's hurry over, lest someone beat us to it. These 7 people were all Divine Lord powerhouses, in order to capture Lin Fei and seize the ancient Heng gloves in his hands, as well as another treasure. It appeared on top of a tall mountain in wind cloud territory. A figure was sitting cross-legged. All of a sudden he opened both eyes. A cold light flashed, cutting open the void. The gale turned to ashes, turning into a temporary vacuum zone. Ancient Heng gloves. The figure closed both eyes again. Wind Cloud 13 swordsmen, it's time for you guys to take action. The ancient Heng gloves appeared in the Bone race. You guys follow this Emperor's divine sense and head over to retrieve the ancient Heng gloves. He pointed a finger and a stream of light shot out. Understood. 13 auras and sword intense soared into the sky, following closely behind. It's been a long time since the wind cloud territory was so lively. A faint voice reverberated endlessly. Similar incidents kept happening in various places in the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei could avoid everyone's tracking, but the ancient Heng Glove's aura could not be controlled. When the ancient Heng Glove's aura appeared, it would be sensed by the other people who had the parts. Lin Fei, you can't escape. Put down the experts of our bone race. The 3 bone race divine lords kept chasing after Lin Fei. They were fast, but compared to Lin Fei, there was a huge gap. They could not catch up even if they used all their strength. They kept a certain distance from him. Lin Fei's physical body shuttled through the void. The bone race divine lords are indeed very powerful. They are much stronger than the fiend race. Lin Fei thought to himself. He turned back and smiled. If the 3 of you like to chase me, you can keep chasing me. I have no objections. Bastard! One of the bone race divine lords snorted. He raised his hand and slapped down. Don't even think of escaping. Lin Fei's body glowed faintly. He did not dodge. He took the attack head-on. His body swayed. I've experienced your palm technique. It's just so. Lin Fei was not affected by the divine lord's attack. The fiend god race's top-notch body tempering technique was indeed awesome. Most importantly, this was only the 3rd stage of the 13-stage golden body technique. There were still 10 more stages. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He actually withstood it and is completely fine. Damn it, he is a body tempering cultivator, and he even cultivates a top-notch body tempering technique. The bone race divine lord's face turned ashen. The other party was only a peak 5th stage celestial god. This was too much of a blow. Continue attacking. Even if he is a body tempering expert with a strong physical body, we can still destroy this kid's body if we join forces. The 3 bone race divine lords' expressions changed. Their eyes became determined. Chapter 3630. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bone race divine lord powerhouses attacked Lin Fei nonstop. Lin Fei relied on his powerful fleshy body to withstand their attacks from start to finish and was completely fine. Instead, he tired out the 3 bone race divine lord powerhouses until they were unbearably exhausted. A powerful fleshy body is awesome. Enduring all the way, Lin Fei rejoiced that he made a trip to the 13 divine nations and obtained such a powerful body tempering cultivation method. The fiend god race was really a good person. Aren't you guys tired? Lin Fei smiled and said, the exhaustion isn't small, right? If I were you guys, I'd choose to go back right away. If by any chance you run into an enemy, you guys might be doomed. 3 bone race divine lord powerhouses, what kind of experts had they not seen before? People like Lin Fei, they really had not encountered before. Too monstrous. This human's fleshy body is powerful, can't break it. Originally thought that under joining hands, the other party could not hold on for long. In the end, chasing several 100 million miles away, the other party was still alive and kicking. Instead, it was they who exhausted a lot. Want to threaten us? No way. Not handing over our bone race's experts, plus the ancient Hing glove on your hands, and that pendant, you can forget about escaping in front of us. The 3 bone race divine lords took out medicinal pills and continued chasing. This time, they learned to be wiser and did not attack Lin Fei anymore. With the strength of the other party's fleshy body, continuing to fight was also a waste of effort. They could only stare fixedly at the other party. There's someone ahead. Lin Fei was really not afraid of being chased. One should not look at how he erupted with power in the bone race. Actually, he restrained his strength. Waiting for more people before unleashing it, he could absolutely wipe out the people chasing him in one fell swoop. Furthermore, what a powerful aura. It's peak 5th firmament divine lord again. From taking action in the bone race, Lin Fei knew that he would be targeted. Especially those divine emperors, they absolutely would not miss such a good opportunity. Come on. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It'll be time for you all to regret right away. Whoosh! An aurora arrived, infinitely magnifying in front of Lin Fei's eyes, getting brighter and brighter. A blazing hot aura exploded in front of Lin Fei, instantly sweeping out. The void was evaporated, and a vacuum zone appeared. Not good, the experts of the Blazing Sun clan are here. The three bone race divine lords chose to retreat as they took out their treasures to protect themselves. The fiery energy surged towards them in waves as the expressions of the three bone race divine lords constantly changed. They were filled with fear. They're here. Our chances are slim. The worst situation had occurred. Well, wait. The Blazing Sun tribe was famous for their violent tempers, and they would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Everyone in the wind cloud weave knew about this. At the same time, they cultivated the great celestial sun divine fire, which could burn anything. It was extremely terrifying and could suppress the Bone Clan. Bone Clan Sir God, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid that Lin Fei will belong to us. In the distance, two fireballs flew over, dragging a trail of flames behind them. Before they arrived, a blazing hot aura swept over. The entire void was covered in flames, forming a sea of fire. After the fireballs stopped, they turned into two red-robed experts, each with a fire mark between their eyebrows. This was the unique symbol of the Blazing Sun tribe, and this fire mark contained a terrifying killing move of the Blazing Sun tribe. In the wind cloud weave, very few people would attack the Blazing Sun tribe. Not only were they strong, but they were also very vengeful. Moreover, the Blazing Sun tribe's backer was a God Emperor expert. I've already said that Lin Fei can't even jump around in front of our Blazing Sun tribe. The red-robed expert, Lai Jiao, said disdainfully. He's indeed a little weak. The other red-robed expert, Lai Qing, laughed. I thought we'd have to make a second move. The two Blazing Sun tribe experts did not give the three bone race divine lords any face. The Blazing Sun tribe did not need to give the bone race any face. You three, why are you still here? Lai Jiao shot a cold glare at them. Do you want to have a taste of the Blazing Sun tribe's great celestial sun divine fire? A fiery light erupted from Lai Jiao's body, burning fiercely. Even from a distance, the three bone race experts could feel the terror of the threat. Let's go! The great celestial sun divine fire restrained them, so the three bone race experts had no choice but to retreat. Even though the three of them had fought with them, they would not be able to gain the upper hand at all. In fact, they would even have to pay a huge price. Spineless fellow. Lai Jiao sneered. Let's see if that brat Lin Fei has been beaten to death or not. The Blazing Sun tribe had come to kill Lin Fei to obtain the ancient gauntlets and offer them to the God Emperor behind them. River of Spacetime. Boom. Just as Lai Jiao finished speaking, a vast and ancient aura descended, instantly enveloping them. The information was wrong. This is the River of Spacetime, damn it. The flames around Lai Jiao burned the sky as he resisted the River of Spacetime's attack. His expression changed drastically as he cursed the fiend race for not releasing the important information. It's too late to know. Lin Fei walked into the River of Spacetime and punched directly at Lai Jiao and the other divine monarch. Waves of energy exploded on their bodies. The two divine monarch experts of the Blazing Sun tribe were very strong. Under the River of Spacetime's attack, they were able to resist quite a bit of the power. To be able to withstand a punch, it's really not bad. Lin Fei moved like a stream of light. Another god-slaying fist smashed through the two's bodies, breaking their defenses. The power of the River of Spacetime invaded their bodies, disintegrating their energy and rapidly draining them. Withdraw! The myriad essence pool descended and suppressed them. The three bone race divine monarchs, who had not run far, gasped, their expressions changing drastically. The human race is really cunning. We were almost tricked. If not for the Blazing Sun tribe's unlucky bastard, we, as divine monarchs, they had felt the terrifying threat just now. They had not been able to resist at all, and their hearts were pounding. The human race was really bad. Do you still want to chase me? Lin Fei smiled and said, I don't mind if you continue to chase me. Only by doing so will I feel pressured and motivated. Do you really think we are 3-year-old kids? Previously, they did not know that Lin Fei had an ancient eternal pendant that could display the River of Spacetime. Now that they knew, who would be so silly as to go up? The ancient eternal pendant and the ancient eternal gloves were the strongest existences. Didn't they see that the Blazing Sun Tribe's expert was suppressed after being complacent for a short while? If it were them, they would not end up the same. They were scared. If you don't come, then I'm leaving. Lin Fei chuckled, punched the void, and rushed into the void. Let's follow him. The Bone Race Divine Monarch expert was unwilling to give up just like that. Even if they were beaten to death, they wanted to see the results. As long as we don't go up, his river of space-time will not have a chance to cover that far. The Blazing Sun Tribe's attack is rather domineering. It can actually burn my body. I have really underestimated them. Lin Fei thought to himself. Since the Blazing Sun Tribe has appeared, I'm afraid other experts are also on their way. Furthermore, boom! Suddenly, 13 sword lights appeared in the void. The sword lights crisscrossed and enveloped them like a huge net. Chapter 36-31. The sword net came without any warning. At the same time, the sword net contained terrifying sealing power and turned the surrounding area into a vacuum zone. Arcs of light crisscrossed with sharp aura and spread out endlessly. Before they got close, there would be sword-intense slashing and filling the void. Another expert. Not bad. Lin Fei punched out. The power of the god-slaying fist collided with the net of swords. The tyrannical power swept across, but surprisingly, the net of swords did not break. Instead, it became extremely sturdy. Lin Fei, not everyone is qualified to make a move against us 13 brothers, said Lin Fei. A figure walked out of the void. After the first figure appeared, a second, a third, and a total of 13 figures appeared, covering every direction and completely sealing off Lin Fei's path of escape. Lin Fei, accept your fate. Ancient Heng's glove isn't something someone like you can have. The sword net continued to surround him. Lin Fei quickly punched out 3 times. However, he was unable to break through the net of swords. Strands of sharp aura continuously cut into his body, leaving behind white marks. I've met an expert. It was the first time Ancient Heng's glove wasn't able to break through a huge net. The 13 experts in front of him were impressive. For you to mobilize 13 experts, I really want to know who sent you all here so that I can accept my defeat. Lin Fei seemed to have given up on resisting. We are the 9th Emperor God's disciples. The 9th Emperor God Fluttering Snow, was an Emperor God expert 9,000 years ago and was considered a rising star. However, compared to the veteran Emperor Gods, he was still far behind. Oh, it's Emperor God Fluttering Snow. Lin Fei didn't expect an expert from an Emperor God to come so soon. In order to deal with him, he used a big move. It's good that you know. In the Wind Cloud Weave, the influence of a God Emperor was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the prestige of a God Emperor's disciples was even greater. No matter where they went, everyone would treat them with respect. Actually, I have to thank Emperor God Fluttering Snow for sending you here. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I love experts. Wow. The river of space-time surged as the power of a heavenly god rapidly depleted. The 13 divine monarch experts were instantly hit. His strength was rapidly draining away. Before the net of swords could reach Lin Fei, it completely vanished. It had completely collapsed and disappeared. God-slaying fist. The black flood rolled over them. Poof, poof, poof. The divine lords vomited blood one after another. The river of spacetime's power kept crushing them. Retreat. Sword Intense shot out, tearing holes in the river of spacetime. It was clear that their strength was extraordinary. At the very least, they could shake the river of spacetime. Myriad Essence Pool. While they were struggling, the suction force of the Myriad Essence Pool enveloped them. So. He suppressed 2 of them on the spot. The expressions of the remaining 11 experts changed drastically. While they blocked the Myriad Essence Pool's attack, the river of spacetime also attacked. Under the pincer attack, they were completely defeated. The river of spacetime is still the best. Lin Fei quickly put away the Myriad Essence Pool and continued to move in the void. The Bone Race Divine Lord, who had been following him, widened his eyes. The 13 swordsmen under God Emperor Fluttering Snow were subdued just like that. It's really terrifying. Who would believe this? The two divine lords did not dare to continue chasing. If they were ambushed, they would definitely be dead. Two of God Emperor Gu Heng's strongest treasures are in this person's hands. If a true God Emperor does not appear, who can compete with him? His accumulation is really terrifying. The Bone Race Divine Lord shook his head and left. After the ambush of the 13 swordsmen under God Emperor Fluttering Snow, Lin Fei was constantly ambushed by experts. They were all divine monarch experts from the Windcloud Weave. Each of them was very powerful. It was a pity that they encountered Lin Fei, who controlled the river of spacetime. Basically, no one could withstand the attacks from both sides. The news spread. The 13 swordsmen under God Emperor Fluttering Snow were completely annihilated. The first news was about God Emperor Fluttering Snow's subordinates. Many people were shocked. No one dared to underestimate the formation of the 13 swordsmen. Once they attacked, all 13 of them would attack together. It was terrifying to imagine. While everyone was still in shock, a question appeared. Was Lin Fei really so powerful that he could ignore divine monarch experts? No one knew how the 13 swordsmen were killed. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he could not fight against the 13 swordsmen. Not long after, another piece of news came out. 3 experts under God Emperor White Bones, who was ranked 8th, were also defeated by Lin Fei. Just like the previous news, no one knew the whole process of the battle. This was thought-provoking. 2 groups of experts were defeated by Lin Fei. They were all famous existences. Undoubtedly, the divine lords who were preparing to take action were extremely fearful. No matter which of the experts who came from the God Emperor's side, they were all exceptionally powerful and terrifying. But in the end, they were all summed up by Lin Fei. At the same time, in a special space, a figure passed through space and came to this place. Finally, he stopped in a courtyard. Fluttering Snow, you are still holding back. The moment the person appeared, he sat down and said straightforwardly, "Why must I take action?" Emperor God Fluttering Snow was ranked 9th. His sword intention was extremely sharp and he showed off his ability. Those who weren't Emperor Gods wouldn't dare to look him in the eye. Fluttering Snow is Fluttering Snow. His words are still so interesting. The person sitting opposite him was Emperor God White Bones. He was as skinny as firewood and he looked as though he would die at any moment. Did you guess something? After all, they are the 13 swordsmen that you nurtured with great effort. As a swordsman, death is inevitable. Emperor God Fluttering Snow said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. But you, White Bones, you came from afar. Do you want me to take action?" Emperor God White Bones was ranked 8th. It didn't mean that he could definitely defeat Emperor God Fluttering Snow. His sword intention attack was unparalleled in the world. At most, there was a 40 to 50 chance. White Bones had 40% and Emperor God Fluttering Snow had 50%. "It's so boring to talk to you." Emperor God White Bones humphed. "I suspect the other treasure is the ancient eternal pendant that can control the river of spacetime." Emperor God Fluttering Snow's expression didn't change. "Then why did you look for me?" The river of spacetime is extremely domineering. The kid has a strong foundation. If an Emperor God doesn't take action, no one can do anything to the kid. Emperor God White Bones said, "If we team up, even other Emperor Gods have to be wary of us." "Forget it." Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. "Whoever takes action first will be unlucky. It's the river of spacetime." Emperor God White Bones was really jealous. However, he wasn't willing to give up just like that. Chapter 36-32. Lin Fei controlled the river of time and space to kill the guy who ambushed him again. Ever since the news had spread, the experts of the major powers had rushed over. Lin Fei had lost count of how many waves of experts he had killed. It was a pity that no one could hurt Lin Fei. He had a better understanding of Emperor God Gu Heng's treasures. For example, he could control the river of time and space to isolate all attacks. Time would destroy everything. Any attack would be infinitely weakened. This was not something that just anyone could do. With this move, Lin Fei almost never met an opponent. Even if a god monarch expert fought with him, they would either be defeated or flee. Another race is dealt with. Lin Fei rushed out. Even though he was ambushed, he didn't forget to suppress and refine those powerful special races. Now it's time to pay a visit to that heaven-breaking divine emperor. Recently, the emperor gods hadn't taken action. Lin Fei was sure that the 9 emperor gods were restraining each other. They wouldn't dare to take action now. If they were to take action, the 3 new emperor gods would be the most likely. Until now, Emperor Fluttering Snow, Emperor God White Bones, and Emperor Breaking Heaven hadn't been sold. Lin Fei was even more sure of his guess. Every day there was news about Lin Fei. After confirming that the emperor gods wouldn't take action easily, Lin Fei didn't hide anymore. Instead, he swaggered around. At the beginning, there were god monarchs taking action constantly. However, they were all killed by Lin Fei every time. Killing 1 or 2 didn't make much of a difference. However, as the number of god monarchs increased, everyone started to feel afraid. A god monarch was a big shot in the windy wind weave. When an emperor god didn't take action, a god monarch was invincible. But now, Lin Fei was cutting them up like vegetables. Everyone was numb. It turned out that even a high and mighty god monarch could be killed one day. The god monarchs who were about to take action stopped temporarily. Now was not a good time to strike. That fellow Lin Fei was the nemesis of god monarchs. Under the protection of the space-time river, they were unable to attack him at all. Moreover, his fleshly body was terrifyingly tough. Such an opponent was no less than a hard rock, and no one had any way to attack. Unless the god emperor made a move. Lin Fei has gone to the heaven-breaking city. The expert who had been following Lin Fei all this while sent out another shocking piece of news. The heaven-breaking city was located in the land of extreme yang. The temperature here was extremely high. If a heavenly god expert entered without the corresponding treasure, they would be roasted into a corpse in a dozen or so breaths. Moreover, it would be a dried corpse. Normally, no one would dare to enter this land of extreme yang. Only god-king powerhouses could barely withstand it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei stood at the exchange point. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the god-king behind him. He was too weak. The land of extreme yang truly lives up to its reputation. Before he entered, a blazing aura struck Lin Fei's body. Traces of energy seeped through his skin, trying to enter his body. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was very strong, and this energy was futile. From this aspect, this land of extreme yang was not ordinary. Lin Fei rushed into the land of extreme yang, and the blazing aura swarmed over. Instantly, it was as if he had fallen into a furnace, and his entire body felt like it was about to be charred. The information on the information should not be wrong. The power of this ordinary fire is already so strong. I'm afraid that this heaven-breaking divine fire can really improve my body to a certain extent. He had used a treasure to improve his fleshly body in the 13 god nations. Lin Fei was very clear that it was very difficult for ordinary treasures to improve his body. Once the 13-stage golden body technique broke through to the 4th stage, Lin Fei believed that he would have the confidence to fight against god emperor powerhouses. The 4th stage of his fleshly body would definitely be able to withstand the power of a god emperor. After cultivating the top-notch body tempering technique of the god-demon race, Lin Fei was very confident that his body would be able to accommodate more heavenly god energy. In the land of extreme yang, there was a place that constantly spewed out lava. It was a huge volcano. Every once in a while, the huge volcano would spew out heavenly fire. And not far from this huge volcano, there was a huge fiery red city. This city was Heaven-Breaking City. The construction of Heaven-Breaking City was done using local materials. Huge red rocks were the specialty of this place, and they could withstand the blazing heat. The Heaven-Breaking City was built because of these huge rocks. As for the rocks outside, none of them could withstand the heat in this land of extreme yang, and they would be melted in a moment. City Lord, it is rumored that Lin Fei has already entered our land of extreme yang. Should we arrange for someone to ambush that person? In the fiery red palace. A god king walked in with an anxious look on his face. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Recently, Lin Fei's ferocity could be said to be known by everyone. The number of god emperors that died in his hands was more than 10, and even 20. This was a nightmare for god emperors. He's really here. Palayang stood up, a trace of worry on his face. Why would he come to our heaven-breaking city? Wherever this guy goes, good things happen. The fiend race, the bone race, and so on were all unlucky. You guys keep an eye on him. Don't let him make the first move. Palayang said. Everyone had seen Lin Fei's strength for themselves, so Palayang did not dare to really fight Lin Fei. In the end, it would be heaven-breaking city's experts that would be lost. First, Palayang went inside the huge volcano. The temperature here was extremely high. Even a god monarch like Palayang had to summon a treasure to form a barrier and enter the depths of the volcano. In the depths of the huge volcano sat a red-haired middle-aged man. He exuded a supreme aura that made people's hearts shiver. This person was the 7th God Emperor Pation. Ancestor, that Lin Fei is here. What should we do? If it were an ordinary person, Palayang would deal with him personally. But this Lin Fei, Palayang really did not have the confidence. After all, he had 2 parts of the primordial arch armor on him, and he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the other party's accumulation as a 5th firmament celestial deity was even more terrifying. Palayang could not make the decision. To think that he really dared to come. God Emperor Pation opened his eyes, which were like fire, constantly jumping. It's good that you can come and report. That person's strength has reached the level where if a God Emperor doesn't come, he is invincible among God Emperors. Unless dozens of God Emperors attack together. Dozens of God Emperors attacking. This was the first time Palayang heard the ancestor say this, and he was very shocked. If these words were to spread, the entire Windcloud Dominion would probably go crazy. A very high evaluation. Chapter 36-33. Lin Fei's movements were very fast. Land of Extreme Yang's scorching high temperature could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps at all. Very soon, a huge volcano appeared before his eyes. Apart from that, there was also a huge city, completely made of fiery red stones, very attractive. The one who came is Divine Lord Lin Fei. Even though Lin Fei's realm was 5th firmament celestial deity, no one dared to look down on him now. They all treated him as a Divine Lord powerhouse. Furthermore, he was a peak existence among Divine Lords. Lin Fei was prepared for battle. I'm Lin Fei. The voice went far away. Several figures flew out of the city, stopped not far from Lin Fei, and said to him with cupped hands, I'm Palayang, Heaven-Shredding City's City Lord. Lin Fei was quite surprised, and then returned the greeting with cupped hands. So, it's City Lord Po. I've heard a lot about you. When Palayang saw that Lin Fei was so young, he was actually abnormally shocked in his heart. Back then, when he was at this age, he probably did not even have 1/10 of the other party's combat strength. This was really infuriating to death. Palayang also sensed a terrifying aura from the other party, especially the glove on his left hand. It was Ancient Heng's glove, and there was a pendant on his neck. Old ancestor wants to see you. Follow me. Palayang said. Okay. Lin Fei agreed readily. As for scheming against him, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Even divine emperors had to pay the price too. He was not to be trifled with. The news of Palayang, this city lord personally going to welcome Lin Fei, still caused a huge uproar in Heaven-Shredding City. Many people felt that this crazy guy should be killed. Their Heaven-Shredding City had a divine emperor holding down the fort. Who dared to behave atrociously in Heaven-Shredding City? No matter who came, they all behaved themselves. Even if Lin Fei caused a bigger commotion, it was still nothing in front of a divine emperor. Someone behind retorted, shouting, If you have the capabilities, go. He's invincible under divine emperor. Could it be that you wish for Heaven-Shredding City's divine lords to all die in his hands? Because of this, everyone immediately lost their temper. He was invincible below the God Emperor realm. No one was unconvinced. My ancestor is inside the volcano. Pliang brought Lin Fei to the entrance of the volcano. He admired how Lin Fei didn't reveal the slightest bit of unease. After all, there was a god emperor in the volcano. Even though he was only the 7th god emperor, a god emperor was still a god emperor. He was a peak existence in the Windcloud Weave and everyone had to look up to him. Even if a divine lord powerhouse came to see the patriarch, which one of them wouldn't be fearful and uneasy? Lin Fei's performance was not something those god monarchs could compare with. "I won't be accompanying you," Pliang said. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. "This volcano is not bad. Is it here to test me? Interesting." He walked in with a single step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as he entered the volcano, flames filled the sky, and a sea of fire appeared. Lin Fei was instantly caught in it, and the raging fire attacked him. The temperature was terrifying. Lin Fei circulated the 13-stage golden body technique. The blazing waves battered his body, and Lin Fei's entire body turned fiery red like a heated crab. Traces of burning power invaded his body. The heavenly god power in Lin Fei's body was vast and mighty like a vast ocean. The power that seeped in was instantly minced into pieces. This kind of test is just bullying ordinary experts. Lin Fei shook his head as he strode forward with large strides. In the depths of the volcano, the heaven-breaking divine emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, opened his eyes. Such a powerful body is indeed rare. With Gu Heng's gloves and Gu Heng's space-time pendant, he's fully deserving of being the strongest person below the God Emperor realm. The heaven-breaking divine emperor's eyes pierced through the void, and Lin Fei's every move appeared in his eyes. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed a vigorous life aura. Senior heaven-breaking divine emperor. After passing through the boundless sea of flames, Lin Fei saw the heaven-breaking divine emperor and cupped his hands. A god emperor was the strongest expert in the windy wind weave. Lin Fei still had some manners. "You're not bad," the heaven-breaking divine emperor said. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that this emperor will suppress you?" Lin Fei said in a serious tone, "If senior heaven-breaking divine emperor wanted to fight, he wouldn't have let me in. If he really wanted to fight, this lowly one would fight to the death. I believe that senior heaven-breaking divine emperor will be very disappointed." The heaven-breaking divine emperor snorted coldly. "You talk big." Lin Fei was not afraid. "Because I'm confident in my own strength." The heaven-breaking divine emperor had seen countless geniuses, but none of them could compare to Lin Fei. At least, Lin Fei couldn't be so calm when facing him. "Tell me, why did you come to Heaven-Breaking City?" the heaven-breaking divine emperor said. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He knew that he had passed the first test. Since the heaven-breaking divine emperor didn't fight, he definitely wouldn't fight next. "I want the heaven-breaking divine flame." The heaven-breaking divine emperor glanced at Lin Fei. "You want to break through the limits of your body. Interesting." Lin Fei didn't plan to hide it from the heaven-breaking divine emperor. "Why should this emperor give it to you?" the heaven-breaking divine emperor said indifferently. "Why?" Lin Fei didn't know what to say. This question was a bit tricky. "Because I'm stronger than them. As long as I'm in Heaven-Breaking City, they don't have the qualifications." Lin Fei suddenly laughed. "Moreover, I can find them one by one and kill them all. At that time, no one would want the heaven-breaking divine flame. If it's not mine, who else could it be? I think the previous tragedy wouldn't want that to happen either. You're acting like a hooligan." This was the first time the heaven-breaking divine emperor heard such words. "To deal with trash, I always think that it's better to kill them with one punch," Lin Fei said. "After all, it's a shame to be alive. I'm a heavenly god, and they aren't even my match. What's the use of keeping them?" The heaven-breaking divine emperor had never seen such an arrogant fellow. If these words were to spread, the heaven-breaking divine emperor was sure that this brat would cause public outrage. However, on second thought, it seemed normal. This fellow's strength was indeed tyrannical. The accumulation of strength in the heavenly god realm was also very terrifying. It surpassed a major realm. This was a super battle. It was because of this foundation that he could activate two supreme treasures. Those geniuses outside couldn't do it. Well said, the heaven-breaking divine emperor said. I can give you the heaven-breaking divine flame, but what can you give me? Lin Fei could see that the heaven-breaking divine emperor was very calculative. I heard that Senior doesn't have a good relationship with the Six Paths God Emperor. I can guarantee that once I'm strong enough, I'll help you kill the Six Paths God Emperor, Lin Fei said in a low voice. You're bold. Not bad. Then I'll wait and see. The heaven-breaking divine emperor laughed and waved his hand. A ball of flame appeared in his hand. As soon as the ball of flame appeared, Lin Fei felt an aura of death. This place is very safe. You can refine the heaven-breaking divine flame here or even go into seclusion. The heaven-breaking divine emperor said. The flame in his hand floated in front of Lin Fei. Chapter 36-34. Everyone in the wind cloud weave knew that Lin Fei had entered Skybreaker City. No one dared to charge in and capture them. That was the territory of the heaven-breaking God Emperor. Apart from the God Emperors, no one would dare to act recklessly. The spies that were paying attention to the heaven-breaking city kept sending out news. The heaven-breaking divine emperor didn't make a move. Instead, it was Palai Yang who personally came out to welcome them. It was unknown how many people were stunned. This was different from what they had imagined. Shouldn't he make a move? This Lin Fei had massacred several races and suppressed and refined their experts to strengthen himself. If this wasn't a method of the Devil Dao, then what was it? Why didn't the heaven-breaking divine emperor make a move? For a moment, this question agitated many people. Patriarch, why don't we capture Lin Fei? Inside the volcano, Palai Yang looked at Lin Fei, who was engulfed in flames, in confusion. What benefits do you think our heaven-shattering city will obtain if we capture Lin Fei? The heaven-shattering divine emperor said with a smile. Forefather, as long as you get the ancient Heng glove and the ancient Heng space-time pendant, your power will increase tremendously. Even the few emperor gods will have to be polite to you. Palai Yang said. Our heaven-crushing city's influence will also increase. In the future, Old Ancestor might even become the #1 God Emperor. The heaven-breaking divine emperor shook his head and said, You're too narrow-minded. Who said that I can challenge them just because I took 2 pieces of the ancient emperor's armor? You're too stupid. If they really get their hands on the 2 treasures, the 6 veteran God Emperors will definitely attack immediately and destroy our heaven-crushing city, including you and me. Palai Yang's eyes widened. Impossible, how dare they? There's nothing to be afraid of. Heaven-breaking divine emperor said, Do you really think that Lin Fei is so easy to suppress? You're thinking too easily. Have you seen a 5th firmament celestial deity who can kill a divine monarch? Palai Yang fell silent. As long as Lin Fei is alive, he will benefit the most. The heaven-breaking divine emperor said, although a mere heaven-breaking divine flame is precious, using it to befriend Lin Fei won't do our heaven-breaking city any harm. Palai Yang lowered his head in shame. His vision was still too shallow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The heaven-crushing divine flame was more domineering than Lin Fei had imagined. He was constantly tempering his body. Fortunately, Lin Fei had cultivated the 13-fold golden body incantation and was used to that kind of pain. Compared to that, the pain caused by the heaven-crushing divine fire was actually about the same. Time passed day by day. Half a year passed. Lin Fei continued to sit cross-legged, allowing the heaven-splitting divine fire to temper his body. The heaven-splitting divine flame also gradually weakened from its initial domineering nature, and its effect on tempering the physical body also decreased. Almost there. On this day, the Empyrean God's power in Lin Fei's body shattered the remnants of the heaven-splitting divine fire. He slowly opened his eyes, and a fierce aura appeared in the depths of his pupils. This aura is too shocking, too shocking. Palai Yang was very far away, but even he was shocked by this aura. This aura is comparable to an emperor god. Palai Yang was shocked. This guy's body has become even more terrifying. I really don't know how he cultivated. With the help of the heaven-splitting divine fire, Lin Fei had indeed broken through the limits of his physical body. At this moment, his physical body was infinitely close to the emperor god level. It's still a little short of a true Emperor God's body. Sensing the changes in his physical body, Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool, and a large amount of Empyrean God's power surged into his body. As soon as the power entered his body, Lin Fei's aura increased. The amount of Empyrean God's power also increased. 31,000, 32,000, 36,000, 38,000, 42,000. Finally, it broke through to 50,000 before stopping. All the Empyrean God's power in the myriad essence pool was refined by Lin Fei, and he successfully increased the amount of Empyrean God's power to 50,000. Lin Fei's aura was full of pressure. This strength. Palayang was shocked. It's even stronger than before. Lin Fei was overjoyed. With 50,000 strands of Empyrean God's power and the first level of the God-slaying fist, I can explode with the power of 500,000 strands of Empyrean God's power in a single breath. In a short time, he had increased his strength by more than 10,000 strands of Empyrean God's power. This was a huge increase in quantity. Its power had also become terrifying. It's still not enough to fight a God Emperor. Now, I'm just one step away. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If I raise the 13-stage golden body technique to the 4th level, my physical body will definitely be at the God Emperor level. With a God Emperor level physical body and the help of treasures, Lin Fei would truly be invincible below the God Emperor level. He's still cultivating. Palayang had thought that Lin Fei would come out of seclusion. After all, he had stayed here all this time to wait for Lin Fei. When he saw the scene of his shattered physical body reforming, Palayang could not help but suck in a cold breath. What a crazy fellow! A person without great willpower and determination would not dare to cultivate this kind of body tempering technique. Palayang knew that he could not do it. It would be a great pain to his physical body and soul. Palayang finally understood why Lin Fei's physical body was so strong. When one's physical body was strong, one's accumulation would naturally be more profound. This seemed simple, but there were only a few people in the entire Windy Wind Weave who could do it. Not to mention the dangers involved. One mistake and one would die on the spot. The old ancestor is right. Palayang could imagine that once Lin Fei's physical body made a breakthrough, even if it wasn't at the Celestial Emperor realm, it would still be hard for even a Celestial Emperor to harm Lin Fei. A strong physical body was something that countless experts were helpless against. With such a strong defense, there was no way to attack. There was nothing more complicated than this. The time it took to break through his physical body was longer than before. It took a full year. In this year, Palayang kept an eye on it. During this time, heaven-breaking Divine Emperor also came once or twice. Each time he came, he left immediately, but from the slight change in his expression, it was enough to show that he was satisfied with the current situation. On this day, 2 powerful auras appeared in the land of extreme yang. When these 2 auras appeared, all the experts could feel the oppressive aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. God Emperor Fluttering Snow and White Ancient God Emperor are here. As expected of a God Emperor. This pressure is too terrifying and unbearable. Looking at the God Emperor experts that came out of the void, the experts of Heaven-Breaking City could only feel reverence. The 2 of you, what rare guests. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor walked out. I don't know what wind blew you here, but this is rare. We are God Emperors, shouldn't we walk more often? White Bone God Emperor said, after all, unity is power. The words left behind by the ancients are very reasonable. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor smiled. This is not the place to talk. Why don't we sit inside? Alright. The 2 God Emperors followed Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor into the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 36-35. Within Heaven-Breaking Residence. Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor was entertaining the 2 God Emperors. As peak experts of the same level, Heaven-Breaking Divine Emperor had a good relationship with them. After all of them were Emperor Gods, and they belonged to the newly ascended category. Naturally, there was a certain difference between them and the 6 veteran Emperor Gods. Hence, they automatically grouped up. It's rare for you 2 to come to Heaven-Breaking City. Don't say you're here to see me. Let's get straight to the point. Heaven-breaking divine emperor smiled. Fluttering Snow took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. White Bones God knew he had to speak. Brother Heaven-breaking, since you asked, let's get straight to the point. White Bones God said, we want to meet Lin Fei. Heaven-breaking divine emperor revealed a playful smile. Is it that simple? White Bones God laughed dryly. Indeed, it's just a meeting. After all, Lin Fei is popular in Wind Cloud territory. Who doesn't want to meet him? Brother Fluttering Snow, what about you? Heaven-breaking divine emperor looked at Fluttering Snow. There was no other reason for these two god emperors to come to Heaven-breaking City other than Lin Fei. Let's work together. Fluttering Snow put down her teacup. Her gaze became determined. Within the volcano, the fire raged and the temperature was as high as the sun. Palayong suddenly felt 3 powerful auras appear. Old Ancestor. Not long after, a figure appeared. It was Heaven-breaking divine emperor and another god emperor. Still not done? Heaven-breaking divine emperor saw through the end. He was surprised. The awakening should be over by now. Lin Fei seems to be making a breakthrough in his body tempering technique. Palayong answered honestly. White Bones God and Fluttering Snow's gaze landed on Lin Fei. The sea of fire receded and Lin Fei's true appearance was revealed. This aura seems to be at the critical point. Fluttering Snow was surprised. He's about to make a breakthrough. White Bones God was shocked. God Emperor corporeal body. Boom! Finally, the reassembly was completed. A powerful and overbearing aura swept out, shattering the surrounding flames and turning the surrounding area into a vacuum zone. He broke through. Palayong's heart trembled. How many people had been unable to break through to the God Emperor realm? Now, one of them had appeared right in front of him. The 3 God Emperors also had different expressions on their faces. As Emperor Gods, their corporeal bodies were barely at the level of Sir God. They were strong because of their strength, but they rarely cultivated their corporeal bodies. There were only a handful of people in the entire Windcloud Weave who had broken through to the God Emperor realm despite not being a God Emperor. You're late. The heaven-breaking divine emperor retracted his gaze and revealed a faint smile. Emperor God Fluttering Snow didn't feel anything. To Emperor God White Bones, the other party's body had broken through to the level of an Emperor God. He instantly had the right to be on equal footing with him. No one would be unhappy. Mountains of white bones. Emperor God White Bones slapped towards Lin Fei. Numerous white bones appeared and turned into a mountain. It howled and pressed down. The void where Lin Fei was collapsed on the spot, and the entire void seemed to sink. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bone mountain smashed down, and a river of space-time appeared. It was getting slower and slower. In the end, it smashed onto Lin Fei's body with only 1/10 of its power left. At that instant, Lin Fei opened his eyes and a domineering aura surged out. He roared, "You're courting death." God-killing fist punched out. 500,000 rays of heaven god power surged out. A light pillar streaked across. D***. Emperor God White Bones humphed coldly and punched out. The power that belonged to an emperor god surged out and collided heavily. Hong hong hong. The two forces collided continuously, stirring up huge waves. The surrounding flames turned into nothingness. Emperor God, what's so great about you? Lin Fei looked over and mocked. Emperor God White Bones was unwilling to accept that his punch didn't break the other party's power. Instead, they were evenly matched. Emperor God White Bones couldn't accept that. Enough! The heaven-breaking divine emperor humphed. White Bones, if you attack again, I'll be angry. Emperor God White Bones really wanted to severely injure the other party. It was a pity that he didn't succeed. The other party was so strong. Congratulations, Brother Lin, for your great improvement. The heaven-breaking divine emperor congratulated. It was just a misunderstanding. Brother Lin, please don't take it to heart. Just do me a favor. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by the heaven-breaking divine emperor's words. Since his 13 stages of golden body technique had reached the 4th stage, his physical defense had increased tremendously. Lin Fei knew that he was qualified to talk to an emperor god. After fighting with Emperor God Whitebones, he was even more certain of his strength. Even though he could only destroy 80% of the other party's power, he was satisfied. The remaining 20% didn't cause as much damage as he had imagined. It was just a light injury. "I'll definitely do you a favor," Lin Fei said. The heaven-breaking divine emperor was satisfied. Lin Fei was good at dealing with people. "Let's have a seat outside." But they went to another place. There were only the four of them. There was no one else around. Even the void was filled with the power of an emperor god. "This is Emperor God Whitebones and Emperor God Fluttering Snow," the heaven-breaking divine emperor introduced. Lin Fei nodded. As for Emperor God Whitebones, forget it. This guy was hostile towards him. "I wonder why the two emperor gods are looking for me," Lin Fei asked. "If it's for the ancient Heng gloves and ancient Heng space-time pendant, forget it." Emperor God Whitebones regretted coming too late. After observing for so long, he ended up benefiting this kid. An emperor god's physical body was equivalent to having the ability to protect his life. In a one-on-one situation, Emperor God Whitebones wasn't confident that he could take him down. After a short fight, they had an understanding of each other's strength. "Cooperation," the Emperor God Whitebones said. Lin Fei was surprised. "Are you sure you're not here to snatch my things?" The Emperor God Whitebones was speechless. This guy was really hard to talk to. "Do you think it's so easy to snatch your things?" The Emperor God Whitegua humphed. "I said cooperation means cooperation." Lin Fei was curious. An emperor god wanted to cooperate with him? "Are you thinking of getting rid of other emperor gods? If that's the case, forget it." Lin Fei was clear of his own capabilities. "I'm a timid person. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." The emperor god Whitebones almost vomited blood. "You're timid? So many experts in the wind cloud we've died in your hands. You even dared to come to the heaven-breaking city alone." Chapter 36-36. The news that Emperor God Fluttering Snow brought was shocking to Lin Fei. Territory war? Immortal elixir? There was even a chance to refine experts. This was extremely attractive to Lin Fei as it meant that his power could increase again. "Can you tell me more about it? After all, I'm just a newbie and I don't know anything about the territory war." Lin Fei asked curiously. "It sounds like a huge event. I'm prepared to understand it better." Embarrassing? Not at all. Lin Fei was thick-skinned. If he didn't understand, he should ask. Emperor God Fluttering Snow wasn't surprised. Less than 20 people knew about the territory war in the entire Wind Cloud territory. It was a top secret and not a single piece of news had been leaked. It was normal for Lin Fei to ask. If he didn't ask, it would be abnormal. They might even start to doubt themselves. "No problem. The territory war isn't a small matter. I have to understand it better to be prepared." "I see. That's an eye-opener." After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He couldn't help but think that the world was so big. It was far beyond his imagination. "It's not impossible for me to join the territory war." Lin Fei realized that it was a great chance to strengthen his power. According to what she said, the experts going to join the territory war were all Emperor God level. Everyone's chance was to step into the Immortal level. The Immortal level was truly undying. Even if a territory was destroyed, the Immortal level experts wouldn't be affected. They could watch the ebb and flow of the era. It was time to bargain. It was normal for Emperor God Fluttering Snow to hear Lin Fei's request. It would be weird if she didn't mention it. Emperor God Fluttering Snow said. In the territory, there was basically nothing an Emperor God couldn't do. "I feel that my power isn't enough. I would like to ask for your help. For example, let me suppress a Jura race, Dragon race, and other top races. I don't want to go to the territory war and be killed because I'm not strong enough." Lin Fei said seriously, "I believe that all of you wish for me to become stronger, right?" Lin Fei didn't forget to increase his strength even though he was participating in the Weave War. If one's strength did not increase, everything else would be meaningless. Moreover, in that kind of place, only great power was fundamental. The other tribes won't be a problem, but the Azura tribe and the Dragon tribe won't be easy to deal with. Emperor God Fluttering Snow creased his eyebrows and said, You might not know, but they have the shadow of Emperor God behind them. Frankly speaking, they have submitted to Emperor God. Because of Emperor God's support, they can continue to exist. God Emperor? Lin Fei had never thought about this. In that case, if I were to make a move, I would be fighting against the God Emperor. Breaking Heaven God Emperor nodded. In theory, I don't mind telling you that the three of us are weaker in terms of strength and influence. This is because we have all recruited top clans. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So there was such a thing. Even though he hadn't made a move against the top clans, he could be sure of one thing. The old Emperor God indeed had a lot of resources. And the experts of the top clans, no matter how weak they were, had fighting power that was infinitely close to Emperor God. They could be said to be battle generals. Then I think we should make a move. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Why don't we make a move against Emperor Six Paths first? Lin Fei still wanted to make a move. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other two Emperor Gods admired this Lin Fei. He was really young and frivolous. Knowing that there were Emperor Gods behind the top clans, he still dared to make a move. He was really courageous. Compared to them, there was no comparison at all. Brother Lin, if you want to make a move, the only thing we can do is to restrain them. Breaking Heaven God Emperor said, for example, we can help you restrain them as a guest. But once we make a move, it will be different. Restrain? That's fine too. It's fine if we don't make a move. As long as Lin Fei had enough time to suppress those experts, even if an Emperor God came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. It was just losing a few experts. Lin Fei didn't think that the Emperor God experts would dare to make a move. Especially after his physical body reached the Emperor God level, he had the strongest ability to protect himself. An unkillable existence would definitely be an Emperor God's nightmare. Sure. Lin Fei and the three Emperor Gods formed a temporary cooperation. No one mentioned the territory war. Once the small matter was settled, there would be no problem. Everyone was clear about it. Six Paths Mountain. Emperor Six Paths lived on Six Paths Mountain. The Six Paths Mountain was a supreme treasure with a total of 6 barriers. Each barrier was extremely terrifying and even God Emperors wouldn't be able to break through. Emperor Six Paths' name came from Six Paths Mountain. Within the Six Daos Palace, the Six Daos Emperor God suddenly opened his eyes and looked confused. Why are they here? The three Emperor Gods' auras were like the sun. When they entered this area, Emperor Six Paths sensed them. He was a fourth sky Emperor God. Interesting. Emperor Six Paths walked out of his cultivation place. Welcome. No matter what, an Emperor God was a distinguished guest. As a veteran Emperor God, Emperor Six Paths still gave them face. After all, unless it was a matter of life and death, Emperor Gods wouldn't easily offend each other. The vengeance of a God Emperor was extremely terrifying. As a veteran Emperor God, Emperor Six Paths wouldn't easily offend him. Even if he could kill him, he would have to pay a huge price, not to mention the other Emperor Gods who were watching from the side. It was precisely because of this invisible restraint that the God Emperors would rarely fight. At most, they would stop when the fight was over. The three of you are rare guests. Emperor Six Paths went out to welcome them. The heaven-breaking godly emperor cupped his hands and said, "Actually, we are here to look for someone. Not long ago, something happened in the land of Extreme Yang. Someone killed a caravan and took away a treasure of the heaven-breaking palace. As a godly emperor, I have to come here personally. Please forgive me, Brother Six Dao." This reason? Emperor Six Paths didn't believe it. After all, Emperor Six Paths looked down on Emperor Breaking Heaven and secretly mocked him. Emperor Fluttering Snow, what about you? Emperor Six Paths looked at Emperor Fluttering Snow. Recently, my sword skills have reached great mastery. I would like to spar with Six Paths. After all, your Six Paths defense is the most famous Emperor God among us. It's also publicly acknowledged, Emperor Fluttering Snow said. There's a conspiracy. Emperor Breaking Heaven came to look for someone. Emperor Fluttering Snow tested his moves. Emperor Whitebone's reason was even simpler. He wanted to exchange for a treasure from Emperor Six Paths. Chapter 36-37. It's here. Lin Fei walked out of the void and looked at an area shrouded in black fog. It was the famous Abyss Race's base camp. Powerful auras kept pulsing in Lin Fei's eyes. Open! Lin Fei stepped out and punched the Abyss Race's defensive array, causing countless ripples. But moments later, the ripples collapsed, and a huge hole appeared in the defensive array. After increasing my strength, my combat power is not inferior to a god the Arch. Lin Fei walked into the Abyss Race's camp. At that moment, the Abyss Race's experts kept rushing out. Suppress! Lin Fei summoned the Myriad Essence Pool. Compared to the previous time, it was more powerful this time. A huge vortex formed and enveloped the entire area. All god monarchs were instantly sucked in and suppressed. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to attack the heaven gods, so he left them all. There was no point in refining it. Once the Myriad Essence Pool appeared, the Abyss Race's experts' expressions changed drastically. They lost control of their bodies and were sucked into the Myriad Essence Pool. The remaining experts were also horrified. Sir, who are you? A powerful aura rushed out, glaring angrily. It was the Abyss Race's patriarch. Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed loudly and summoned the river of spacetime. As soon as these two words left his mouth, the abyssal leader's expression also changed drastically. This person's name, like the shadow of a tree, had spread throughout the entire wind cloud weave. Lin Fei, how dare you? The Abyss Race's patriarch roared angrily. We are protected by the Arch Six Paths. The Arch Six Paths accompanied the three Thearchs. But when the news spread, the Arch Six Paths' expression changed drastically. Lin Fei. The Arch Six Paths knew Lin Fei very well. He had the Arch Armor treasures from God Emperor Ancient Eternal. He was known as the strongest person below the God Emperor and was invincible. The number of God Lords who died at his hands could be counted on 2 hands. They were all killed head-on. With absolute strength, it could be said that he was extremely terrifying. How dare he attack the elites of the Abyss Race? Doesn't he know I'm protecting them? Emperor God of Six Paths' face darkened, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Six Paths God Emperor quickly understood. When Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 Emperor Gods arrived, they were afraid that in order to restrain him, they would not deal with Lin Fei. This speculation greatly shocked Emperor God of Six Paths. When would Lin Fei be able to team up with 3 Emperor Gods? With such a lineup, any of the top 6 Emperor Gods would feel extremely pressured. After all, Lin Fei had 2 powerful treasures, the Primordial Emperor's armor. Shameless! How shameless! Six Paths God Emperor cursed. However, Emperor God of Six Paths would definitely not sit back and watch as the experts of the Abyss Race were suppressed and refined. Hua! The God Emperor of Six Paths took a step forward and tore open the void. He said, "It's rare for the 3 God Emperors to come here. Please stay in my residence for a while. I'll be back soon." When Emperor God of Six Paths stepped into the void, a formation appeared. It was the Six Paths defense formation that Emperor God of Six Paths was most proud of. The Six Paths defense formation sounded ordinary, but in reality, it could not only trap people, but it could also block the enemy's attacks. It was a combination of attack and defense. We miscalculated. Emperor God Fluttering Snow shook his head. We can only inform Lin Fei. The 3 God Emperors underestimated Emperor God of Six Paths' determination. After the Six Paths defense formation was activated, it was basically impossible for them to break out. On the other side, Lin Fei controlled the river of spacetime and the ancient eternal glove. He attacked fiercely and continuously suppressed the experts of the Abyss Race. The race that the God Emperor has his eyes on is indeed strong. Lin Fei besieged the Abyss Race's patriarch. This one could also hold on. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He could not hold on for that long. Lin Fei, I am under Emperor God of Six Paths. If you touch me, you won't get any benefits, even if you are the number 1 person below the God Emperor. The Abyss Race's patriarch roared. From the start of the fight until now, he had been defeated in a short time. This patriarch had to admit one thing. This person was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Divine Lords were no match for him at all. I'm not afraid of threats. Even if Patriarch Six Paths comes, it will be the same. Lin Fei controlled the myriad essence pool to smash down. I'm still too slow. If I had absolute speed and power, it would definitely be better. The Abyss Race's Patriarch was not a God Emperor, but he was much stronger than ordinary Divine Lord experts. Patriarch, save me. The God-killing fist followed closely, overwhelming power pressing down. The Abyss Race's Patriarch could not hold on any longer. In the void, a hand stretched out, and a loud Emperor's aura appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei's body shook slightly, but he was not injured. A God Emperor's body is really powerful. Collect. The river of space-time swept past the Abyss Race's Patriarch. The punch that gathered all its power broke through the Abyss Race's resistance, and he was sucked into the myriad essence pool in the blink of an eye. The myriad essence pool was becoming more and more powerful. As long as one's power could not keep up with the resistance, they would be immediately suppressed and taken away. Lin Fei. Boom. Boom. A figure walked out. Patriarch Six Paths glared at him. A powerful force immediately descended on the area where Lin Fei was. The space around him collapsed on the spot, and the boundless collapsing force slammed into his body. The force was so fierce that it made Lin Fei sway. Greetings, God Emperor Six Paths, said Lin Fei with a smile. So this is what a God Emperor looks like when he's angry. I've learned a lot. The moment God Emperor Six Paths attacked, the 5 veteran God Emperors from the Wind Cloud we've turned their gazes over to watch the scene unfold before them. God Emperor Six Paths looked at Lin Fei. Such a young guy with a mysterious background had caused such a huge commotion. It was unbelievable. You know I'm God Emperor Six Paths, but you still dare to attack them? God Emperor Six Paths said coldly. Even though Lin Fei was only a 5th heaven celestial god, when God Emperor Six Paths attacked just now, he could feel that Lin Fei's body was very terrifying, and he might even have stepped into the God Emperor level. God Emperor Six Paths did not attack. Lin Fei could not be treated with ordinary eyes, but in existence on almost the same level as him. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing I can do. If I want to increase my strength, I can only make a move on them. I'm telling the truth. Oh right, I didn't start a massacre. I still have to give you face, 6 Daos God Emperor. The 5 God Emperors in the void didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this explanation. What a cunning guy. God Emperor Six Paths was stunned. You're really straightforward. Wasn't that last sentence a slap in the face? Without the top powerhouses, what's the use of the remaining celestial powerhouses? Lin Fei, you're such a bully. God Emperor Six Paths flew into a rage. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Boom. Chapter 36-38. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor punched, and a huge 6 Paths world appeared. The reincarnation power immediately rushed over. The space around Lin Fei collapsed on the spot, and waves of energy surrounded him. This is the 6 Paths Reincarnation, 6 Paths Celestial Emperor's most famous killer move. Lin Fei felt the changes around him, and his body felt like it was about to be torn into pieces, leaving bloody marks. The feeling grew stronger and stronger. River of time and space. A river of space-time surged out and surrounded Lin Fei. The strangling force gradually weakened, but a portion of it still struck Lin Fei's body, leaving behind bloody marks. A celestial emperor is indeed a celestial emperor. This power can easily kill a godly monarch expert. After Lin Fei activated the river of time and space, he kept protecting himself. Senior 6 Paths, if you want to kill me, you have to use all your strength, or you will have to return empty-handed. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei continued punching out. Just like that, a series of afterimages appeared, resisting against the strangling power of the 6 Paths Reincarnation. First reincarnation. The power instantly increased. Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure, and the power of 6 Paths Celestial Emperor was indeed strong. Second reincarnation. Third reincarnation. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor also wanted to know how strong this guy was. All 6 Paths Reincarnation were activated. Once the 6 powers were activated, Lin Fei was almost suppressed, and wounds appeared on his body. At this time, 6 Paths Celestial Emperor's power was no weaker than a 5th Sky Celestial Emperor's. 6 Paths' power has increased a lot again. With just a glance, there was a conversation in the void. 6 Paths reincarnation is even more perfect. I wonder if that kid can block it. Lin Fei almost never stopped clashing with the power of the 6 Paths reincarnation. Fortunately, his body was strong, and after reaching the level of a Celestial Emperor, his body did not break, and he completely withstood the attacks, but his injuries were not light. 6 Paths reincarnation, 6 powers. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Reincarnation. 6 Paths God Emperor growled, and the entire area darkened. The area was instantly attacked by a terrifying power, and everything was being reincarnated. One more move. The power of reincarnation enveloped him. Lin Fei realized that this power was similar to the river of spacetime. Its might wasn't as terrifying as the river of spacetime, but it still had the ability to resist. Block it. We must block it. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and held on, his injuries becoming more and more serious. From the moment he had made a move against the Abyss race, he had already predicted that the God Emperor would be powerful. However, when he truly fought with the God Emperor, there was still a certain gap between them. Looks like I'm still too weak. Even if I go all out, there's still a gap. Unless I can break through to 100,000 strands of deity power, then I'll have the power to fight a real battle. Now, he was far from it. Of course, Lin Fei could also break through the second stage of the God-slaying fist. At the moment, there was still some distance between them. He withstood it. A God Emperor's body and 2 treasures. This person's background is mysterious. The 5 veteran God Emperors watched with interest. At the same time, they were a little shocked. Lin Fei was stronger than they had imagined. He wasn't a God Emperor, but it would be very difficult for a God Emperor to kill him. 6 Paths, there's probably no other way. Indeed, 6 Paths God Emperor was at his wit's end. He had used his most powerful move, but his opponent had withstood it. Unless 6 Paths God Emperor fought to the death with his opponent, that was not something he was willing to do. The God Emperors watching from the void were not to be trifled with. Senior, I've experienced your 6 Paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei cupped his hands. 6 Paths God Emperor glanced at him and said, "Scram." This was the only thing 6 Paths God Emperor could say. In the wind cloud weave, the 9 God Emperors restrained each other. No one dared to let themselves be injured, and they maintained their peak strength at all times. It was the same for 6 Paths God Emperor. Even if he took action now, he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Fei. All he could do was let Lin Fei leave. Lin Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was normal that he couldn't win. At least he had withstood it, and he had seen how powerful a God Emperor was. In less than 1,000 years, his strength had increased. Lin Fei was very satisfied. "Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." Lin Fei smiled. "I hope I'll have the chance to experience your skills again." After saying this, Lin Fei turned around and left. Lin Fei has left. Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the others were paying attention too. Seeing Lin Fei leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. "This guy is quite daring," Emperor God Whitebones said, "but to be honest, 6 Paths strength has increased again. I'm afraid the 6 Paths of reincarnation is about to reach great success." It's good that Lin Fei has left. At least, it won't be easy for a God Emperor to kill him again. To be able to withstand Emperor God's 6 Paths, it was enough to prove Lin Fei's potential. He wasn't a God Emperor, but he was better than one. That was enough. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei escaped into the void, but he didn't let his guard down. He took out Myriad Essence Pool, and the power of Heaven God surged into his body to heal his injuries. God Emperor is stronger than I expected. Lin Fei was on guard against his surroundings. With my long river of time and space, any power will be infinitely reduced. It's just that my current power isn't strong enough. If that God Emperor Guheng were to go all out against him back then, I'm afraid that no attack power would be able to penetrate through and would be disintegrated instantly. I still have a long way to go. In fact, Emperor God Guheng was really strong. With the arch armor, he was invincible. The experts in Wind Cloud territory couldn't defeat Emperor God Guheng. If not for Emperor God Guheng, it wouldn't be easy to overthrow his era. Lin Fei. All of a sudden, a projection descended from the void in front of them. It appeared in the void. The void astral wind howled, but it couldn't touch the projection. Senior Zhan Tianjue. The moment the projection appeared, Lin Fei recognized who it was and was surprised. You're not bad. Zhan Tianjue's body surged with overbearing might. He was like an army with thousands of men and horses. Lin Fei said, "It's my honor to be praised by Senior." Lin Fei, you're a smart man. As long as you hand over Ancient Heng's gloves and Ancient Heng's space-time pendant, I can fulfill 3 of your requests. Lin Fei knew that in his battle with Emperor God's 6 paths, although he was in a defensive state, his performance was enough to make other god emperors take him seriously. With the Time River, any power would be weakened, leaving only 30 to 40%, or even less. And his opponent had the body of a god emperor, and could resist an attack from a god emperor. It would be even harder to kill Lin Fei. 3 requests? Any request? Lin Fei asked. Anything up to the sky or down to the ground. Chapter 36-39. The second-ranked emperor god, Zhan Tianjue, had appeared and asked for 3 conditions. Lin Fei was really surprised. Since when did he have so much face? Although he didn't say what the conditions were, it was very tempting. No one could reject such a temptation. Zhan Tianjue was very confident. I've already made such a request, why don't you nod obediently? Once you agree, I can guarantee that no one will touch you in the wind and cloud territory in the future. Emperor God Zhan Tianjue was very confident. Being ranked second was not as simple as it seemed. Zhan Tianjue was very pleased. With this, he was not afraid that this guy would not agree. But would Lin Fei agree? Of course not. Without Gu Heng's glove, his power would plummet. Even if he had an emperor god physique, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. It was normal for him to be suppressed. An emperor god's physique wasn't indestructible. Senior Zhan, your conditions are very tempting. However, I can still agree to them for now. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of Zhan Tianjue, especially at a time like this. Don't think that Zhan Tianjue's actions were very secretive. He might have been targeted long ago. You rejected. Zhan Tianjue was in disbelief. Don't you know what these 3 conditions mean? This was the first time someone rejected a god emperor's conditions. I know. Lin Fei nodded. However, I can't bear to use Emperor Gu Heng's treasure to exchange for it. Unless you can kill the few emperor gods in the Wind Cloud territory. Zhan Tianjue rolled his eyes. Kill emperor gods? That was easy for him to say. If emperor gods were so easy to kill, the Wind Cloud territory would have been unified and there wouldn't be 9 emperor gods. Are you sure you won't regret it? Emperor God Zhan Tianju really wanted to crack open the other party's head to see what was in it. He rejected the 3 conditions just like that. Was there something wrong with his brain? Perhaps. Lin Fei said, however, I won't regret it now. Of course, if there comes a day when I no longer need it, I might contact you. Zhan Tianjue felt that it was quite embarrassing. I hope you remember what you said today. Zhan Tianjue disappeared and left a sentence. In the dark, the god emperors were also paying attention. The first 6 emperor gods feared each other, except for Emperor God Tianfeng. After all, he was the strongest among the 9 emperor gods. At the same time, he was recognized as the strongest god emperor. There's something wrong with this guy's brain. The god emperor shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He didn't expect there to be such a person. 3 conditions. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Lin Fei could clearly feel the vague aura disappearing. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Sometimes, restraining each other isn't a bad thing. Lin Fei thought to himself. Now that the fiends have been wiped out, it seems that I won't be able to make a move on the other top races. It's a pity that the God Emperor isn't stupid enough to make me fight them all the time. The god emperors of the Wind Cloud Weave were indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In the end, it's all because of my own strength. Brother Lin, don't blame us for this. Fluttering Snow and the other two god emperors looked embarrassed. Lin Fei knew that this was beyond his expectations. Six Paths God Emperor's temper was worse than he had imagined. He attacked the moment he appeared. Fortunately, he managed to resist in the end. This was a good consolation for Fluttering Snow and the others. At the very least, Lin Fei wasn't as weak as he had imagined. It's fine. Lin Fei didn't mind. I underestimated them. I thought I could restrain them, but I was thinking too much. It was unrealistic. To the three god emperors, they naturally hoped that Lin Fei was as strong as possible. That way, they would have an advantage in the territory war. It seemed like they could only leave it to fate. Lin Fei didn't want to continue suppressing the experts. After what happened to Six Paths God Emperor, the remaining god emperors would have made arrangements. If he wanted to fight again, it might be god emperors who would attack. Fighting a god emperor at this time was purely stupid. It would be a waste of energy. In the remaining time, Lin Fei decided to comprehend the second stage of God-Slaying Fist. God-Slaying Fist, first stage, 10 times. God-Slaying Fist, second stage, 20 times. Lin Fei planned to use the remaining time to break through God-Slaying Fist and improve his power greatly. Of course, before that, Lin Fei had something to do, which was to find Yi Tianhong from Tianji Hall. He hadn't forgotten that he had tricked him last time. Ever since he fought with Six Paths God Emperor, Lin Fei was confirmed as the #1 person below God Emperor. Everyone in the territory knew about it. But after that battle, Lin Fei disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Those who had been paying attention to him were curious. As time passed, all sorts of gossip appeared. If Lin Fei wasn't suppressed, he was killed by a god emperor. None of it was good news. 10 years later, in a huge mountain. This was a special place in the Wind Cloud territory. It was called Dream Swamp Forest. A figure walked through the forest. Demonic beasts kept appearing, but as soon as they got close, they were killed. Their corpses were unharmed. Then it should be in this area. On a huge tree, Lin Fei retracted his aura. It was as though he didn't exist. I used 10 years to find you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and sat down. His figure faded. The wind blew, and the leaves floated past Lin Fei. For 10 years, Lin Fei had been looking for Tianji Hall. He thought that Tianji Hall definitely had a secret that even God Emperor might not know about. Because of Tianji Hall's mystery, Lin Fei didn't ask Fluttering Snow God Emperor and the others. He didn't want to attract attention. Fortunately, after 10 years, Lin Fei found Tianji Hall's base camp. Dream Swamp Forest was where Tianji Hall's base camp was. However, this place was huge. If Lin Fei wanted to search inch by inch, it might take a long time. That was the only thing Lin Fei could do now. Fortunately, he had a lot of time. He believed that as long as anyone from Tianji Hall dared to come out, they wouldn't be able to escape his senses. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5th year. He's really like a mouse. It's been 5 years. He's finally willing to come out. In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation. Lin Fei revealed himself and stepped out. At an inconspicuous cliff in Dream Swamp Forest, 2 figures walked out. They were both Heaven God Realm experts. I can finally come out. That's right. I remember the last time I came out was 30 years ago. I heard that there's a Lin Fei outside now. He's the most powerful person below the God Emperor. Chapter 3640. Lin Fei was too fast. Before the other 2 could react, he killed one, captured the other alive, and quickly disappeared into the void. The flesh and blood of the Heaven God expert who was killed were also wrapped in energy and taken away quietly. No one knew what happened in this place. In a place in the forest, Lin Fei unleashed a great deal of power, sealing the area and creating a vacuum. Who are you? The Heaven God expert who was captured alive was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not expect to be ambushed at the entrance of his base camp. He did not even have the time to react. Scary, very scary. You just need to answer. Lin Fei waved his hand. His energy was like a knife, chopping off one of the man's arms. If you say a word of nonsense, I will take an item from you. I'll talk. Under the shroud of death, the other party became obedient. Is Tianji Hall inside? Lin Fei asked. The heaven god expert nodded. That's right. That's the answer. Lin Fei finally felt relieved. The place he had spent 10 years looking for was the right place. This Yunza mountain range was indeed the hiding place of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei could not help but admire the awesomeness of the secret fortune hall. If not for the fact that he had followed the clues all the way here, finding the secret fortune hall would not have been an easy task. Tell me about the experts inside Tianji Hall. Lin Fei did not barge in because he felt that Tianji Hall was not ordinary. He knew where the treasures left behind by God Emperor Gu Heng were. Tianji Hall must have some secrets. Lin Fei felt that he had to be careful. When this heaven god expert told him the secret of Tianji Hall, Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. In our heavenly secret hall, the strongest expert is the forefather of heavenly secret. He's at the peak of fifth sky of King God realm. In the headquarters of the heavenly secret hall, with the support of the formation, he can have the competence of a god emperor. With every piece of information that came out, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. A god emperor expert. Other than that, there were 36 Tiangang protectors in Tianji Hall. When they teamed up, they were 36 pseudo-emperor god experts. When the news came out, Lin Fei was shocked. This Tianji Hall was really strong. There were many experts in their headquarters. Even if they were pseudo-god emperors, any one of them would be an overlord. But Lin Fei did not hear any information about Tianji Hall outside. Currently, Tianji Hall's public image was that it was a second-rate sect with only 2 or 3 insignificant members. It was very inconspicuous and was even holed up in a small place. What a good trick. When he was almost done asking, Lin Fei killed them directly. His strength crushed them into pieces and turned them into nutrients for the earth. Luckily, I didn't barge into Tianji Hall in a hurry. Otherwise, I might be in trouble. Even though Lin Fei had the strength to fight a god emperor, he was still in a passive state of defense. He still needed some time before he could truly fight against a god emperor. This Tianji Hall must be hiding some big secret. I have to go in and take a look. Lin Fei couldn't help but be very interested. Why would such an expert hide in such an inconspicuous place? 10 years. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even think about it without 40 to 50 years. It was too secretive. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei's corporeal body muscles wriggled. At the same time, his aura changed too. Finally, he became that innate heaven god expert. It's finally time for my mortal rebirth technique to be useful. Lin Fei sized up his current self. There was no flaw in his body. When I get inside, I'll change my face. I'll take it one step at a time. Lin Fei reappeared in the forest and went straight to the cliff. He took out a token and activated it in the void. In the void, a faintly discernible door appeared. Lin Fei took a step in. This door is really well hidden. Even if a God Emperor expert came, he probably wouldn't be able to find any traces here. After walking through the door, Lin Fei was amazed by Tianji Hall's means. Amazing! Isn't this brother Tianyun? Why are you back? After passing through the door, Lin Fei came to an independent space. Several figures appeared. The heaven god expert killed by Lin Fei was Yi Tianyun. Now, Lin Fei was pretending to be this person. Don't mention it. Lin Fei knew in advance, so he didn't panic at all. He was very indifferent and said helplessly, "Aren't we going out? Who knows, there are many experts outside. I heard that a god king expert is wanted. I sent him to inquire about the news, and I came back first to avoid being framed by them. Don't you think it's an unlucky year to go out today?" While Lin Fei was speaking, he was also observing the place. Then you're really unlucky. Those big forces like to clear the place. It's good that you came back. Our Tianji Hall can't be exposed. Lin Fei sighed. I don't know when they will leave. It's not easy to go out. My good mood is gone. Ha! The guard roared with laughter. Lin Fei easily dealt with the guard's search and successfully entered Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was in an independent space. This space wasn't small, but it was also very sturdy. Lin Fei saw many people and felt many powerful auras. As mentioned, there were 36 celestial dipper protectors and an extremely tyrannical aura. Originally, he thought it was like this, but suddenly, the ancient Heng glove and ancient Heng space-time pendant on his hand emitted a trace of fluctuation. Although it was very subtle, it was still easily detected by Lin Fei. My ancient Heng Emperor armor has been completely refined by me. How can this be? Lin Fei remained calm and was secretly shocked. According to the normal situation, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that there are Emperor armor parts in this Tianji Hall? This shouldn't be. Lin Fei didn't think that there were extra parts. This was really a puzzling question. If it wasn't a part of ancient Heng Emperor armor, why would the two treasures on his body emit such fluctuations? Suddenly, a light flashed and Lin Fei's expression changed. Damn, it can't be. Once this thought came out, it was immediately out of control. Tianji Hall? That's really a hidden big fish. That's right, it was a real big fish. Lin Fei himself was shocked. I need to change my identity. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Perhaps, if I catch a celestial dipper protector and change my identity, I might be able to find out the specific situation. Lin Fei was even more glad that he didn't force his way in. At that time, Tianji Hall would definitely suppress him and never let him leave. From the moment they took control of an independent space, this place might have been turned into an iron bucket. Chapter 3641. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was very spacious. There were heaven god experts everywhere, and there were many divine king experts as well. It was a powerful hidden force. That is, when they entered the city, Lin Fei saw a huge statue. This statue was mighty and domineering. Just by standing there casually, it was as though it was an invincible existence. This was the most imposing statue Lin Fei had ever seen in his life. When he inspected the statue, he was shocked again. The statue gave off an oppressive aura. Under that aura, everyone was like an ant. This is Emperor God Gu Heng. This kind of invincible aura was something Lin Fei had never felt before, even from Emperor God Zhan Tianju. But from this statue, Lin Fei felt it. Emperor God Gu Heng. Lin Fei realized that his guess was correct. The existence of Tianji Hall was very likely related to Emperor God Gu Heng. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar among the experts of the Wind Cloud Weave. Who would have thought that an insignificant Tianji Hall would be related to Emperor God Gu Heng? He was an invincible expert who suppressed an era. A true top-notch expert. Lin Fei, why are you here? Tian Shan Protector Elder is looking for you. At this time, a figure came to Lin Fei's side with a hint of urgency. Ah! Lin Fei was surprised. Why is he looking for me? Even though he did not know the person in front of him, Lin Fei still pretended to be familiar with him. Who knows? The person said. I was just worrying about where to find you. I didn't expect you to be here. Let's go together. I just happened to pass by and felt a little emotional, Lin Fei said. You won't have to feel emotional soon. The newcomer chuckled and lowered his voice. The ancestor of our Tianji Hall will soon have a great increase in strength. Once he comes out of seclusion, the 9 great emperor gods will all become a thing of the past. At that time, our Tianji Hall will be able to stand tall in this world and become the overlord of the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I heard that the #1 God Emperor Tianfeng, has an unparalleled defense and is almost completely immune to damage. Emperor God Tianfeng's strength is built on the treasures. What if there are no more treasures? I heard from the Guardian Elder that the old ancestor will refine them completely very soon. Once he succeeds, all the treasures that Emperor God Gu Heng left behind will return to their original owners. At this moment, Lin Fei's heart shook. There's such a thing. If the news was true, Lin Fei could imagine that any Emperor God's abilities would plummet after losing the enhancement of the treasure's attributes. It was the same for himself. Remember not to say such things. Lin Fei nodded. I won't. I'm a tight-lipped person. When I think about what you said, I can't stay calm anymore. That's right. The disciples of Tianji Hall will have a good life from today onwards. No one can stop us. Very soon, in a mansion in the big city. It was different from other mansions. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the 36 celestial star protectors were arranged according to the position of celestial star, protecting a position in the middle. From that, he came to a conclusion. There was a high possibility that there was a super great formation in the big city. After walking into the mansion, the two treasures that Lin Fei had on him were excited. It was unprecedented. Fortunately, he had refined them completely and suppressed any reaction from leaking out. But this also made Lin Fei realize something. Emperor God Gu Heng definitely had something up his sleeves. If he hadn't found out such a secret by accident, Lin Fei might have regretted it for the rest of his life. Emperor God Gu Heng had some tricks up his sleeve. His calculations were precise. Lin Fei admired him more than usual. Elder Gunshan, they are here. There was a strong aura in the mansion. Lin Fei could even feel that there was a powerful formation in the mansion. It was very mysterious and special. He was even more sure that there was a super formation in the big city. Come in. A stern voice came from the door. Lin Fei pushed the door open and entered. I heard that there is a force capturing criminals outside. Yi Tianshan's voice was like a bell, his eyes like knives. He was very strong. Peak fifth sky of God King Realm. Lin Fei lowered his head. Yes, there are many experts outside. Luckily, we were careful when we went out. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Do you know which force it is? Yi Tianhong frowned slightly. We didn't dare to get close. But on the way back, we heard them mention Emperor God Tianfeng. Lin Fei said, I can't guarantee that it's not Emperor God Tianfeng's men. What? Emperor God Tianfeng? Yi Tianshan stood up, his face solemn. If Emperor God Tianfeng's men are here, we will be in trouble. Yi Tianshan understood clearly that Emperor God Tianfeng's men were here. It was an invisible threat to Tianji Hall. If they didn't handle it well, it would be a big problem. You lead the way. I will go with you. Yi Tianshan had to confirm if it was true or not. Lin Fei said, I don't think they are Emperor God Tianfeng's men. Anyway, our place is so inconspicuous. Who would come to our place at this moment? Just in case. Yi Tianshan shook his head. Hurry up. Lead the way. Lin Fei was so happy. He was worried about where to take action and how to avoid making a commotion. Today, the other proactively suggested it. He wanted to be on good terms with them. Lin Fei walked out of the mansion one more time. This time, he had Yi Tianshan at the peak of fifth sky of King God Realm with him. From Yi Tianshan's solemn attitude, Lin Fei was even more sure that something big was happening in Tianji Hall. Moreover, it was a crucial moment. No one was allowed to destroy it. That was why Yi Tianshan wanted to check it out personally. We saw them over there. But we don't know where they are now. Lin Fei said, maybe they left. Yi Tianshan didn't feel the aura of an expert, but he didn't dare to belittle them. After all, Emperor God Tianfeng was the acknowledged #1 expert. If the other Emperor Gods didn't join hands, Emperor God Tianfeng would have created a new era. Not good. I can't contact him. Lin Fei suddenly shouted. His face changed. Yi Tianshan raised his hand and slapped the sky. A black shadow came down from the void. It was the myriad essence pool. It was powerful. How dare you ambush me? Yi Tianshan said angrily. At this moment, Lin Fei attacked without any warning. His punch was like a mountain and hit Yi Tianshan's body. Since the distance was so close, half of Yi Tianshan's body was destroyed. Suppress! Tianshan screamed, aren't you? Chapter 3642. Yi Tianshan was caught off guard and was suppressed by the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei didn't care about the peak 5th stage God King realm. No matter how good Yi Tianshan was, he wouldn't be able to predict that the person beside him was an imposter. Tianji Hall had always been mysterious. Yi Tianshan didn't expect that someone would impersonate him and injure him severely. He didn't even have time to react and fell for the trick. Who are you? In a temporary underground cave residence, layers of sword intent sealed the void. Yi Tianshan fell out of the myriad essence pool with little strength left. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the other party. A person who is very interested in your Tianji Hall. Lin Fei smiled. You know Tianji Hall? Yi Tianshan's face twitched. Of course I know. Lin Fei said. The Heavenly Mysteries Hall is very low-key. However, no matter how low-key they are still unable to hide the relationship between the Heavenly Mysteries Hall and Emperor God Guheng. In fact, there is an item that Emperor God Guheng had on him that is in the hands of the Heavenly Mysteries Hall. How? How do you know? This is our Tianji Hall's top secret. Yi Tianshan was terrified. Only a few people in Tianji Hall knew about this secret. Lin Fei said disdainfully, Heaven is watching. Nothing can be hidden. Do you know why I kept you here? Yi Tianshan realized that the person in front of him was definitely a God Emperor expert. Even if he wasn't a God Emperor, he was no different from one. This was a nightmare for Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was at a crucial moment. If this person barged in, the consequences would be unimaginable. What do you want? Lin Fei said indifferently, I want to understand Tianji Hall better. You just need to tell me what you know. I can spare your life. After all, I don't care about trash like you. Yi Tianshan wouldn't forget the painful nightmare of being refined in that treasure. Will you really let me go? Of course, Lin Fei said. It depends on your choice. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish immediately. Yi Tianshan still chose to lower his head. The headquarters of Tianji Hall was so secretive, yet someone had managed to find it and even infiltrate it. Even a protector like him could not prevent it. Perhaps no one in the entire Tianji Hall would be able to detect it. How could he fight against such an expert? It was a complete nightmare. He might as well tell the truth. Therefore, every time Lin Fei asked a question, Yi Tianshan would answer. Yi Tianshan told Lin Fei everything he knew. Soon, Lin Fei had a more detailed understanding of Tianji Hall. Thank you for telling me everything. Lin Fei knocked Yi Tianshan out with a palm strike and suppressed him in the 10,000 essence pool. He did not refine him, wanting to keep him alive. Now I can finally go in and check it out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei's body wriggled and turned into Yi Tianshan's appearance. His aura gradually changed until it was exactly the same as Yi Tianshan's. It was difficult to tell the difference. Once again he entered Tianji Hall. Lin Fei returned to his residence with ease. Everything was as expected. There were no unexpected changes. Leaving Yi Tianshan alive is still effective. Lin Fei thought to himself, I don't have to worry about exposing my identity. Tianji Hall must have many tricks up its sleeves. It's never wrong to be careful. Lin Fei pretended to be Yi Tianshan and flipped through the information in the residence. There was a lot of information stored in Yi Tianshan's residence. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was shocked to find all sorts of secrets. No wonder Tianji Hall would plot against me. It turns out that the founder of Tianji Hall is Emperor God Guheng's nominal disciple. This has never been exposed in the Wind Cloud Weave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and was secretly speechless. Nominal disciple. He really hid it well. Lin Fei rejoiced that he came to look for Tianji Hall. Unknowingly, he encountered such a thing and unknowingly dug out a huge secret. If this news gets out, the 6 Emperor Gods will go crazy. Lin Fei chuckled. The only thing I can do now is to wait. I believe there will be results soon. Lin Fei waited calmly. It was as expected. On the 10th day of pretending to be Yi Tianshan, a strong aura entered the residence. Brother Dungan, it's our turn. It was a middle-aged God King expert. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The pressure from his body was very heavy and tyrannical. It made people shudder. It was very scary. Lin Fei came out to welcome him. You are still here? I was about to go look for you. Let's go. The middle-aged God King expert did not feel anything wrong. Endure a little longer and we will have a chance. Old Ancestor's refining of the arm has reached a crucial moment. As expected, Lin Fei was secretly delighted. The old ancestor of Tianji Hall really had an idea. He actually wanted to refine Emperor God Guheng's arm. Once old ancestor refines it, Our Tianji Hall won't need to continue hiding. Lin Fei added, at that time, in Windy Weave, all emperor gods will have to step aside. Our Tianji Hall will create a new era. That's right. The middle-aged God King expert said proudly, once old ancestor refines the arm, he will be able to grasp the back door of the remaining Emperor God Gu Heng's treasures. From there, he will be able to refine Emperor Gu Heng's armor. Old ancestor's strength will also skyrocket. He will become the #1 expert in Windy Weave, the #1 Emperor God, and dominate the world. Lin Fei had some guesses about the back door. Now that he heard it again, he confirmed his guess. A God Emperor was a God Emperor. Even at death's door, he would scheme. Moreover, the back door was hidden so deeply. Lin Fei and the middle-aged God King expert walked side by side. In the center of Tianji Hall, Lin Fei and the middle-aged God King expert passed through the array formation. This array formation was very powerful and needed to be opened from the inside. Walking in the array formation, there was a heavy aura of death. Even the current Lin Fei felt threatened. If he forced his way in, he would definitely not have a good ending. He might even suffer a great loss. This was a small matter. The worst-case scenario would be being surrounded. Lin Fei followed without batting an eyelid. After a while, a black palace appeared in his vision. In the void, there were many strong auras hidden. The palace was empty, but in the center of the palace, a teleportation door appeared. You're here. Beside the teleportation door, 2 figures floated out. Lin Fei nodded slightly and did not speak. He observed secretly. They were also 5th Heaven God King experts, but their auras were very weak. They seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. You've worked hard. The 2 smiled bitterly. It'll be over after a while. You guys are the ones who have worked hard. Old Ancestor is at a critical moment. There can't be any mistakes. You have to be especially careful. Chapter 3643. When he came out through the portal, an extremely cold aura hit him in the face. A terrifying chill seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, freezing his entire body. What's wrong? The middle-aged God King expert asked. Lin Fei lamented, everyone thinks that the land of extreme cold is outside. Every time I come in, I find it laughable. The land of extreme cold is definitely here. Boom, boom, boom. With a shake of his body, the cold aura that swept over was shattered. They are just sitting in a hole and looking at the sky. The middle-aged God King expert sneered. This place is controlled by a formation. Otherwise, even an Emperor God expert would be frozen in less than 10 breaths of time. The middle-aged God King expert walked forward. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a casual sentence, but he heard a different piece of information. The extremely cold aura here was not at its full power. It was sealed by a formation. Lin Fei did not doubt this. Tianji Hall could be related to Emperor God Gu Heng. It was not impossible for them to control a terrifying land of extreme cold. As he walked inside, there was a constant wave of cold frost. Not long after, about an hour later, a large altar appeared. The center of the altar was emitting a terrifying chill. There were 8 small altars around it. At this moment, there were 2 positions above the small altar. They are all 5th Sky God King experts. Lin Fei observed calmly, the aura around the altar is extremely cold. Even my 13-tier golden body incantation can't withstand it. As Lin Fei observed, his eyes quickly fell on the large altar. On the large altar, there was a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged. His aura was constantly changing. In front of the white-haired old man, there was an arm frozen. This was a crimson arm. Even though it was wrapped in layers of ice, it still emitted an extremely domineering aura, like a peerless beast. This should be the arm that I am looking for. The arm that Emperor God Gu Heng left behind after he was suppressed by someone. At that moment, the part of the arch armor that Lin Fei had hidden emitted a slight commotion and was quickly suppressed. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it effortlessly by chance. Lin Fei had been trying to gather information in the wind cloud weave. He had not expected that one of God Emperor Gu Heng's arms would be in a place like Tianji Hall. If he had not been schemed against back then, he would have missed a great opportunity. That explained why Yi Tianhong had sent him the star chart. Many of the treasures that Emperor God Gu Heng had collected back then should have landed on this white-haired old man. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and activate the heavenly flame to refine this ice. The middle-aged divine king said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why the God King powerhouse he had seen earlier would expend so much energy. As it turned out, he had to refine the ice on his arm. This ice had a powerful background. Lin Fei sat on the small altar and followed the middle-aged godly king expert to activate a ball in front of him. When the ball was activated, a ball of fire appeared on the large altar and burned fiercely. This fire was purple in color. When the purple flames appeared, Lin Fei, who was right in front of him, felt a tinge of fear. He felt as though his body was about to burn in front of this flame. Lin Fei had not felt this way at all when he was in Skybreaking City. Heavenly flame. It is definitely a heavenly flame, and it is even an extremely ancient one. Lin Fei thought to himself, the ice that sealed my arm seems to be very frightening. The purple flames are so powerful, but when they burned the ice, they only melted a little. What exactly is the origin of this ice? Lin Fei had not recognized all the treasures in the wind cloud weave. This ice, this purple flames, he was completely confused. Lin Fei maintained his normal output as he pondered how to act. He had finally found Emperor God Gu Heng's arm, but it was wrapped in ice. Even if he snatched it away, it would probably be difficult to remove. Wait! There was only a thin layer of ice left on Emperor God Gu Heng's arm. This was very good news. Among the God King experts here, only the white-haired old man was terrifying. Under the burning of the purple flames, he was completely fine. Lin Fei decided to act according to the situation. No matter how much energy he consumed, he had the myriad essence pool, which could recover his strength rapidly. And his own accumulation was not something these fifth sky of God King experts could compare to. The ice that wrapped Emperor God Gu Heng's arm was very tenacious. Even if it was just a thin layer, it still took 3 months to complete. Lin Fei did the hard labor for 3 months. He kept telling himself that this arm was his. The white-haired old man wanted to refine the arm to retrieve the Emperor God Gu Heng's armor. Since the white-haired old man could obtain a complete set of Emperor God Gu Heng's armor, Lin Fei could also take it. As for the mission that Kong Lin had left behind, Lin Fei had directly forgotten about it. No matter how good the great overarching divine fetus was, who knew if there were any restrictions? But the Emperor God Gu Heng's armor was the real deal. In these 3 months, Lin Fei learned about the origin of the ice and the purple flames. The ice was called the Heaven Frigid Ice, the top ice in the wind cloud territory. The purple flames were the eternal heaven flames. A wisp of the purple flames could kill a God King expert. This place was the place where the Heaven Frigid Ice was condensed. At the same time, the eternal heaven flames were also a special existence underground. This place was a place of death with 2 extremes. There was no other place in the world with such a place of death with 2 extremes. When he learned about this, Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder the headquarters of Tianji Hall was hidden in such a place. It was for this place of death with 2 extremes. Lin Fei even suspected that when Emperor God Gu Heng was still alive, he might have known about this place of death with 2 extremes. Perhaps Tianji Hall had existed at that time. A cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. Emperor God Gu Heng had managed to hide it from everyone. In the 5th month, the last wisp of the Heaven Frigid Ice was finally melted by the eternal heaven flames. A majestic aura swept out and shattered the eternal heaven flames. At the same time, it swept over everyone. The God King experts vomited blood, their faces pale. The white-haired elder, who had been sitting cross-legged on the great altar, erected the Heaven Frigid Ice around him to resist the onslaught of the pressure. He stood up and let out an old voice. "Ah, my time has come." The white-haired elder grinned maliciously as he stretched out a pair of withered hands. Traces of death aura emanated from his body. "Master, since you've already left the wind cloud weave, let this hand fulfill your disciple's wish. Eternal heaven flames, refine it for me." The white-haired elder waved his hand. Under the altar, the eternal heaven flames gushed out and wrapped around his arm. The purple flames rushed into his arm. Lin Fei vomited blood as he sprawled on the altar. He paid full attention to the situation. Luckily, I didn't rush to make a move. This fellow is really an old thing. He has the eternal heaven flames and the heaven frigid ice. He is an invincible existence. How dare you? Chapter 3644. When he heard this voice, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. He revealed a rare solemn expression and cried out, "Master, you? Why aren't you dead yet?" Yi Wudi was the white-haired old man's name. Ever since God Emperor Gu Heng had fallen, the white-haired old man had almost forgotten his own name. Memories from long ago surfaced one after another. The heavens' frigid ice and thousand-world celestial fire continued to crumble. A vacuum appeared around the phantom. "I, your master, am not someone anyone can kill," God Emperor Gu Heng's phantom said. "Are you surprised? You've planned for so long, but in the end, you still failed. Do you remember that I was the one who gave you the name Wudi? Unfortunately, you've disappointed me." Yi Wudi roared and laughed viciously. "You're wrong. You should be the one who's disappointed. Since you've left the wind cloud weave, why did you leave behind all these arrangements? Why don't you disperse your divine consciousness and let me refine your arm? I'll help you unify the wind cloud weave." "You're quite ambitious," God Emperor Gu Heng's phantom said. "Do you think that's possible?" The scene before him shocked Lin Fei, who was pretending to be injured. This is a dog-eat-dog situation. It's best if both sides suffer. Even though it was a phantom's divine consciousness, Lin Fei could still feel its tyrannical power and even the hint of a death threat. Yi Wudi threw caution to the wind. "Nothing is impossible. Even if your divine consciousness fights me, you have no chance of winning. Back then, you found this place of two extremes and wanted to seal your arm. This place of two extremes was your hope, but it will soon become a place of despair. Heaven's frigid ice, thousand-world celestial fire, be at my disposal." Yi Wudi shouted. The heaven's frigid ice rushed out of the ground and turned into a set of armor. It was silvery white in color and emitted a terrifying chill. It covered his body. Other than his eyes, his entire body was covered. He was fully armed. Damn, the heaven's frigid ice is indestructible. This should be his trump card. Lin Fei thought to himself, the thousand-world heaven fire will probably become the strongest defensive weapon. One for defense, one for offense, and the other for defense. If I were to fight against it, it would be extremely difficult for me to injure the other party. To be able to become Emperor God Gu Heng's unofficial disciple and even be given the name Invincible, it is indeed extraordinary. The heaven's frigid ice turned into a silver-white armor, forming a powerful defense. The myriad world heaven flame gathered together, forming a blazing spear. This armor is known as the Sky Armor, and this spear is known as the Everworld God Spear. Yi Wudi grabbed the World God Spear with one hand and with a slash, the space was sliced open. Flames burned and didn't dissipate. I have to thank Master for leaving such an arrangement back then. It gave me enough strength to deal with you. Ha! Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom laughed. You're really not bad. You can use the double extreme lands that Master left behind to comprehend such a move. In addition to the layers of arrangements here, your strength is comparable to an Emperor God expert. You can even be ranked in the top 3. Yi Wudi revealed a hint of pride. Master, since you have seen it, then your era has passed. I advise you to disperse your divine will. Once I make a move, the myriad world heaven fire will make you experience despair and pain again. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yi Wudi, do you know why Master only accepted you as a disciple in name and not a direct disciple? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom said. This question had been bothering Yi Wudi. Back then, his talent was outstanding, not inferior to the other senior brothers. However, they were direct disciples, while he was a disciple in name. He was unknown, and no one in the world knew him. Yi Wudi was still holding his breath. But Yi Wudi said coldly, because you are the cauldron that Master left behind. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom laughed. You, Yi Wudi, are a natural cauldron. You want to refine Master, but in Master's eyes, your entire body belongs to Master. That's impossible. Hearing the answer, Yi Wudi couldn't believe it. I can't be a cauldron. Even if I am, you don't have the right to have me. Whoosh. Yi Wudi's face was ferocious. He shook the myriad world god spear and brought a flame down. After the myriad world heaven fire was condensed, its power increased tremendously. With a furious strike, the sky full of flames enveloped Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom. I said you are a cauldron, and you will always be a cauldron. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom raised his hand, and the surrounding myriad world heaven fire collapsed silently. The myriad world god spear in Yi Wudi's hand also gradually dissipated. My myriad world god spear. Not only that, even the armor of heaven on his body dissipated silently. Yi Wudi's strongest attack and defense were instantly lost. Master has already refined the heaven ice and myriad world heaven fire. How is it possible for you to control them to deal with Master? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom said calmly. You tricked me, you tricked me. Yi Wudi's entire life was to refine the arms so that he could obtain a complete set of the arch armor and dominate the Wind Cloud territory. But in the blink of an eye, all his hopes were gone. How could he bear it? I'll fight you to the death. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom waved his hand, and endless cold air surged over, freezing Yi Wudi. A cauldron should have the awareness of a cauldron. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom walked out. The moment he was frozen, Yi Wudi lost his life. Yi Wudi himself probably didn't expect such an ambitious person to die under the sky frigid ice in such a humiliating way. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't beat the cunning Emperor God Gu Heng. Whoosh whoosh. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom came in front of Yi Wudi, and the heaven ice disappeared automatically. Only Yi Wudi's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open as if he died with a grievance. After so many years, I can finally regain my body. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom sighed. I'm sorry, your body. No, this cauldron is going to leave you. A low voice sounded, and a majestic force attacked, exploding on Yi Wudi's corpse. A ball of blood exploded, scattering all over the sky. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom was stunned. Cauldron, this emperor's cauldron, how dare you destroy it? His cold gaze swept across, and he saw a figure on the altar not far away. He was very young, and at this moment he was looking over with a face full of excitement. Fifth heaven of celestial god? Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cold air of the heaven ice instantly swept over. Chapter 3645. Once the river of time and space appeared, the endless cold air was disintegrated. Even if a portion of it landed on Lin Fei, its power became very weak. I didn't expect an expert like you to be hidden here. Emperor God Gu Heng was quite surprised. No wonder you dared to destroy my cauldron. Even if I'm just a divine will, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei actually didn't plan to attack so quickly, but he couldn't withstand the formless deterrence of Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom. Yi Wudi, an expert, was easily killed. Lin Fei secretly decided to attack in advance. No matter what, he had to destroy Yi Wudi, the cauldron first. He didn't believe that Emperor God Gu Heng's divine will could last that long. Emperor God Gu Heng, you are an overlord, and I am just a small figure. However, I am very interested in your arm. Why don't you hand it over? Lin Fei pounced forward and punched out with the god-killing fist. The power was like a mountain, suppressing the area. 10 times the power. The fist's shadow was like a pillar, trampling through a large area of the void, causing the space around Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom to become unstable. There are actually 2. Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom waved his hand, and the sky ice blocked in front of him, shattering heavily. You've really surprised me. A space-time pendant and an ancient Heng glove undoubtedly made Emperor God Gu Heng's phantom very excited. It didn't matter that Yi Wudi was gone. Once he controlled this person, his strength would soar in a short period of time. Burn! After the sky ice, the myriad heaven fire spewed out, and the entire space turned into a purple sea of fire. The The scorching air waves seeped in, and Lin Fei's entire body seemed to be burning. His body turned red, and even the 13-stage golden body technique was having a hard time resisting. This myriad heaven fire is really terrifying. After its power was weakened by the river of time and space, its influence is still so great. What the hell? Lin Fei gritted his teeth and endured it. He didn't stop attacking, and he kept punching. "Young man, you can't beat me." The ancient emperor god Emperor's shadow said calmly, "In this double death ground, the heaven's ice and the 10,000 world heaven fire are all under my control. Even if you have the ancient Heng glove and the ancient Heng space-time pendant, it will be useless." Lin Fei was suffering, but this was not his limit. He sneered and said, "Emperor God Gu Heng, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a divine thought in one arm. I don't believe you can outlast me. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious." Even though the power that Emperor God Gu Heng had displayed was very frightening, if the real Emperor God Gu Heng was here, Lin Fei would leave immediately without a second word and run as far as he could. The person before him was nothing more than a strand of spiritual will. He couldn't even control the ancient eternal glove. His arm had been frozen for so long, Lin Fei didn't believe that he couldn't defeat his opponent. The moment Lin Fei said those words, the virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng inadvertently revealed an uneasy expression. After that, it flashed by, as though it had never appeared before. "Then go ahead and try." The virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng said indifferently. He raised his left hand, and endless cold air sealed over. One fire, one ice. At that moment, they became orderly. The pressure on Lin Fei increased again. The speed of his attacks slowed down. The cold air of the heaven's ice was also very frightening. It was very hard. Frost gradually appeared on Lin Fei's body, and gradually spread. "Young man, stop struggling. You will never be able to defeat me," the virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng said. He couldn't calm down. Under the attack of two methods, he could still persist. It was really rare. That might not be the case. Blocking two different attacks, Lin Fei consumed a lot of energy. Whoosh! The myriad essence pool flew out and landed on the top of Lin Fei's head. Mighty divine power surged into his body. "Emperor God Gu Heng, are you surprised?" Once the exhausted divine power was replenished, Lin Fei became lively again. With a whoosh, the myriad essence pool disappeared. "Now, do you still think you can defeat me?" Heavenly Dance Divine Nation's myriad essence pool. The virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng was shocked. As a divine sense, he dominated an era. God Emperor Gu Heng recognized the myriad essence pool on the spot. This was a powerful treasure. "No, this guy has the myriad essence pool. His consumption will be replenished, and if this emperor drags on, the last of my source power will be used up. Then it will really be over." A fifth firmament celestial deity guy was so difficult to deal with. It really exceeded the virtual image of God Emperor Gu Heng. If it continued, there would be no advantage. An ancient Heng space-time pendant could resist the power of the attack. A war of attrition was not what God Emperor Gu Heng was willing to see. He had to end it quickly. "Ice and fire double kill, one heaven." A low voice sounded. Lin Fei's heart instantly turned cold. An aura of death shrouded over. In his vision, purple flames and white cold air, one on the left and one on the right, two streams of light. They broke through the restrictions of the void and directly strangled him. With this strangulation, Lin Fei vomited blood on the spot, riddled with wounds. Two kinds of power tore apart his body, wreaking havoc in his body. Even the celestial deity power in his body was in chaos, about to lose control. A big move. This is definitely a big move. It seems that the power isn't as terrifying as I imagined. It should have been reduced by a lot by the river of space-time. Lin Fei suffered heavy injuries, but it was still within a bearable range. He quickly mobilized the celestial deity power in his body to suppress it. "God Emperor Gu Heng, this big move of yours is really interesting." Lin Fei's body swayed, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. "However, it's still lacking a little to kill me." With the ancient Heng space-time pendant reducing the power, the God Fiend race's top-notch body-tempering cultivation technique, and the encounter with God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image formed from divine sense, Lin Fei really withstood it. You're actually a body-tempering cultivator. Your fleshly body actually reached the celestial emperor level. God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image looked over, completely moved at this moment. Good eyesight, I indeed have a celestial emperor-level fleshly body. Lin Fei said proudly, your big move couldn't even kill me. It must have consumed a lot of energy, right? Are you very disappointed? Of course he was disappointed. God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image wanted to curse. You're a fifth firmament celestial deity realm with a celestial emperor-level fleshly body. Do you have to be so monstrous? Even if it was God Emperor Gu Heng at this realm back then, compared to this guy in front of him, the gap was not an ordinary kind of big, and he could even smash his head to death. What a bully. You can still continue to use it. With this body of mine, I can barely hold on for another 3 to 5 times. Lin Fei said with a smile, I believe that Lord God Emperor shouldn't care how many times you kill a small character like me, right? God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image was currently just a virtual image. His power was limited. Heaven's cold ice and thousand-world heavenly fire were reserved to deal with Yi Wudi. However, encountering a monstrous guy like Lin Fei was truly unexpected. That big move just now consumed a lot of energy, and he originally thought that he could kill the other party. Who would have thought that the other party still had a celestial emperor-level body? It was no different from pouring a bucket of cold water on the spot. Young man, your strength is not bad. How would God Emperor Gu Heng's virtual image dare to attack again? After that big move, his power was mostly consumed, so how would he dare to attack again? It just so happens that this emperor is lacking people by my side. Your talent is not bad. As long as you are willing to follow this emperor can not only let you become a celestial emperor, but also in existence above tens of thousands of people. Lin Fei laughed loudly. God Emperor Gu Heng, you are feeling guilty. Chapter 3646. Once the river of space-time appeared, it quickly suppressed him. The surrounding time started to pass. This power affected Emperor God Gu Heng's projection even more. His entire body started to become blurry, and he kept struggling, trying to rush out. This is your treasure. Enjoy it. Don't miss it. Lin Fei smiled as he attacked. He punched directly, overturning the void and forcing Emperor God Gu Heng's projection to raise his hand to block. Brat, must you kill me? Emperor God Gu Heng's projection was not his real body, but a manifestation of his divine sense. Once the river of space-time enveloped him, he revealed his true form, which was rare for him. You are Emperor God Gu Heng, an existence that dominated an era. How would I dare to kill you? Lin Fei kept attacking, each punch as powerful as a mountain. I just want to destroy this divine sense. I have the guts to do so. Emperor God Gu Heng said coldly. Aren't you afraid that I'll revive and chase you down? Lin Fei bombarded the heavens' frosty ice, causing cracks to appear. Then you'll still have to chase after me. But I remember that your original body has long since left the wind cloud weave. Otherwise, your registered disciple wouldn't be covetously eyeing you like a tiger watching its prey. He wouldn't be thinking of refining your arm and ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Threat? Lin Fei was not afraid now. Moreover, he was in wind cloud weave. Little brother, stop first. We can discuss this. Emperor God Gu Heng's projection's expression changed. This fellow had guessed the core. His divine sense was the only one left in wind cloud weave. Even if it was destroyed, no news could be transmitted. At this moment, Emperor God Gu Heng's projection was anxious. Once it was destroyed, there would be nothing left. Hee hee, you're anxious now. Lin Fei punched out like shadows, laughing proudly. Weren't you very awesome just now? Enveloped by the river of space-time, Emperor God Gu Heng's projection became fainter and fainter. Controlling the heavens' ice to defend also became slower, as though he was powerless. The consumption was severe. You win. As long as you spare my life, I can tell you a big secret regarding God Emperor Gu Heng. That's right, God Emperor Gu Heng said with a sigh. This was also the only capital that the virtual image of Emperor God Gu Heng could take out. Did Lin Fei need it? Of course not. Although the secret left behind by such an old monster was tempting, Lin Fei really did not want to know. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your affairs. Lin Fei shook his head. With a punch, he pierced through the sky frost and landed a heavy blow on Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow. I want to kill you right now. This emperor will fight it out with you. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow let out a miserable shriek. His entire shadow turned into a ball of origin energy and his ferocious and venomous voice reverberated. Possession. This was the only thing that the apparition of Emperor God Gu Heng could do. Take over this guy's body. The final burst of strength broke free from the river of spacetime's restraints, tore open Lin Fei's glabella, and charged in. Your body will soon belong to me. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow laughed hideously. Idiot. After that, the desperate voice of Emperor God Gu Heng resounded in his mind. Bastard, what exactly are you? The voice stopped abruptly. Who? Lin Fei gasped and rubbed his glabella. I have the system. Even if I am in deep sleep, it is not something that you can fight against. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and smiled. Running in on your own accord and seeking your own death is really rare. If Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow were to struggle, it would be troublesome for Lin Fei to get rid of it. He might even get injured. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow chose such a method. Lin Fei wanted to clap and applaud. What a great man. This is... Suddenly, a large number of memory fragments appeared in his mind. The memory fragments contained a large amount of information. These are the memories left behind by this consciousness. My luck seems to be too good. Lin Fei laughed and quickly refined them one by one. Immediately, there was a large amount of information in his mind. It was familiar yet strange, but it was as if he had experienced it personally. Half an hour passed. Lin Fei completely refined the vast amount of memory information. From now on, I truly understand the wind cloud weave. I also know some things about the outer regions. Lin Fei took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with joy. These memories came at the right time. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 years had passed, Lin Fei did not think that he could accumulate as much as the other party did. Accumulating one's own knowledge was actually a long process. But Lin Fei did it easily. Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow did not think that he would help Lin Fei and contribute a large amount of memory information. Emperor God Gu Heng has died. From today onwards, this arm belongs to me. Lin Fei stood in front of the floating arm. At this moment, this arm did not have the support of consciousness and became very ordinary. However, it contained frightening power. Myriad essence pool, suppress. Take it out of the wind cloud weave? Lin Fei did not have such a thought. From the words of Emperor God Gu Heng's shadow, Lin Fei could clearly hear that this consciousness had betrayed him. It wanted to stand on its own and become a new Emperor God Gu Heng. Lin Fei also seemed to understand why Kong Lin had asked the three of them to come to the wind cloud weave. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm resisted, but it only lasted for a moment before it was sucked into the myriad essence pool. Refining this thing will take a long time. During this time, I can first refine the heavenly ice and thousand-world heavenly fire to make them my strongest attack and strongest defense. Lin Fei had seen the power of this power before. The old ancestor of Tianji Hall was strong, but in front of Emperor God Gu Heng, he was killed by these two powers. He could not even fight back. It was impossible not to be jealous. In fact, Lin Fei had other ideas. But he had to refine Emperor God Gu Heng's arm first. At this moment, in a faraway territory, in the depths of the lava flowed and waves of air surged. A crimson figure sat cross-legged in the lava. He suddenly opened his eyes. Who destroyed this old man's divine will? With a low voice, the whole area of magma tumbled and collapsed, and the area around him turned into a vacuum zone. This old man's arm is completely gone. The crimson figure roared. Below his naked body, there were many huge scars. His entire body looked like it had been pieced together. Anyone would have sucked in a breath of cold air. Under the piecing, the crimson figure was missing an arm and looked empty. Everyone in the wind cloud weave should die. Lin Fei sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Chapter 3647. While Lin Fei was refining Heaven's Ice and Thousand Worlds' Celestial Fire, Tianji Hall's celestial star protectors had entered, but Lin Fei had killed them on the spot without leaking any news. Lin Fei was truly afraid that the divination hall would leak the news. At that time, he could imagine that once the news spread, the 9 god emperors of the wind cloud weave would rush over. Done. Half a month later, Heaven's Ice and Thousand Worlds' Celestial Fire were refined without any difficulty. With Emperor God Gu Heng's refining memory, all Lin Fei had to do was erase the imprint and refine them again. It was just a waste of time. Lin Fei stretched out his hands. His left hand was cold air formed by Heaven's Ice, and his right hand was Thousand Worlds' Celestial Fire. The scorching aura could burn everything. At that moment, Lin Fei easily mastered these 2 powers. This is good stuff. The strange power of heaven and earth is really not to be underestimated. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying power of these 2 powers. From now on, this power is mine. Lin Fei refined them completely and turned them into a powerful technique. Even an Emperor God expert would not be able to break through it easily. Now, all that's left is to refine this arm. Originally, it would take a lot of time to refine it with the Myriad Origin Pool. After refining the 2 powers, Lin Fei controlled Thousand Worlds' Celestial Fire to enter the Myriad Origin Pool and attack the arm to speed up the refinement and destruction. Day and night he refined it. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm finally started to loosen. Wisps of vigorous energy flowed out and quickly turned into divine power. Lin Fei beamed with joy. Success comes from 2 places of death. Failure comes from 2 places of death. Thousand Worlds' Celestial Fire is mighty and domineering. Myriad Origin Pool was awesome, but Thousand Worlds' Celestial Fire was even more awesome. Lin Fei was even more motivated. Once he absorbed the power of the Myriad Origin Pool, the god power in his body would definitely rise to an extremely high level. He would have the power to fight an Emperor God. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. It wasn't a long time. I've finally finished refining it. Emperor God Gu Heng's arm is really strong. Lin Fei's spirit, energy, and spirit revealed a trace of exhaustion, but his face still revealed a happy expression. Just how powerful was he at his peak? It was just an arm, but it took more than 5 years. Lin Fei had no choice but to accept it. He even suspected that Emperor God Gu Heng's physical body had stepped into the immortal level and was truly immortal and indestructible. If it wasn't at the immortal rank, then it would take 5 years to refine. Now it's my turn to increase my strength. The 13-fold golden body incantation was currently at the 3rd level, and it had not reached its limit yet. Lin Fei could improve and refine it without any worries. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many wisps of Heavenly God's power I can condense this time. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Boom! When the majestic power entered his body, he still suffered a huge impact, as if his body was about to explode. It had been a long time since Lin Fei had experienced this. This feels great. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with excitement. This is the power I need. The amount of Heavenly God's power that had stagnated began to break through again. Each time, it increased by dozens of wisps. The aura on Lin Fei's body became stronger and stronger. Boom, boom, boom. I've finally broken through to 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power. From 5 digits to 6 digits. When the Heavenly God's power broke through to 100,000 wisps, Lin Fei was wild with joy. It wasn't easy. Although it was only 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power, Lin Fei knew how much he had suffered. It's really high risk, but high reward. 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power surged like the sea in his body, and it was extraordinarily ferocious and domineering. After breaking through to 100,000 wisps, Lin Fei's joy did not last long before he realized that this body could no longer condense Heavenly God's power. In other words, it had reached its limit. 100,000 wisps of Heavenly God's power is the limit. Lin Fei was rather displeased. My river of space-time can control the flow of time. I can attempt to break through to the 4th level. If not for the river of space-time, Lin Fei could not guarantee success, but it was different now. Perhaps after breaking through this threshold, the heavenly god's power will be able to accommodate more. This should also be a big threshold. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and summoned the river of space-time to envelop himself. Bang! Lin Fei's body shattered, and he began to charge. With the support of 100,000 wisps of heavenly god's power, he did not believe that he could not break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. It took him more than half a year to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. That was close. That was close. When he broke through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. How did that god fiend lord cultivate back then? I only managed to break through with 100,000 wisps of heavenly god's power and the help of the river of spacetime. From the 3rd level to the 4th level of the 13 levels golden body art, Lin Fei clearly felt that his body had improved tremendously. As for how much it had improved, he did not dare to be sure, but it was definitely a shocking number. Heavenly god's power, injected into me. After his physical body broke through, Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool, and his body instantly became like a dried-up river as he frantically absorbed the power that surged in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of power surged in. This time, the feeling of his body exploding did not appear again. Awesome! A vast amount of power surged in. Lin Fei no longer felt that way as he focused on refining the heavenly god's power. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 430,000. The increase in the heavenly god's power clearly exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. 500,000 wisps. This is too scary. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he felt the vast heavenly god's power. He found it difficult to adapt. My body can accommodate 500,000 wisps of heavenly god's power? Is this the limit of the 4th stage? No more, no less. 500,000 wisps of heavenly god's power. His body could not accommodate any more. After Lin Fei recovered from his shock, he laughed maniacally. I've really picked up a treasure. Lin Fei was truly grateful to the divine demon master for helping him so much. 500,000 wisps of heavenly god's power was definitely like reaching the heavens in a single step. With such a burst of power, one could only imagine how terrifying Lin Fei was. His body and power had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, Lin Fei truly had the battle prowess of an emperor god. In fact, he was not inferior to that veteran emperor god. The power of the myriad essence pool was also mostly absorbed. There was not much left. Lin Fei was excited for a long time before he regained his composure. From now on, I can finally do whatever I want in the wind cloud territory. Lin Fei felt the power in his body and the corners of his lips curled up. I can collect the full set of the arch armor. After refining the arm power and obtaining Emperor God Gu Heng's memories, there was a secret method to control the back door of the arch armor. The prerequisite was that he had to be strong. Chapter 3648. Recently, the wind cloud weave had been abnormally peaceful. The commotion caused by Lin Fei had been suppressed. Several years had passed, and there was no news of Lin Fei in the wind cloud weave. No one knew where he had gone. In any case, there was no trace of him at all. Dead or alive, no one knew. After a long time, no one cared anymore. Those who were worried that Lin Fei would become the 10th God Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. They could not wait for something to happen to Lin Fei. Six Paths Palace. Ever since he had failed to suppress Lin Fei, God Emperor Six Paths had not been in a good mood. Having missed such a good opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to encounter it again. That was the only time God Emperor Six Paths had a legitimate chance to suppress him. Archna. Once he thought of this, the God Emperor of Six Paths felt uncomfortable. It was a great opportunity. God Emperor Six Paths. A loud voice reached God Emperor of Six Paths' ears. God Emperor Six Paths, who had been daydreaming, recognized the voice. It was Lin Fei, whom he had always wanted to kill. He dares to come again. God Emperor Six Paths was overjoyed. Kill him. This time, I must kill him and snatch the arch armor part. At that time, I will definitely be able to fight against the veteran God Emperors. Lin Fei, God Emperor Six Paths, stepped out of the Six Paths Palace and traveled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of millions of miles away. You're quite bold. God Emperor Six Paths saw Lin Fei in the sky as soon as he came out. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll. You dare to come to my territory again? After his strength skyrocketed, Lin Fei's realm was still the same, but his strength far surpassed God Emperor Six Paths. I'll give you two choices. Submit to me or be killed by me. Lin Fei smiled at God Emperor Six Paths. When they met again, the other's aura was no longer threatening and returned to normal. God Emperor Six Paths was so angry that he laughed. Arrogant fellow, do you really think you can kill me with two the arch armors? Even God Emperor Tianfeng, who is ranked first, would not dare to say such a thing. Disdain, thick disdain. He was the God Emperor of Six Paths, one of the older God Emperors among the 9 God Emperors. God Kings could be killed, but God Emperors could not. This saying had been passed down for a long time because God Emperors were powerful and proficient in all sorts of secret techniques. Once a God Emperor wanted to leave, no God Emperor would be able to stop them. Looks like you've chosen the second one. Lin Fei said regretfully, the God Emperor and the others can't kill you, but to me, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. River of Spacetime. Lin Fei summoned the River of Spacetime. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Six Paths God Emperor used his ultimate move to fight against the River of Time and Space. This move is useless against me. The terrifying reincarnation killing force swept over. The River of Spacetime was being strangled by the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, constantly collapsing. It was clear that the 6 Paths Divine Emperor was still very powerful. Do you see that? You have the River of Time and Space. I have the 6 Paths Reincarnation. The power of reincarnation can reincarnate everything. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor sneered. You can't kill me. After the 6 Paths Celestial Emperor attacked, the remaining 8 God Emperors in the wind cloud weave felt the fluctuations from the battle. Only they, who were also God Emperors, could feel the fluctuations. One by one, their gazes landed on the void. He wants to kill 6 Paths Celestial Emperor? Is that guy crazy? If God Emperors were so easy to kill, there would be more than 9 God Emperors in the wind cloud weave. The veteran God Emperor shook his head. This Lin Fei didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wanted to kill 6 Paths Celestial Emperor in 1,000 years. What is he doing? Fluttering Snow God Emperor was surprised to see this. Lin Fei, who had disappeared for so long, attacked 6 Paths Celestial Emperor the moment he appeared. He even tried to kill him. This White Bones God Emperor and Breaking Heaven God Emperor were dumbfounded. Crazy, he's really crazy. The God Emperors understood each other the best. If it was so easy to kill, they would have done it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. It was because God Emperors were too difficult to kill. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for them to fall out with each other. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that 6 Paths Celestial Emperor used the 6 Paths Reincarnation killing move to block the River of Time and Space. After all, it was 6 Paths Celestial Emperor's ultimate killing move. No one dared to underestimate its power. What about this? Lin Fei laughed and pounced forward. Ancient Heng's glove glowed, and he punched with a terrifying aura. A black flowing light shot over. The punch shook heaven and earth. It was a terrifying destructive power of 5 million strands of power of heaven God. Oh no. The observing God Emperors were shocked. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor is in danger. Even the veteran God Emperors would be afraid of such a powerful punch, unless it was God Emperor Tianfeng, who was ranked first. 6 Paths Celestial Emperor was shocked. The surrounding void was shaken by the punch, and it looked like it was going to collapse. 6 Paths Protection. A divine will appeared behind 6 Paths Celestial Emperor. Colorful lights filled the sky. It was 6 Paths Celestial Emperor's strongest treasure, 6 Paths Pagoda. This treasure could not only attack, but it could also defend. It was a treasure that could both attack and defend. Even though Six Paths Celestial Emperor was ranked 6th, even the top few did not think that he could defeat Six Paths Celestial Emperor. After all, treasures that could both attack and defend were rare. The explosive power collided with the Six Paths Pagoda. The Six Paths Pagoda turned and blocked most of the power, but the rest still penetrated and hit Six Paths Celestial Emperor, causing him to vomit blood. In just a few years, your power has increased so quickly. Six Paths Celestial Emperor was in disbelief. Last time, his opponent could only defend passively. But now, a punch could injure him. Even his strongest treasure, the Six Paths Pagoda, could not completely block the power of the punch. It could only be said that his opponent was terrifyingly strong. But even if your power has increased, I still have the Six Paths Pagoda. I think it will be very difficult for you to kill me. Six Paths Celestial Emperor was secretly glad that he had this treasure. What if I lose this treasure? Guess how many punches I'll take to kill you? Lin Fei smiled and raised his left hand. He reached out and said, "Return." Lose? Six Paths Celestial Emperor reacted quickly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Buzz. The Six Paths Pagoda, which he had refined, trembled when he heard the word, "return." He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The Six Paths Pagoda broke away from him and flew toward Lin Fei. My Six Paths Pagoda. Six Paths Celestial Emperor reached out to grab it, but the river of time and space enveloped him. He could only watch as the Six Paths Pagoda left, turned into a wheel, and landed behind Lin Fei. First punch. Lin Fei revealed a faint smile. He took a step forward and punched out. Six Paths Celestial Emperor looked desperate. Stop! Chapter 3649. The 8 God Emperors in the void were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Six Paths God Emperor's supreme treasure was taken away just like that. That was a treasure that they might not even have a chance to get. But it was taken away by Lin Fei just like that? It was so fast that no one could keep up. Stop it, they must stop it. The God Emperors attacked from a distance. At the same time, 5 powerful forces pierced through heaven and earth and fell from the sky, bombarding the position where Lin Fei was. Lock on and attack. Fluttering Snow and the others widened their eyes, but they did not follow. After all, they were new God Emperors and would not attack Lin Fei. Lin Fei, how did he do it? Emperor God of Six Paths of Reincarnation was snatched away just like that. Emperor God Whitebones opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Did Emperor God of Six Paths go easy on him? It seems like he refined it. I have never heard of such a situation before. Breaking Heaven God Emperor blinked. Could Brother Lin Fei have obtained the secret technique left by God Emperor Guhan? Fluttering Snow God Emperor said after recovering from the shock. She could not help but gasp. If it was true, the situation in the Wind Cloud territory would change completely. Ha, you are too late. Feeling the 5 God Emperors' attacks, Lin Fei laughed. He was full of excitement and was not surprised at all. Without the protection of the Six Paths Reincarnation, Six Paths God Emperor was like a toothless tiger. Lin Fei's punch exploded his body. The power of 5 million Empyrean God powers was not something that 6 Tao God Emperors could withstand. After his body was destroyed, the Six Paths Celestial Emperor was seriously injured. He knew that he had lost. Without the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, was he still the Six Paths Celestial Emperor? I am not satisfied. Six Paths God Emperor said hopelessly. A black shadow descended. No, it turned out that Lin Fei had released the 10,000 essence pool to suppress Six Paths God Emperor. After being seriously injured, Six Paths God Emperor had no power to resist Lin Fei's attack, let alone the power of the 10,000 essence pool. Six Paths Reincarnation. The third part was instantly refined. There was a connection between the 3 parts and Lin Fei was overjoyed. This was something that had never happened before and it indirectly proved that Emperor God Guhang's the Arch Armor was unusual. A massive world appeared, and within this world were 6 other worlds. It was like a cycle of reincarnation, with each reincarnation forming a new world. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions, reverberating throughout the entire wind cloud weave. At this moment, figures dashed out one after another. Under this aura, all of them could feel the threat of death. They sensed the aura of the God Emperor. There was a total of 5 Emperor Gods, including the strongest Emperor God Tianfeng. With the help of treasures, the top experts of the various forces saw the scene of the 5 Emperor Gods surrounding and attacking Lin Fei. It's that Lin Fei. He is controlling the 6 paths reincarnation. What's going on? How did the 6 paths of reincarnation fall into that person's hands? Where are the 6 paths celestial emperors? The 6 paths of reincarnation withstood the attacks of 5 God Emperors. How is this possible? A massive world appeared. Lin Fei stood in the center of the world. The power of the 5 Emperor Gods was terrifyingly strong. They smashed the 6 paths world along the way with an overwhelming force. To be worthy of 5 God Emperors dealing with me, just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The power of the heavenly god in his body continued to be channeled. The 13th stage golden body art was also pushed to the limit as he withstood the waves of boundless power. It's broken. Lin Fei has been hit. 5 Emperor Gods teamed up against a young man who was not even a God Emperor. This was the first time in the history of the Wind Cloud Weave that something like this had happened. The defense that the 6 paths reincarnation displayed was beyond their imagination. At least, it was not like this when it was used by the 6 paths God Emperor. However, when it was used by Lin Fei, it was a completely different story. His Emperor God body seems to be even stronger. Zhang Tianjue attacked with all his might. He could feel that his power landed on Lin Fei's body. However, it only tore through a layer of defense and caused a small area of damage. After that, he could not move an inch. A God Emperor's senses were very strong. Just from this, Zhang Tianjue knew that this Lin Fei was already strong enough. With such a God Emperor body, they could not kill Lin Fei even if they teamed up. His physical body was amazing. Even they had not cultivated their physical bodies to such a strong degree. We miscalculated. Regardless of which God Emperor it was, they all realized that they had missed the best opportunity. Who would have thought that Lin Fei's strength had increased again? Who would have thought that Lin Fei had a secret technique that could quickly refine the 6 paths reincarnation treasures? With the 3 treasures working together, they formed a certain connection. Be it attack power or defense, they all had an obvious increase. After the 5 God Emperors attacked once, they retracted their power and did not attack again. It was as if they knew that it would be very difficult to kill Lin Fei. He won just like that. Emperor God White Bones opened his mouth. That fellow withstood the attacks of 5 God Emperors just like that? This improvement is too fast. Emperor God White Bones, who did not think much of Lin Fei previously, was now envious. From today onwards, the Wind Cloud Weave would welcome the 10th God Emperor. Moreover, it was a special God Emperor whose strength was not inferior to the old God Emperors. Too fast. Emperor God Fluttering Snow smiled bitterly. Emperor God Tianfeng and the others are about to give up. The Wind Cloud Weave is about to have the 10th God Emperor. Such a powerful God Emperor was ranked 10th. How would Emperor God Fluttering Snow and the other 2 God Emperors feel? The 10th God Emperor. The Peak God King experts in the Wind Cloud Weave exclaimed. They realized that the situation in the Wind Cloud Weave was about to change. The 10th God Emperor had appeared. To withstand the attacks of 5 God Emperors, if it was not the strength of a God Emperor, what else could it be? They retreated just like that. Lin Fei raised his head. The 5 God Emperor auras had disappeared without a trace. Apart from the remnant aura in the void, it proved that the God Emperors had attacked. It's so boring. Lin Fei shook his head. He was rather disappointed. I was prepared for a big battle. With the 3 parts in hand, Lin Fei witnessed the extraordinary power of the arch armor by activating the 6 paths of reincarnation. It withstood 50% of the attacks from the 5 God Emperors, and the remaining 50% was withstood by the 13th-stage Golden Body secret art. Even though it looked like Lin Fei was vomiting blood, his injuries were not as serious as he imagined. It's a pity that we alerted them. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It won't be easy to get the other 5 parts. They won't just sit and wait for death. There was no other way. The news about the 10th God Emperor, Lin Fei, quickly spread throughout the wind cloud weave. The 10th God Emperor had appeared. The entire wind cloud weave was in an uproar. Chapter 3650. As Lin Fei became the 10th Emperor God, it caused a huge commotion in the wind cloud weave. To be able to withstand the combined attack of the 5 strongest Emperor Gods was not something that just anyone could do, especially when Emperor God of 6 Paths was suppressed. With the 3 parts of the Emperor armor in hand, it once again shocked the other forces. Lin Fei's power surpassed all the other Emperor Gods, and even surpassed Emperor God Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Within the wind cloud weave, news about Lin Fei was everywhere. As for the 10th Emperor Lin Fei, everyone knew very little about him. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, which made people suspect his origins. Just when everyone thought that the 10th God Emperor, Lin Fei, would cause a commotion, this God Emperor did not do anything at all. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The more it was like this, the more uncertain everyone felt. The 10th Emperor God was different from the previous 9. He was someone who could withstand the combined attack of 5 Emperor Gods. Even if he was not an Emperor God, no one dared to doubt his power. Just look at Emperor 6 Paths, Wind Cloud Weave, ranked first Emperor God Tianfeng Empire. Within a glorious palace, Emperor Tianfeng was entertaining a few guests. There were only 4 guests, but any one of them was worthy of everyone's attention. To be entertained by Emperor Tianfeng, the ranked first Emperor God, who else could it be besides a God Emperor? I did not expect Brother 6 Paths to be suppressed just like that. Emperor God Zhan Tianjue shook his head regretfully. If I had known that he had hidden his strength so well, I would not have let him continue to grow. Honestly speaking, Emperor God Zhan Tianjue felt that it was too fast. How long had it been? He had risen. It was completely out of his expectations. Now, even if they did not admit it, Lin Fei was qualified to be the 10th Emperor God. They had to admit it. The remaining 3 Emperor Gods looked serious as well. They weren't as strong as Zhan Tianjue, and they didn't think much of Lin Fei back then. They didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to improve by leaps and bounds after his trip to the 13 holy nations. Before this, no one would have cared about such a person. But now, the name of the 10th Emperor God had spread throughout the wind cloud weave. Even if it was them, in a one-on-one situation, they didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party, and they even had to consider their own safety. It was really a tangled problem. Tianfeng, you are the strongest among us. What should we do? Emperor God Yuan Heng, who was ranked 3rd, was a 4th sky of God Emperor. He had white hair on his temples and an aged aura. He was asking Emperor God Tianfeng. The moment Emperor God Yuan Heng said that, the remaining Emperor God Gong Tianya and Emperor God Feng Ju looked over. Emperor God Tianfeng felt helpless. It was useless to look for him for such matters. Back then, Emperor God Tianfeng's power was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. It was the treasure with the best defense among the parts of the Emperor armor that he possessed. It could prevent him from getting injured to a great extent. His true strength was only slightly higher than the 4 of them. If God Emperor Tianfeng was truly the strongest in the world, he would have already unified the windy wind weave. The name of the Tianfeng Empire would have covered the entire weave instead of just controlling a region. The name of the empire did not match. What else can we do? That brat obtained 3 parts and formed a connection. His power increased along with it. Between you and me, none of us is a match for him. Emperor God Tianfeng knew that it was a blow to others, but he still chose to say it. Now, the only thing we can do is to form an alliance and not give him a chance to attack. Actually, on the way here, the 5 Emperor Gods had thought about it. If they fought one-on-one, they would be defeated easily. Lin Fei had 3 parts. If he were to refine one more, it would be harder to deal with him. Then it would be their doomsday. Emperor God Zhan Tianju sighed. I never expected these Emperor Gods would choose to form an alliance. Among them, they had been fighting openly and secretly. In the dark, they controlled the windy wind weave. In the end, because of the appearance of Lin Fei, they had no choice but to form an alliance. Zhang Tianju's helplessness was the helplessness of the Emperor Gods. Emperor God Tianfeng wasn't confident that he could kill Lin Fei. That Emperor God's physical body seemed to be stronger. Forming an alliance was the only way. However, you don't have to worry. Emperor God Tianfeng added, with the 5 of us working together, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to attack even if he had 100 guts. All we can do is wait. The 4 Emperor Gods immediately understood. War of the Weave. Emperor God Tianfeng spat out a few words. Alliance. Heaven-breaking city, inside the palace. When Lin Fei heard a piece of news, he frowned. It wasn't good news. This news was brought by Emperor God Patian. Ever since Lin Fei became the 10th Emperor God in the Windy Wind Weave and became famous, Emperor God Patian took the initiative to approach him. He was very clear about the current situation in the Windy Wind Weave. Thoughts? Emperor God Patian definitely had some, such as not standing on Emperor God Tianfeng's side. From the short interaction, Emperor God Patian recognized Lin Fei as a person. In the future, Lin Fei could suppress Emperor God Tianfeng and create a new era. With the 3 parts of the arch armor, Emperor God Patian was far from Lin Fei's match. Hence, he took the initiative to approach him. Embarrassing? That wasn't embarrassing at all. Was he waiting for Lin Fei to deal with him? Emperor God Patian wasn't that stupid. They're afraid that Brother Lin will defeat them one by one. Emperor God Patian said. I was shocked when I heard the news. Those fellows are so cowardly. I didn't think that such a day would come. As a god emperor who ascended later, Emperor God Patian had always been ostracized. He couldn't compare to the older god emperors in any aspect. Emperor God Patian was more excited than anyone to see them suffer a setback. They're really cautious. Lin Fei shook his head. He had originally planned to defeat them one by one. They were quite fast. If they worked together, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Brother Lin, it's not impossible for you to deal with them. Emperor God Patian said. They might be planning to hold out until the day of the Weave War. At that time, true experts will gather. It's normal for them to kill others with a borrowed knife. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. It's not certain who will kill who. For the sake of the complete set of Emperor armor, Lin Fei would definitely attack them. Unless they handed over the parts, Lin Fei could let them go. At this point, Lin Fei would still be merciful. Please pass on a message to them for me. Lin Fei said. As long as they are willing to hand over the parts, they will still be god emperors. Even in the future, no one will be able to shake their position. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, there was no harm in trying. What if it worked? Who knew what would happen? After the news spread, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. With the 3 parts in hand, the only thing left was to find Han Jiang and Flaming Lion. This time, Lin Fei entrusted this matter to Emperor God Patian, Emperor God White Bones, and Emperor God Fluttering Snow. With their strong influence, they would definitely find some clues. Chapter 3651. When the wind cloud weave fell into peace. Some people were not having a good time. For example, Han Jiang. Brother Han, hurry and leave, they're here. In a mansion, dozens of experts charged in, and the subordinates in the mansion collapsed with a single touch. The casualties were disastrous, and blood flowed like a river. Han Jiang, who had been in a daze, finally reacted and left without another word. This was the 6th time he was surrounded by mysterious experts, and he could not hide for long each time. It was simply like seeing a ghost. Who is it, that bastard? Han Jiang escaped from the mansion and tunneled into a vast mountain range as fast as he could, borrowing the aura of demonic beasts to conceal his aura, so as to shake off the pursuers behind him. Could it be sent by Lin Fei? Ever since coming to the Wind Cloud Weave, Han Jiang's luck was not very good. He was captured and became a slave the moment he arrived, and only recovered a portion of his strength after several decades. It was precisely because of this that Han Jiang's strength improvement was not considered fast. Presently, he was barely at the Divine King realm. News regarding the arm had yet to be found, but the news of Lin Fei becoming the 10th Divine Emperor spread, shocking Han Jiang quite a bit. In less than 1,000 years, that person stepped into the position of Divine Emperor. Even if he was not at the Divine Emperor realm, no one would doubt Lin Fei's strength. The 6th-ranked Samsara Divine Emperor fell because of him. Han Jiang had been hesitating whether to return or not. That guy already became a Divine Emperor, and he was still a Divine King realm. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating, and he wished he could kill himself. Han Jiang did not dare to guarantee, nor was he sure. He would hide first. Han Jiang, long time no see. A voice came from ahead, and a figure walked out, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at the disheveled Han Jiang. It's just that you're not doing well. When Han Jiang heard this voice, long-lost memories surfaced, and his body trembled. Spare me, Divine Emperor Lin. Han Jiang begged for mercy. Even if the current Lin Fei was a 5th firmament celestial deity, to Han Jiang, the other party's aura was like a mountain, virtually making him unable to breathe. I really didn't do anything. Han Jiang knelt on the ground with a thud, shivering. I beg you, spare me. Lin Fei said faintly, it's because you didn't find anything that you're still alive. Thanks to the help of the 3 god emperors, Han Jiang was able to find it quickly. However, the flaming lion seemed to be unlucky. It was killed as soon as it appeared, leaving Han Jiang alone. Lin Fei could only come to Han Jiang. Han Jiang's performance greatly disappointed Lin Fei. In any case, Han Jiang was an expert from a conquered weave. How could he be so cowardly? Yes. Han Jiang lowered his head. Tell me what you know about the outer realms, said Lin Fei. If you're satisfied, you can live. Lin Fei was quite concerned about this outsider. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for Han Jiang in secret. He wanted to learn more about the weave situation. Yes. How could Han Jiang dare to hide anything? He spilled everything out in great detail, going on for 2 to 4 hours. Lin Fei found it interesting. Han Jiang's heart was in his throat. Emperor God Lin, this is a grand star map I obtained. I'm afraid even the windy weave doesn't have such a grand star map. Han Jiang handed over the starry sky great star map. It would be a waste of a heavenly treasure in my hands. It's too wasteful. Only a peerless expert like Emperor God Lin would be able to make use of it. Han Jiang carefully handed over the grand star map. Lin Fei had obtained a grand star map from Tianji Hall. It was quite complete. Now that he heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. He grabbed it and casually flipped it open. It was a very ancient grand star map. Lin Fei took out the grand star map from Tianji Hall. After a simple comparison, his eyes lit up. Han Jiang's grand star map was more detailed and had a larger area. Good stuff. Lin Fei kept looking. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on one spot. At that moment, that area was marked with 2 simple words. Earth. Speak. What's going on with Earth? Lin Fei grabbed Han Jiang. Even though Han Jiang was a God King expert, he was abnormally weak in front of Lin Fei's strength. Lin Fei had never thought that he would see the word Earth on this grand star map. Coincidence? Or was there a place called Earth? Lin Fei couldn't be sure. These 2 words were buried in the depths of his memory. As they popped up, everything from the past popped up and was suppressed. Han Jiang's face was pale. Emperor God Lin, can I take a look first? Lin Fei grabbed Han Jiang. The grand star map floated in the air. He pointed at a region and said, "This is the place. Remember to speak properly. If anything goes wrong, I'll kill you immediately." Cold killing intent shrouded Han Jiang. Han Jiang was very clear that if he didn't speak clearly, he might really be killed. No, he would really die. This great starry sky star map was left behind by a wanderer in the starry sky when he traveled across the great 1,000 worlds. This Earth should be in the depths of a primitive territory. It is an inconspicuous place. It is said that the name Earth was obtained from a certain place. Han Jiang stuttered as he spoke. Han Jiang didn't have a deep understanding of this grand star map. In order to travel through the real starry sky, one needed to be at the Immortal realm. And the Immortal realm was definitely a threshold. Countless people were stuck at this step. Han Jiang didn't have the confidence to reach this realm. He didn't really study this grand star map. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. It was as if he hadn't said anything. Where's that space wanderer? He died of old age. Han Jiang said. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. This Grand Star map could be taken out by someone. That meant that the person was most likely dead. This Earth should be my Earth from back then. Lin Fei thought, there aren't that many coincidences in the world. This Earth is that Earth. Lin Fei was even more certain. Originally, he just wanted to find Han Jiang. Who would have thought that he would accidentally find out the location of Earth? It's hard to reach the immortal realm, but if I can use the ancient eternal emperor armor, I might really be able to return to Earth. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. No matter what, I have to go back and take a look. Even if 10, 20, or even 100 years have passed. This was Lin Fei's wish. Thank you for giving me the Grand Star map. In order to thank you, I've decided. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Han Jiang was overjoyed. He didn't have to die anymore. Many thanks, crack. Lin Fei twisted Han Jiang's neck. A monstrous power descended and crushed Han Jiang's entire body. Chapter 3652. Obtaining information about Earth's whereabouts from Han Jiang was Lin Fei's greatest reward. This trip was worth it. After dealing with Han Jiang, Lin Fei left the scene. Finally, he opened up a simple cave abode in a random place and carefully studied this starry sky star map. I really didn't expect that I would actually obtain information about Earth's whereabouts. Lin Fei had never dared to guarantee whether he could return or not. After so many years, Lin Fei had almost forgotten the word Earth. Dealing with Han Jiang was just a thought that Lin Fei wanted to put to rest. He really didn't expect that Han Jiang would have such a good thing in his hands. The starry sky star map in Tianji Hall was simply incomparable to this. It was on a completely different level. After setting up the array formation, Lin Fei took out the starry sky star map and carefully studied it. Earth is in this position. My current position should be in this region. This starry sky star map was very complete. There were many territories recorded on it. Some were big, some were small, and they were all recorded in detail. It made one's eyes light up at a glance. This is the Windy Wind territory. Lin Fei found one place after another. After understanding it, Lin Fei realized that this starry sky great world was very big. It was not as simple as he had imagined. The organization of the territory war is probably this myriad sky empire. Lin Fei looked around and finally his finger landed on a territory. This territory was so vast that even he was shocked by it. That's right, this territory was called the Myriad Sky Empire. The most frightening thing was that this Myriad Sky Empire controlled hundreds of territories. It could be said to be the strongest existence. If I want to return to Earth, I have to pass through this Myriad Sky Empire, thought Lin Fei. There are almost no records of Earth's location. It must be very barren. I estimate that at the very least, I need to be at the Immortal rank to explore the way. After putting away the map, Lin Fei had a plan in mind. His current mission was to collect the remaining 5 parts of the treasure and form a complete set of the arch armor. Once the arch armor was formed, his strength would increase greatly and he would have the true strength to leave the territory. At the same time, he could also try to awaken the system. As for returning to Earth, if the system could be awakened, he might have a better understanding. Brother Lin, I'm afraid this matter is going to be difficult. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor found Lin Fei and said apologetically, none of them were willing to hand over the rest of the arch armor parts. They even said that if you want the parts, you have to go to Wind City. Lin Fei had not been idle recently. He wasn't surprised to hear this news at all. They intend to fight me to the end. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then don't blame me for not giving them face. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor was now following his lead. Brother Lin, whatever you want to do, I'll be the first to support you. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor had suffered a lot from the older God Emperors. Now that he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. There's still a long time before the territory war. I'll have some fun with them. Lin Fei smiled and said, if they want to form an alliance and hide in Tianfeng City, then they can hide in Tianfeng City forever. Lin Fei was prepared to force them out. Let's see who can't hold back first. In any case, there was no loss for him. In the end, the ones who could not hold on would be them. Brother Lin, This is the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe that sought refuge with Emperor God Fangju. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor pointed to a mountain range in front. Beside the heaven-breaking Divine Emperor were Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God White Bones. Hearing that something big was about to happen, Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God White Bones took the initiative to come. The situation in the Wind Cloud territory was in the hands of the alliance of 5 God Emperors led by Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor God Lin Fei. As for the 3 of them, they were not of much use. Just because they did not have the treasures left behind by Emperor God Gu Heng, there was a huge gap between them. This gap could not be caught up in a short period of time. Abyss Demon Tiger Tribe, Hehe. The territory war had not started, but it did not stop Lin Fei from continuing to collect god power. The top clans became Lin Fei's targets. Who is it? There was a loud roar and countless ripples appeared in the void. Several experts with tiger heads and human bodies rushed out, their arrogant and overbearing aura crushing over. With the support of Emperor God Fangju, the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe is very overbearing. In addition to their strong fighting power, no one dares to offend them in the Wind Cloud territory. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor said. Emperor Fluttering Snow and Emperor God White Bones could not wait for the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe to fall. They are really strong. Lin Fei took a look. I wonder if Emperor God Fangju can sit still without the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe. One had to pick on the soft persimmon, and Emperor God Fangju was that soft persimmon. Humph! The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor snorted coldly, and the pressure of an Emperor God swept out. The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe felt their blood boil. When they looked, their faces changed. Gosh, heaven-breaking Divine Emperor, Emperor God Fluttering Snow, Emperor God White Bones, why are they here? And who is that young man? The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe were shocked as they recognized the 3 Emperor Gods. They were not afraid of others, but they were afraid of the Emperor Gods. If they were killed, they would die in vain. I am very interested in your Abyss Demon Tiger tribe. Lin Fei said indifferently. Only a small portion of the entire Abyss Demon Tiger tribe could meet his requirements. As for the rest, they were not very interested. They could only suppress the power of gods that could not contribute much. Those in the God King realm, come out. I can give you a quick death. Lin Fei was not interested in those below the God King realm. If he wanted to suppress, he would suppress those in the God King realm. Those 5 Emperor Gods were in Heaven Wind City. It could be said that Lin Fei was unbridled, and he was not afraid of anyone. The experts from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe rushed out when they heard the news. When they heard the voice, they looked over, and a few of them were not calm. The 10th Emperor God, Lin Fei. When these few words were spoken, the people from the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe knew what was going on. Great Emperor, save me. Emperor God Fangju went to Heaven Wind City, but he left behind a clone that had the combat power of an Emperor God, just in case. Emperor God Fangju's clone, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes, grabbed with both hands, tore open the void, and walked in. Do you really think that those fellows can do whatever they want just because I went to Heaven Wind City? Emperor God Fangju's eyes were cold. Above the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe, all God King realm experts were suppressed. A myriad essence pool augmented the river of spacetime. No one could withstand it, not even the most powerful one. The 3 of you, if you want these Abyss Demon Tigers, feel free to take them. They are enough for me. Lin Fei said to the 3 Emperor Gods. Without God King realm experts, the Abyss Demon Tiger tribe was a top race after all. The 3 Emperor Gods were still very jealous. With a little nurturing, they would become God King experts. Where else could they find such a good thing? The 3 accepted it with smiles. Who's causing trouble? Emperor God Fangju's clone descended and released his Emperor's might. I will destroy you one by one. You sure talk big. If your main body is here, it might be possible, but as an avatar, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 3653. God Emperor Fangju was severely injured on the spot. Who is it? Emperor God Fangju, whose body had exploded, let out a horrible shriek. He condensed his body again and revealed a rare look of astonishment. His body had exploded in his own territory. What was going on? He was a god emperor. So you don't know who I am? Lin Fei smiled as the river of spacetime continued to wrap around him. The myriad essence pool suppressed God Emperor Fangju's head. Then you have to open your eyes and take a good look. God Emperor Fangju didn't know who had attacked at first, but he immediately knew who it was. It's you! How dare you attack me? God Emperor Fangju roared. He finally saw Lin Fei, the newly risen 10th God Emperor, a fellow who forced them to form an alliance. Correct. Lin Fei smiled. Unfortunately, there's no reward. God Emperor Fangju's heart sank when he saw God Emperor Padian and the other 2 God Emperors. He regretted appearing. God Emperor Fangju knew that he wasn't Lin Fei's match from the power of his punch. Furthermore, he was only an avatar. He only had about 30% of his main body strength. How could a God Emperor avatar with about 30% of his strength be his match? God Emperor Lin Fei, what do you mean by this? God Emperor Fangju said in a low voice. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Fei laughed. You're right. If you're not easy to bully, who's easy to bully? Boom. The 6 paths of reincarnation descended. 1 samsara, 1 killing move. God Emperor Fangju's defenses collapsed on the spot. The river of spacetime, myriad essence pool, and 6 paths of reincarnation crushed over. Under the layers of power, God Emperor Fangju was completely defeated. His power was taken away by the myriad essence pool. God Emperor Lin Fei, you will definitely regret this. Fangju gave up struggling. He was filled with hatred as he mobilized the last bit of power in his body and chose to self-destruct. This self-destruction didn't pose much of a threat. It couldn't even destroy the 6 paths of reincarnation. What a pity for a clone. Lin Fei had intended to suppress and refine it. The strength of a God Emperor's clone was not weak. He could only watch as it self-destructed. The heaven-breaking Divine Emperor and the others had witnessed Lin Fei's strength. Once the killer move was unleashed, Emperor God Fangju's clone didn't have any ability to resist at all. They had no doubt that even if his original body was here, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. To Emperor God Fangju, losing a clone was equivalent to 30% of his power. He would need a long time to recover. Brother Lin, this is a good opportunity. Emperor God Fangju's clone is gone. Even if it's his main body, he has lost 30% of his strength. Why don't we take this opportunity to sweep through Emperor God Fangju's nest? Heaven-breaking God Emperor suggested. I'm willing to be the vanguard. Wiping out a God Emperor's lair was definitely a huge matter. Not only breaking Heaven Emperor God, but Emperor God White Bones and Emperor God Fluttering Snow also had the same expression. All right. Lin Fei did not object to this suggestion. Then let's wipe out Emperor God Fangju's lair. Wind Cloud Weave, Skywind City. Within a mansion, Emperor God Fangju, who had been meditating, spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and roared towards the sky, causing the void to crack. Lin Fei. Emperor God Fangju's murderous intent was cold. My clone. 30% of my strength. Once the clone died, Emperor God Fangju's original body was greatly injured. He instantly lost 30% of his power. His power was secondary. His soul was severely injured and it would take a long time for him to recover. Oh no! My lair! Emperor God Fangju's face grew uglier. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others will definitely instigate Lin Fei to wipe out my lair. Damn brat! Emperor God Fangju regained his composure after his rage. Damn Lin Fei! He is forcing me to go out. Emperor God Fangju really wanted to look for Emperor God Tianfeng. Once he thought about how he had lost 30% of his power, he couldn't help but worry. Even though the 5 Emperor Gods had temporarily formed an alliance, they were still guarding against each other. For example, Emperor God Tianfeng, who was ranked first. Lin Fei, don't even think about making me go out. Even if I lose my lair, I can still make another one in the future. Emperor God Fangju decided not to go out. Emperor God Fangju's lair. Once heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others made their move, The formation that was no longer controlled by Emperor God Fangju's clone was easily broken. They rushed in and swept through everything. Brother Lin, these are the God King experts under Emperor God Fangju. They are all here. The three Emperor Gods were very good at handling matters. They handed all the suppressed God King experts to Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not do anything and obtained quite a number of God King powerhouses. Now, the only things that could interest Lin Fei were these God King experts and the treasures of the universe. After wiping out Emperor God Fangju's lair, the harvest was huge. As for the remaining things, Lin Fei wasn't interested and let Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others divide them. The next day, the news that Emperor God Fangju's lair had been wiped out by Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the others spread. The entire Windy Weave was in an uproar. That was too fast. Heaven-breaking God Emperor and the other two Emperor Gods chose to rely on Emperor God Lin Fei, which shocked everyone. On one side was an alliance of 5 Emperor Gods, and on the other side were 4 Emperor Gods led by Lin Fei. In comparison, there was only a difference of 1 Emperor God, but in terms of strength, Lin Fei's side seemed to have the upper hand. Such a change stimulated a large number of forces. Everyone was watching the 5 Emperor Gods in Wind City to see what would happen. If this continued, the influence of the 5 Emperor Gods in the Windy Weave would be greatly affected. Not waiting for any movement from Wind City, another piece of news spread, and the crowd was in an uproar again. The lair of the 4th-ranked Emperor God Gong Tianya had been wiped out by Emperor God Lin Fei and the others. All the God King experts were suppressed, and the rest were divided among the 3 Emperor Gods. This is too explosive. No matter who heard the news, they were all stunned. Big news. Putting everything else aside, just this sweep alone had dealt a blow to the influence of Emperor God Fangju and Emperor God Gong Tianya, and they themselves had become generals without an army. Without God King level subordinates, the influence of an Emperor God would be greatly affected. The lair of the 2 Emperor Gods, in addition to the tribes that relied on them, had been wiped out by Lin Fei, which was equivalent to a huge blow to their vitality. If they wanted to recover, it would take a long time. This was definitely the cruelest way to wipe out. Emperor God Fangju and Emperor God Gong Tianya had left behind their doppelgangers, and in the battle, they had lost their doppelgangers, and their real bodies had also suffered a blow. It could be said that they had suffered a huge loss. They are really fast. After Lin Fei wiped out Gong Tianya's lair, he headed straight for the next Emperor God's lair. There was no trace of Emperor God Yuan Heng's doppelganger. It seemed that he had escaped before them. Chapter 3654. 2 pieces of news spread out. It put the 5 Emperor Gods in a passive position. 5 Emperor Gods teamed up to fight against the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. Everyone thought that they had a high chance of winning. On Lin Fei's side, only Lin Fei was powerful. The remaining Emperor God Patian, Emperor God Baigu and Emperor God Fluttering Snow were obviously weaker. If there were levels, Emperor God Tianfeng and Emperor God Lin Fei were at the first level. The second level were the 4 Emperor Gods. The third level were Emperor God Patian and the other 2. This was a very obvious gap, and anyone could see it. Emperor God Tianfeng and the others had a high chance of winning against Lin Fei. Many people didn't approve of the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. Brother Tianfeng, we can't let this go on. Just as the outside world was in an uproar. In Tianfeng City, the 5 Emperor Gods were anxious and restless. Lin Fei had wiped out Emperor God Fangju's and Emperor God Gong Tianya's old lairs, and it had agitated the 2 Emperor Gods, Zhan Tianjue and Yuan Heng. The one who spoke was Emperor God Zhan Tianju. His face was solemn. Brother Gong's lair has been destroyed. If it wasn't for Brother Yuan and I who reacted quickly and withdrew our doppelgangers in time, the lair of the 4 Emperor Gods would have been destroyed. Emperor God Zhan Tianjue regretted that he didn't go all out but chose to negotiate with the other party. At the same time, Emperor God Zhan Tianjue was annoyed that Emperor God Fangju and Emperor God Gong Tianya didn't do anything and pretended that nothing had happened. Brother Fang, Brother Gong, you are in the wrong. Emperor God Yuan Heng looked at them. Emperor God Fangju and Emperor God Gong Tianya had chosen to hide the truth. I was caught off guard by Lin Fei and I couldn't inform everyone in time. I'm sorry. Emperor God Fongju was thick-skinned. He couldn't possibly say that he was worried about Emperor God Tianfeng. Emperor God Yuan Heng snorted coldly. His gaze was murderous. Emperor God Gong Tianya hated Emperor God Fongju to the core. If he had reminded Emperor God Fongju back then, he would have suffered a great loss. His doppelganger would have been suppressed and refined, and that would have been the most frustrating thing. Among everyone present, Gong Tianya hated Emperor God Fongju the most. Everyone stop. Emperor God Tianfeng looked helpless. Listen to what I have to say, okay? The moment Emperor God Tianfeng spoke, the four Emperor Gods gave him face. In this matter, I think the main culprit is Lin Fei. Everyone's performance has disappointed me. Emperor God Tianfeng's words were a little heavy. I feel that if we continue to make a ruckus, we might really fulfill Lin Fei's conspiracy. By then, everyone will definitely be defeated one by one. Hearing this, the four God Emperors were shocked. In fact, they all had thoughts of revenge. The previous alliance was also to prevent Lin Fei from destroying them one by one. But after this matter, the God Emperors would be at odds with each other, and the alliance would become useless sooner or later. In the future, they would be killed by Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng's words made them break out in cold sweat. Shameless Lin Fei, he is too shameless. Emperor God Fongju scolded. He is so young, but his mind is so vicious. Brother Tianfeng, you are the best. Everyone almost fell for it. Emperor God Gong Tianya added. His back was drenched in cold sweat. They had indeed overlooked the reason why Lin Fei wiped out their lair. Seeing that everyone believed him, Emperor God Tianfeng let out a sigh of relief. Among everyone present, the one who hated him the most was Emperor God Tianfeng himself. Once the alliance collapsed, the five Emperor Gods wouldn't have a good ending. A person who knew the secret of the Emperor armor left behind by Emperor God Gu Heng was like a sharp sword above everyone's head. They wouldn't know when it would fall. Only then would the alliance have the confidence to resist. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be extremely dangerous. Then what should we do? We can't always stay in Tianfeng City. That is our base. Emperor God Zhan Tianju frowned. That Lin Fei even obtained one of the 13 divine nations' treasures, the Myriad Essence Pool. It's precisely because of that treasure that Lin Fei can erupt with a strength not inferior to our divine emperors at 5th Firmament Celestial Deity Realm. If we let it continue, once his strength surpasses us one day, our alliance will also become a joke. Emperor God Yuan Heng said solemnly, I think we should attack again. We definitely can't let Lin Fei improve his strength smoothly. Also, Emperor Patian and the other two must be taught a lesson. Now, the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei had become a huge rock on their chest. If this rock was removed, they wouldn't have a day of peace. It's not impossible to work together again. Emperor God Tianfeng was actually a person who felt very aggrieved. As the number 1 Emperor God, the number 1 expert in Wind Cloud territory, he felt embarrassed that he didn't dare to go out. If they worked together, they could severely injure Lin Fei. It would be a victory. As for killing, it would be difficult. Emperor God's 6 paths contributed the 6 paths of reincarnation. This treasure that could attack and defend was not inferior to his armor. It would be very difficult to kill Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng, are you at home? I am here to visit. Boom! A loud voice pierced through heaven and earth, reverberating in the sky above Wind City. The experts in Tianfeng City all raised their heads to look. Unknowingly, 4 figures walked out from the sky. Emperor God, they are Emperor God. Emperor God White Bones, Emperor Patian, Emperor God Fluttering Snow. And the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei. How dare they come here? The experts in Wind City gasped. Now, the name of the 10th Emperor God Lin Fei shook the Wind Cloud territory. There was no one who wasn't afraid of him. Emperor God's 6 paths and the other 2 Emperor Gods suffered a great loss at the hands of Emperor God Lin Fei. Emperor God Tianfeng and the other 4 Emperor Gods walked out of the mansion and looked at Emperor God Lin Fei outside the city. Lin Fei, how dare you come? Emperor God Fongju roared angrily, his emperor might soaring into the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Isn't it just Wind City? Why wouldn't I dare to come? What a joke. As for you, come out if you can. Let's see if I will kill you. Emperor God Fongju didn't have the courage to come out, but he didn't want to show weakness. Humph, Lin Fei, aren't you strong? Come to Wind City if you can. I will admit that you are strong. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill me. Lin Fei came to Wind City on a whim. Why should I go in? Lin Fei smiled. I am afraid that once I go in, the entire Wind City will be destroyed. That isn't a good thing. I think it is better to stay outside. When he said that, many experts in Wind City felt bad for Emperor God Fongju. No matter the outcome, they would definitely be unlucky. Emperor God Fongju was not kind.